In a plain with nothing but bushes, Kim Suho, or rather, Lloyd Frontera, observes with his pets and his loyal servant a vast sea of money. Digging his shovel into the ground, Lloyd activates his ability, turning that vast plain into a cluster of future buildings. This is the story of a civil engineer who completely changed the medieval world. But before that, let's go back a few years. You have been randomly chosen by the Absolute Being as a candidate. From now on, you will be a character in the novel. Knights of Blood and Iron. This was the message Kim Suho received as soon as he opened his eyes. Instantly, he realizes he has ended up in the fantasy world of the novel he read the night before but is confused because he woke up on the ground. He gets up, freezing, his mouth paralyzed from sleeping on the road. The system mocks him, leaving him stressed and making Lloyd try to hit it. Regaining consciousness, he knows he has possessed someone from the novel. But the only person who sleeps on the street and lives in the rural area is the young Master Lloyd. His bodyguard, who was searching everywhere, finally finds him. He is none other than the protagonist of the novel, Javier Azrahan. The protagonist recognizes him immediately, as he looks exactly like the illustrations in the novel. In the novel, Javier's reputation as a swordsman spread throughout the continent, but initially, he is just an anonymous knight who works in the countryside. When the protagonist finds out he is the vagabond Lloyd, he becomes extremely irritated. Seeing this, Javier says he never called him a vagabond, but is glad he has self-awareness. Back at his family's mansion, Javier is warming the fireplace, asking if Lloyd really can't remember what happened. Apparently, he drank until he was completely drunk, destroyed the bar, managed to get back home on pure instinct, but ended up fainting on the way. The protagonist, freezing, observes the ground. Although it's warm, the environment is still very cold, as expected in a fantasy medieval world. Before leaving, Javier says he will report the bar incident to Lloyd's father and is questioned by the protagonist about his family's debts. He knows the whole story from the novel, having read it in one night in his apartment. He also knows Lloyd's family's fate. The Baron and Baroness were killed by scammers, and vagabond Lloyd died vomiting blood. The protagonist is furious at how Lloyd has been living until now. It's even worse than his past life in Korea. The next day, his mother asks if he really destroyed things at the bar last night, and asks him to apologize to the owner this time. The protagonist thinks the body owner should apologize since he didn't do anything, but still says he will apologize. His words truly scare them both. They never imagined he would apologize to anyone. In the city, a man working with Hay sees Lloyd and his guard walking through town, so scared of him that he hides behind the cart. In fact, this happens to everyone in town. Even children are instructed not to make eye contact with him. His mere presence disgusts the villagers, but this is something he already knows. He wonders why Javier is following him. Javier says the Lord asked him to prevent any accidents from happening again. In short, he's there to protect the villagers from Lloyd. The protagonist wonders if he should try to clean up his image first, but the more urgent matter is to make a lot of money to settle the family's debts so he can enjoy a good life. He checks the system for any hacks he can use, but only finds 2 useless abilities. Javier asks where Lloyd is going since they are already in front of the bar. The protagonist says he got distracted and didn't realize they had arrived, but Javier is still very suspicious of his actions and suspects he is lying. As the protagonist enters the bar, Javier thinks he's different from the night before, as if he's become someone else. Inside the bar, we see that Lloyd indeed caused a mess the night before. He apologizes, but it only puts the bar owner on high alert. Seeing that the bar owner is scared because he's speaking formally, he tries to be a bit more arrogant, but it seems his apology didn't work very well. Outside, Javier says it's normal for the bar owner not to accept his apologies, since he destroyed all his furniture and decorations that took so long to acquire. He says the bar owner will only be satisfied after receiving compensation, but the protagonist has several family debts to settle. Javier continues, saying the bar owner's mother's condition has worsened due to the winter cold, but this gives the protagonist a brilliant idea. As if a light bulb had finally lit up in his head, he remembers that there's no concept of heated stone slab floors here. If he could make one in this world, it would definitely sell well. This is something Lloyd could never do, but with Kim Suho's knowledge, it would be possible. In Korea, he studied civil engineering and even managed to build a house while in the army. Excited about the new idea, he tells Javier he'll go back to the bar, but as he's returning, he receives a notification from the system saying his real journey has begun, and now he had RP points to earn from people. At first, he doesn't quite understand what it means and imagines it must be similar to XP. However, unlike XP, he doesn't gain it by killing monsters but by improving his relationship with characters, so he takes the opportunity to test how it works on Javier. His impression level with him is at -30, finding this number very low. He tries to compliment him by saying he's handsome, but this only makes the impression even more unfavorable, now at -31. He decides to set this aside for now to avoid irritating him and proceeds to the bar. At the bar, Lloyd is trying to make a contract with the owner. The contract states that he will build something to pay for the cost of all the items he broke. The owner obviously becomes wary and suspicious of his actions, even using a mental barrier ability against the protagonist. Since his reputation is completely destroyed, he can't simply try to transform into someone else to redeem himself. Instead, he uses his reputation as a vagabond to make the bar owner sign the contract. Now with the contract in hand, Lloyd says it was an excellent choice to negotiate with him, while his bodyguard looks at him with suspicion of his actions. Outside in the bar's yard, he's measuring the site with a shovel. Javier asks if he's trying to establish a new pattern of misconduct, since he threatened the bar owner to sign the contract. The protagonist says he's judging him based on what he did in the past, but now things are different. He will make them smile in the end. He starts digging and thinks that the reason for their smiles will be the foundation of his future money. He begins digging a hole and flattening it, hitting it several times to make it smooth. Then he constructs the house structure using wood from the mansion's warehouse. A week later, the foundation of the house is almost ready. He just has to use the red clay by the river to create the exterior. However, he's not an inexhaustible machine. His body is still physically weak. Javier is truly impressed that he is keeping his part of the contract with the bar owner. Even though he's exhausted, the protagonist says he has no time to rest and continues his work. He prepares to cut the wood but is stopped by Javier, who takes the axe from his hand and asks what needs to be done. He tosses the wooden planks into the air and quickly cuts them into perfect shapes. The protagonist is impressed, giving him a thumbs up. This is expected from someone about to become a sword master, and he compares it to modern equipment. He boldly asks Javier to help him dig, which obviously annoys him since instead of thanking him, he's asking him to work more. But the protagonist convinces him, saying that if they finish quickly, he'll be able to satisfy his curiosity about what he's doing. With no other choice but to help him finish faster, Javier starts working with the protagonist, and shortly after, they complete the house. He questions him about the symbol on the plaque, but the protagonist says it's his logo. Then he calls him to check what kind of problem he caused, lighting the fireplace and calling the bar owner and his mother. Both seem to love the warm room. The old woman says she feels like her joints are loosening, while the bar owner wonders how he did it. The protagonist thinks it's normal for people in this world to be surprised by this. It's the power of the Andal floor technique, a Korean method for heating rooms. Javier is impressed, seeing that he really managed to make the two smile. Even though he still doubts Lloyd's intentions, it's undeniable that because of him, two people are happy. Javier's impressions of the protagonist increased by 2 points, earning him 36 RP points. The protagonist even jokes a bit with his bodyguard, saying he was probably thinking, how could trash like this think of that? Even though he spent a bit to build this house, it doesn't matter, as this model house will be the showcase of his new money source. A few days later, people were lining up to experience the sauna. Those coming out all sweaty only made those who hadn't entered yet more curious about it. The protagonist takes this opportunity to try to sell his idea. He created 2 different plans, Type A, which is a separate construction, and Type B, which remodels the existing house floor, also offering a 10% discount if they buy both constructions. While the protagonist is using his cunning to sell the contracts, his father appears, asking what he's doing. The protagonist becomes apprehensive when he sees him, and already in the mansion, they are having dinner facing each other at the table. It's not like he's avoiding him, but it would be problematic if he forbade him from working on the constructions. His father decides to listen to what he has to say and asks what he is plotting this time. He tries to act as Lloyd would and says that the only thing he did was build a heated room for the bar owner, although his father already knows about the contract he made with him and warns that lying and deceiving the population will not be tolerated. The protagonist says that's not what he's doing and asks to leave, but his father asks if he's worried about the family's situation. He continues to say not to worry, that he will overcome this situation immediately, and asks him not to stray from the right path. The protagonist remembers that in his past life, he also heard these words from his father. At the time, he thought everything was fine, but it was all a lie. As he leaves, he tells his father not to give up and to keep going strong. Those were the words he should have said to his father back then. While walking through the corridors thinking about the requests he received, 2 loan sharks pass by him without even greeting him. In the Baron's room, they say he has 5 days until the deadline, and if he continues not paying, they won't stand still. The protagonist, who was eavesdropping behind the door, thinks this is the perfect time to appear. He remembers receiving some RP when Javier's impression increased and found out he could use them to level up his skills. A sensor scans him completely, analyzing all the skills he possesses. The system says he's smarter than he seems, and the protagonist, angry, says it's obvious since he was a high-achieving scholarship student. The 2 skills he acquired based on his current knowledge were basic measurement and basic design. Even though he doesn't quite know what they mean, he buys both. Basic measurement is activated, and his eyes begin to glow green. As soon as he looks outside, he can calculate the land area simply with his eyes. The design skill creates a screen in front of him capable of drawing models quickly, much more useful than doing it on paper, for example. Even though the work will definitely become easier from now on, there's still a construction problem since he doesn't have enough manpower, and he thinks that having a backhoe or heavy machine would make things much easier. The system says it's possible to summon one, making the protagonist quite excited, but it costs 50 RP to summon a random fantasy species, and he only has one. Still, that's great since if fantasy species are as he imagines, they will probably be more useful than heavy machines. Back to the loan sharks. They are threatening the Baron that if he doesn't have enough money to pay, they might end up taking his wife and maid to be sold. However, at that moment, the protagonist arrives, asking if they have no manners just because they are loan sharks. They ask why a child is interfering in adult conversations, but before they ask him to leave, the protagonist asks for their invitation letter. In the kingdom's noble law, in Article 3, Section 6, it says that all nobles have the right to protect their rights and interests, and entering a noble's mansion without an invitation is equivalent to invasion. The loan sharks say they've never heard of this law, but he tells them to check it together and calls Javier. As soon as he enters the room, the protagonist orders to cut off the invader's arms. The loan sharks ask if he's crazy and if he plans to resolve this in court. Then he says that's why he told them to check together. He wants to see which side the court will take. Seeing Javier unsheath his sword, the 2 loan sharks get scared and flee, saying they will regret this. His father questions him scared, saying this won't help calm the situation, until Lloyd throws a bag of money on his table. He says that's the initial payment he received and that it's a considerable amount for this month. His father thinks he's extorting money from people, but Javier tells him not to worry since he's monitoring the young master to keep his promise. Seeing that Javier trusts his son, he allows himself to trust him this time. In the corridors, Javier asks how he knows about the law, as he always thought he was an ignorant person, but the protagonist, angry, replies that he found it around. In fact, he found it in the novel. After the couple's death, the loan sharks wanted to dig and take the bodies to sell. At that moment, Javier talks about the law and cuts off the heads of the 2, knowing the novel's content is beneficial, but in any case, one message catches his attention now. He gains 60 RP as his father's trust increased. He goes to a secluded area away from people and activates the random spin. Several gears start floating in the air, forming a magic circle, but it's smaller than he imagined. From this circle, a small mouse comes out, falling to the ground. Seeing that tiny mouse, the protagonist thinks his summoning was a failure, making the poor mouse cry. It manages to communicate, saying that it's not a failure and can do many things. The protagonist asks what it can do, so it spits out a manual. Despite finding it grosses, the protagonist takes the drool-covered manual and discovers that besides being cute, they can have their constitution altered by feeding them sunflower seeds. Red seeds make them giant for 12 hours, while blue ones make them small. He asks if it can become as big as a human, since hamsters are good diggers. If it were human-sized, it would be really useful. When he feeds it, the hamster starts glowing and growing. It grows so much and so quickly that it ends up colliding with the protagonist, throwing him a bit away. The hamster, which could fit in his palm before, must now be over 10 meters tall. Besides, it has the digging ability, able to quickly dig through the ground. It can also harden the ground by rolling over it, and can store plenty of things in its mouth. The protagonist is happy because the heavy machinery problem is solved, but he can't just show up with these giant creatures since people might get suspicious. So, he will carry a book with him all the time and claim to be a summoning genius. The next day, Lloyd is instructing the workers with his slogans. He makes everyone repeat with him. Safety first. The army of 30 people is clearly demotivated for work, even though they are still paid even if they don't work. The protagonist wonders why the Baron didn't fire them before, but this works better for him since there won't be additional labor costs. To try to motivate them, the protagonist gives a motivational speech, pointing at a handful of dirt, saying he spent the night digging it up and they should take it to the constructions. In reality, it was Padong who did it in 30 minutes. But even with a speech, they are still not motivated at all. He even thinks it's a normal reaction since people don't like to work. Then he is interrupted by the senior knight Nauman, who asks what he just ordered his troops to do. This man appearing there was something he expected. There are 3 knights living on this property, Newman, Bayern, and Javier. In the beginning of the novel, Bayern and Javier remained loyal until the property collapsed. But this man in front of him was the first to betray the Baron. Lloyd asks what he's doing, and he says he can't believe he's giving his soldiers dirty work, and as the head of the knights, he can't accept that. The protagonist says he got approval from the Lord, but he insists on talking about the past and that the protagonist must be using the soldiers for personal purposes. Lloyd asks if he wants a beating, and just with that, the guy gets quite stressed. He then makes the first move by throwing sand in his face. Everyone who sees that is shocked, while the guard asks if he really just tried to tarnish his reputation as a knight. The protagonist pretends he didn't hear what he said, then challenges him to a duel right away. Returning to the mansion, Javier asks if he has confidence in defeating Newman. His opponent has a mana heart, and is also known as a sword specialist, while the protagonist is just a wretch. How could he even think of winning against him? Javier gets irritated with Lloyd teasing him, almost cutting him with his sword. He tries to analyze his actions, but everything he is doing is very strange. After picking his nose, he asks Javier to teach him swordsmanship. Javier says he would never teach his swordsmanship to someone like him, as someone with bad character like him could use it against people around him. The protagonist knew he wouldn't teach his swordsmanship right away, so he proposes to cure his insomnia. Javier wonders how he knows that, as if he's answering him in his head. The protagonist says he read it in the novel. In the novel, the ranking of the knights is divided into 4 levels. Javier's level is expert swordsman, and he will soon rise to the highest level, master swordsman. And the reason he can't sleep is that his nerves are superhuman. He agrees to the contract with Lloyd, but he will only teach swordsmanship if he can make him sleep, and says that he has already tried several ways to cure his insomnia, from cognitive behavioral therapy, herbal remedies, aromatic therapy. Even after saying all that, in a few minutes, he was already sleeping like a baby, hugging his pillow. The method the protagonist used to make him sleep is the same as teachers do in the classroom. He talked so much that at some point he just fell asleep. Now that he has fulfilled his part of the deal, all his sword techniques will be his. The next day, Javier, now refreshed from having a good night's sleep, tells the protagonist to start training with 50 laps. And surprisingly, he starts running without complaining. He completes 1 lap and says he hates doing it, but by the 2nd lap, he totally changes and says he surely didn't expect him to do it without complaining. By the 3rd lap, he unmasks his plan, saying he would say something like, "You don't have talent for this," and ignore the training. While he's being totally annoying to Javier, he gains a skill that asks him to hit himself, but he tells the system to discard it. It would be a lie to say he's not tired, but this is nothing compared to his past life. He had no family and woke up alone every day. At work, he carried bricks up to the 4th floor of a building every day, and at night, he unloaded trucks. All this just to survive, hoping that one day it would get better. Compared to that pain and despair, this is nothing. Seeing that determination and sincerity, Javier decides to teach him his sword technique. In the mansion, Newman talks to the Baron. He is disappointed that his son dared to insult someone who has protected his family for so long. He had hoped that he was becoming more rational, but it seems he was mistaken. He says it's his duty not to cancel the duel, but asks him not to hurt him so much since he's still the heir to the estate. Newman says he accepts his request, but his true intentions are entirely different. He plans to kill him in the fight, and if the Baron complains, he will kill him and his wife and make it look like suicide, all as he had planned. 1 month later, the long-awaited battle begins. The Baron and the Baroness, with their servants, watch anxiously. Newman asks if the protagonist is prepared. He, carrying only a shovel, says he should be prepared to take a beating. Everyone watching the fight from outside wonders if he's really going to fight with a shovel. Javier says he personally asked the blacksmith to forge it. His father is deeply disappointed, thinking he's playing around with a serious situation. But Javier, who has been following what he's been doing for the past month, doubts that he's just fooling around. Early in the morning, he did the basic training without complaining. Then he went to the construction area to teach the residents about Andal, and then practiced swordsmanship until falling asleep at night. Someone who dedicated himself so much for a month couldn't be just fooling around. Javier is sure he's taking the fight seriously. The Baron initiates the duel between them, and the protagonist starts the combat with a pretty mediocre stance. Newman, who was already pissed off with him, is the first to attack but has his first attack defended. Both his father and Javier are impressed that he managed to defend an attack, and it wasn't just luck, since he continues to defend all the subsequent attacks. Javier is impressed with the extraordinary efficiency of his movements. It's like a sword technique evolved over many years. In fact, it's called modern combat, bayonet charge, something every Korean man learns in the army. Even using the shovel as a weapon wasn't random, since in addition to being able to use the shovel to defend himself, he can also use it to attack. For this combat, the protagonist came 100% prepared, first preparing the shovel, second, the basic sword technique, and finally, a tool synchronization ability for excavation. He managed to buy this ability thanks to Javier and his parents. Then, Newman shows why he is a Baron's Knight. He starts accelerating the state of his own mana using his mana heart. He truly prepares to attack this time, advancing almost instantly towards the protagonist. Even Javier says it's impossible for an ordinary person to block an attack from someone who has a mana heart. That's if he were an ordinary person, of course. Even though he attacked with all his strength, aiming to kill, the protagonist manages to block the sword. Newman is confused, feeling as if his body had sunk. This was the fourth ability he prepared, Azrahan's core technique, the technique that made Javier the strongest man in the novel. He realizes that his attack's mana was absorbed, immediately pulling out his sword, but the protagonist takes advantage of this opening to land a blow on his face. The impact is so great that he sees one of his teeth flying, and then he is hit by another attack. Everyone around is shocked. Lloyd really managed to win. His father ends the duel, but this isn't enough to quench Lloyd's anger. He continues to beat him while he's on the ground. His father gets angry, telling him to stop trying to tarnish the knight's honor. As some of the soldiers try to stop him, saying that the duel is over, the other knight from the family remarks that he's out of control. Lloyd claims to have calmed down and asks the soldiers to release him, only to hit him again immediately afterward. Javier, who is observing more closely, notices that he's hitting only in places that would cause almost no wounds, and the calm expression on his face indicates that he already knew this would happen. 15 days before the duel, the protagonist came asking him to teach the mental technique Azrahan. This startles Javier, since this technique was created by him, and supposedly no one else should know it. He confirms if this technique can attract mana from the surroundings and convert it into one's own. Javier asks how he knows the technique, but the protagonist shamelessly lies, saying he talked about it in his sleep. Javier says he can't teach the technique because it's still incomplete, but the protagonist claims he can complete it. He explains that if he absorbs external mana and puts it in the mana heart, the mana heart will simply reject it and explode it out, as they don't mix. He should concentrate it separately, and then move it around the mana heart. Javier thinks this might really be possible and asks how he came up with it, but the protagonist continues to brazenly say he just imagined it would work. That day, Javier was able to complete the technique he had been worrying about for so long, and on the first try, he managed to create 3 circles. Lloyd says he doesn't want to create a mana heart, All he wants to learn is the absorption part. He just wants to absorb what he can touch. Since he had learned this ability, Javier thought he could defeat Newman, but he triumphantly won. His father again tells him to stop talking about his reputation as a knight, but he tells him to look under the tablecloth and then say if this man deserves to be called a knight. He finds several letters, and when he reads their contents, everything is there. From the property's situation to the Baron's likes and dislikes and instructions on how to forge fake documents. These letters contain everything he has shared so far. Newman wonders how he found them since he had hidden them inside the wall, but due to the novel, he already knew where they were and sent his hamster to fetch them. He sees that his father is completely shocked. In the novel, he was described as a kind man, but this protagonist doesn't know the words kind and friendly. He suggests a way to get rid of this man. He proposes throwing fierce rats on his head and then banishing him from the properties or reducing him to a normal knight and giving him a chance to think about his sins. People are confused about why he wants to throw rats at him, since a measly rat wouldn't be able to hurt Newman. Both his father and the people around think it's a sensible and generous suggestion, albeit understandably dangerous. His father agrees to the punishment and asks if Newman has any objections to it. He obviously doesn't, and thanks for their mercy. If you treat an evildoer well, will they really reflect on their sins and return the given mercy? Or will they become even more determined to manipulate and figure out how to take advantage of that kindness? The protagonist says it's great to see his final smile, gives a red sunflower seed for his pet to eat, and says there's no best method to ask for forgiveness. The rat thrown into the air grows to a colossal size, falling on top of Newman, probably killing him. With this, the rotten apple of his lands has just fallen. The next day, his hamster digs a path in the middle of the city. Javier asks what he's doing, and Lloyd replies that he's preparing the way to build a road. The engineering unit, previously shy and unwilling to work, has now become surprisingly efficient. He mentions that in ancient times there was a city called Rome, where people loved roads and even created a road system called the Appian Way. He wants to build something similar, a road that stretches from the Baron's house to the eastern coast. Javier questions again why he's building a road, but the protagonist tells him to just watch quietly and see the rising popularity of roads. However, everything seems very strange to Javier, so he asks where he suddenly learned to do all this. He asks if he's really his young master Lloyd. When the protagonist saw this guy's personality in the novel, he knew something like this could happen. He's the kind of person who would notice the change and immediately draw his sword. He starts using his Lloyd persona, claiming he studied without anyone knowing, and when questioned, since he only lived on alcohol, he says that Javier didn't watch him all day and couldn't know if he was studying or not. He asks how he explains the summoning, as it would be difficult for mages even with 20 years of experience. So the protagonist retorts by asking how he manages to use mana so well at 20 years old, and says that if he's a genius, why couldn't he be one too? Unable to refute his words, Javier just stays silent, so the protagonist seizes the moment to flee and get out of there as fast as possible. He goes to Knight Bayer and asks him to take care of everything while he's away. Javier says he'll accompany him, as it's his duty to watch over the young master, but the protagonist questions why he's stating something so obvious. Javier asks where they are going, and he replies that they are going to a distant place to collect unpaid debts. In a small, remote town in the Runia property, the scammer from Thor to Real Estate is very stressed because he lost a lot of money. His bodyguard says it's normal since he makes money by gambling, and also says that if he doesn't have enough money to pay him, he'll have to leave. The scammer gets scared, saying he can still pay and that he shouldn't go anywhere. He can make money by cheating others again, but since many people are looking for him, it's better to lay low for now. At that moment, the protagonist kicks the bar door open. The man asks what's wrong with him, but when the protagonist introduces himself as Lloyd Frontera, the guy is shocked as if seeing a ghost. The scammer immediately tells his bodyguard to run with him, and with just one leap, he jumps through the bar window. However, when he reaches the alley, a man is already waiting for him. Javier orders him to surrender the scammer and leave. If he refuses, he will be considered an accomplice. The bodyguard won't give up so easily, and as he prepares a spell, he asks if he even knows how to use a sword. The protagonist, observing the fight through the broken window, says that when Javier lost the Baron, he sought revenge and then fought this bodyguard, the first evil black mage he encountered. He had to fight against gravity power. At least that's how it is in the novel. The black mage then uses his gravity magic, directing it towards Javier. He manages to defend using his sword, but the magic expands and creates a gravitational field around him. The black mage then activates the gravity, causing him to break the ground with his feet. When Javier fought this guy in the novel, he was just an expert swordsman, but now this Javier has 3 mana circles and easily manages to cut the gravity magic. Seeing that it will be impossible to confront him directly, the black mage flees, saying that wasn't part of the contract. Javier asks if he knows what happens if he strikes a noble, intending to cut his legs, so he will crawl to the tribunal. However, at the last second, the scammer is saved by Lloyd, who steps in the middle of the attack and prevents it from landing. He shouts at Javier, saying he will be punished with death if he goes to the tribunal. Javier is shocked. Lloyd just showed kindness to another person. They tie up and lock the swindler in the room. Seeing him quite apprehensive, the protagonist tells him not to be so afraid since he won't kill him. After all, if he did, the people he owes money to would cause a mess. The swindler asks if the protagonist will forgive him, and Lloyd replies that he won't take it to the tribunal, but he expects compensation in money. But since he doesn't have money to pay, the protagonist has another way to forgive him. All he has to do is sign this contract, and that's it. The swindler asks what kind of contract it is. It's just an ordinary worker's contract, and he will be paid, of course, but 80% of his salary will go to repayments due to the high debt, to be paid after 520 years. This shocks both the swindler and Javier. It was obvious that he wasn't there just to sympathize and forgive. The protagonist thinks he'd never be crazy enough to kill a guy who owes him. He'll suck every drop of money he can for the rest of his life. The swindler asks how he can make such an unfair contract, but when the protagonist threatens to take it to the tribunal, he ends up signing the contract right away. Back in the cart on the way to town, we see the swindler still tied up. Javier mentions that due to this guy's money, they won't have to worry about interest for a few months. However, the protagonist corrects him, saying he'll use all that money to invest in labor costs since the 30 soldiers aren't enough. A few days later, we see the protagonist recruiting employees. The line is so long that it extends for several meters. He asks Javier if these people really hate him. He's sure they do, but due to selling the Diendal for a lower price and being firm in punishing the traitor, people have started to see him as trustworthy and capable. The man in front of him asks where to sign the contract but thanks him first since his son used to get very cold in winter. But thanks to him, he doesn't have to worry about that this year. The protagonist even feels ashamed, as he's only satisfying his greed. The man continues, saying he has relatives from another town who would like to buy the Andals. The protagonist expected this to happen, since he didn't build the Andal for nothing. Now he'll raise the price under the pretext of travel expenses and make all the money from them. Up in the mountains, Lloyd tells Javier that one day this mountain will be entirely bare because the Andal consumes a lot of resources. The trees here won't last long. That's why he's canceling the construction of the Appian Way. At the end of the road, there's a reserve of bituminous coal. They'll extract and sell it for a high price. If the Andal gains a high level of approval, other countries won't be able to resist. Of course, the people in their town will get a discount, but just a little. Lloyd asks if he finds this unfair, but he says if he doesn't do it, he won't be able to pay off the family's debts. Javier agrees with this, but mining there is impossible as it already collapsed once. Still, he says he can do it because he knows modern-era excavation technology. He will use the shield method. Javier has no idea what this shield method means but says he'll continue to observe this completely different young master. However, even the protagonist who read the novel doesn't know everything. In this world, there are hidden dangers, and within the cave are thousands of creatures just waiting to emerge. Lloyd clasps his hands and performs magic, casting it upward and summoning a high-level apartment. A huge building appears from the sky, falling behind him. At least that's what he would like to do, but the only magic he uses is on his finger to design faster. Tired because this project is taking too long, he thinks he would like to summon 100 undead workers who don't need a salary. Due to the incident with Newman, he gains 639 reputation points due to favorable impressions from people. He upgraded his basic design skills and basic measurement skills to intermediate level, gaining new functions. Arriving at the mine entrance, he reflects on how he's supposed to dig there. He activates his intermediate measurement skill and can scan up to 5 meters. With this ability, he can find the safest path, but the problem is how to unearth the entrance quickly. Humans will take too long and get tired easily, and Padong is sick of the road project. He sees no other choice but to randomly draw a new species. He activates the mini portal again, which makes quite a noise, and a mini snake comes out of it. Seeing this cute snake, it seems apparently useless on the outside, but he remembers that was the case with Padong too, and asks if it grows big with sunflower seeds. He asks her to demonstrate her skills, and weeks later, he sees that she is much more useful than he imagined. She can eat the earth in front of the shield equipment, then she digests the food, and at that moment, Javier prepares for the attacks. She excretes steel, and Javier is in charge of cutting them, which are then used to build the terrain's support structure. Javier questions why he's cutting the poop of a giant snake, but the protagonist doesn't care and orders everyone to move forward, pushing the iron shield. Even though he installed oxygen tubes, he still feels a bit dizzy, but if it weren't for them, he would have probably passed out inside. Seeing that he's starting to get tired, Javier tells him that he also needs to rest with the other workers, but the protagonist says he's the site manager and needs to oversee the operation and act responsibly. In Korea, the people in charge of the work were the kind of people who didn't even show up on site. He hated those people and promises never to be like them. So, he uses his ability and detects luminous coal ahead. He cheers everyone up, saying they're almost there, and thanks the little snake because thanks to her, they were able to do this 10 times faster. While the protagonist explains that after they reach the coal, they'll have to dismantle the shields and expand the space, they start hearing a noise coming from the ground. Alarmed, the protagonist uses his ability and sees a small hole that wasn't there before, and this hole begins to grow larger until a giant ant emerges from it. Javier immediately cuts its antennae, and Lloyd uses his shovel to crush its head. The sudden appearance of this monster surprised him since it's something that didn't appear in the novel. But this is not the time to relax because an ant never walks alone. Thousands of ants begin to appear, and the protagonist evacuates everyone outside, while Javier manages to hold several of them, cutting them into pieces. If there's an ant colony, there can be from 200 to 1,000 monsters there. Javier is running out of breath. He won't be able to hold them all, and the path they made is so well structured that it won't collapse unless they use dynamite. The situation seems very complicated, so Javier slaps Lloyd's face to snap him out of it and not panic. Who is thinking incessantly for a solution, comes up with another brilliant idea. He tells Javier that they will attack head-on and enter the ant tunnel, even though he thinks it's absurd. There must be some reason behind it, so they proceed. At the mansion, the Baron receives the news that monsters have invaded the mine and that his son and Javier stayed behind. He quickly puts on his armor set and tells them to go immediately to the mine. Meanwhile, Javier continues fighting the ants and asks how much more they have to face. The two are completely surrounded by the ants. The protagonist knows that Javier is reaching his limit. He uses his ability to locate methane gas somewhere underground, knowing that if they can find it, they can create a large-scale explosion to deal with the ants. He manages to locate it and starts digging to unearth the methane gas, with Javier protecting him. Things seem to be going well, but they both hear a very loud scream. The Ant Queen has decided to show up, and just by seeing her size, Javier says he can't face her. However, in this situation, he has no choice but to push beyond his limits, managing to defend against and counterattack the Queen's assault. While Javier fights her, the protagonist continues digging until he finally uncovers the gas. He tells Javier to get out of there as fast as possible and run to the entrance, while he grabs a still-burning torch. They run through the tunnel filled with dead-end bodies, and when they finally put enough distance, he throws the flaming torch towards the gas outlet. The Ant Queen tries to attack them but is hit by the massive explosion caused by the gas. Not only her, but all the ants in the cave are caught in the blast. Outside, people hear the noise and a great tremor from deep inside the cave. The Baron worries about his son and tries to enter the cave but is stopped by his bodyguard. Inside, the two survive the explosion, but Javier and the snake have fainted. To make matters worse, the entrance is blocked. Realizing they will soon run out of oxygen, the protagonist uses his ability to see through the wall. He sees no other option but to start digging. Javier, who managed to keep some consciousness, sees him working to get them out, and as a result, he builds a stronger bond with him. Seeing that he has nothing more to lose, he asks the system to enhance his abilities. The system reanalyzes the abilities he possesses, combining all these skills to create the core technique Azrahan. When the ability is created, he feels immense power coursing through his body. Even though he doesn't have a mana core, he can feel the mana circulating around his core. His mana increase went up to 120%, and now he has plenty of RP to spend, so he keeps increasing it until his technique reaches level 10. When it reaches level 10, it evolves, and he starts feeling 2 mana circles circulating around his heart. Now his mana increase is at 200%, and he also gains 2 new abilities, one that prevents fatigue for 10 minutes, and another that triples his mana for 20 minutes. He activates his fatigue preventing ability, and begins digging tirelessly towards the exit. After digging deep into the excavation, he finally sees a hole indicating the way out, but he is still 5 meters away. He doesn't give up and keeps digging until he reaches 3 meters away, but his oxygen runs out, and he falls to his knees, exhausted. Then he activates his other ability, Power Extension, and continues to hold on firmly to the excavation, but its limit is 20 seconds, which is not enough time for him to reach the exit. Already feeling hopeless, he thinks that as the son of a noble in a remote area, he just wanted to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, he is about to die after exerting so much effort. When he was about to accept his fate, Padong appears, making a small hole. This small hole is enough for him to breathe and regain his strength. Even though he is tired, he still gets up, clinging to the hope that a peaceful life as a noble awaits him just ahead. Inside the cave, the Baron's group explores it, even the deep parts, in search of the two, until he sees his son carrying Javier on his back, who surpassed the limits of his own body, was able to create a third ability that allowed him to endure until there. Seeing that he has finally achieved his goal, the protagonist faints, being embraced by his father. The next day, people in the city talk about what happened. Those who thought Lloyd was just a spoiled brat are impressed by his determination and courage to stay there, fighting against the ants and rescuing all the workers. Back in his room, Lloyd sleeps under Javier's watchful eye. As soon as he opens his eyes, the system's message saying that people are impressed with his courage and heroism appears in front of him. He quickly becomes a hero and gains 500 RP for it, which makes him very happy, of course. The next day, the workers are even more motivated in mining, and when they see Lloyd arriving, everyone starts greeting him and thanking him for saving them. They now see him as the person who saved their lives and think he's different from other nobles. 2 weeks have passed since the incident, and even though nothing has happened, the protagonist still decides to prioritize safety and conduct sweeps around the mine. Javier asks why he's personally doing these dangerous things when he could just send one of the workers. But the protagonist calls him an idiot. He should be responsible for the dangerous tasks, so they won't say anything even if he spends a lot of money. They reach the end of the tunnel, and Javier tells them to go back. But the protagonist seems to have seen something with his ability. He starts digging to investigate, as there might be ant eggs that haven't hatched yet. But what he finds is something unexpected. An orc trapped along with several other animals, probably stored to be eaten later. Javier says he looks dangerous and intends to take care of him right away, but he's stopped by the protagonist. Lloyd asks if he's dead, but Javier says ants have a habit of only paralyzing what they're going to eat. The MC gives a wicked smile and says this is an incredible reward. Back at the mansion, the orc is already awake. His name is Hirosh, and he says he will never forget him as his savior. Hirosh, the son of the orc tribe leader, says he will do anything for Lloyd for being his savior. In fact, that was the exact reason he helped the Green One. Our Prota asks for 120 orc workers to help at the mine, but his request is denied by the orc. As orcs are warriors, only other warriors can give them orders, and since young Lloyd is not a warrior, he couldn't give orders to the orcs even if they provided workers. In the orc tribe, it's necessary to bring the head of a monster ant when one becomes an adult. Hirosh made a mistake in the tunnel and ended up being paralyzed, but of course, our MC wouldn't let this opportunity pass so easily. Before anything else, he congratulates him for becoming an adult orc. Hirosh, crestfallen, says he couldn't catch a monster ant, so the protagonist says they caught the ant queen together, showing her head pinned to the wall. The Hulk says he doesn't remember catching such a big ant, but the liar says it was a truly surprising sight because when he entered the ant tunnel, the queen was trembling with fear. While Javier listens to his disgusting lie, the orc believes that they are both excellent warriors and that they together caught the queen. Lloyd mentions the 120 workers again, but this time the orc says he will recruit them. A week later, in the Steel Sand Tribe village, the protagonist, who had made a long trip there, finds out that the orc leader refuses his request. Shocked, he asks why. The orc chief says they need to hunt every day, and if they don't eat protein right after the hunt, they will lose muscle strength. Javier says these orcs are bodybuilding maniacs, so it will be impossible to convince them. The protagonist asks if there was a way to preserve the meat so they could go without hunting for more than 3 days, and he says he knows how to prevent the meat from spoiling even after several days. Let's go back a little in time to remember the moment they arrived in the village. The father and son, who hadn't seen each other for so many days, were extremely emotional to see each other again. They run to each other and give a tight hug. The impact of the hug alone was so strong that it caused a gust of wind to spread around. Lloyd says that if anyone had been between those two, they would have turned into mincemeat. Our mercenary thinks that if they can get 120 workers with these two, productivity will increase hundreds of times. But that wasn't the only thing that caught his attention. When Hirosh brought the Ant Queen's head as a celebration, the orcs were using massive gold objects for squats. Lloyd is shocked and wonders where they found those. It's as if they stole or took them from somewhere. Because of this, he makes a deal with the orc tribe leader to get both the labor force and the treasures. Javier is reading the contract and discovers that they will build a stone-cold storage warehouse. Not knowing what that means, he asks Lloyd. The royal family preserves food using ice magic. What they are going to do is similar, but they won't use magic. To make it, they will need a special stone called granite. It is a very resistant stone and will be difficult to extract. Normally, one would use dynamite to extract the stones, but right next to him is a human dynamo. From Javier's look, he already knows he will use him again. In one of the main episodes of the story, in the city of Namrum, the entire population was trapped in a magic barrier, and within this city were thousands of refugees that Javier needed to save. At this moment, Javier was a sword master with 4 cores spinning around his mana heart. At this moment of despair, he unintentionally created a skill. The explosion from the collision was so strong that, aside from destroying the magic barrier, it became one of his main techniques. Lloyd explains this technique that he could use. Javier again asks how he knows about this, but the protagonist says he just thought of it at some point. Even though the real reason he taught him this technique was to use him, it would still be a great strength boost if he could execute it. Protecting the mana heart with 1 core and moving the other 3, he releases an explosion into the rock. It was so strong that it tore through all his clothes and even ruffled his hair. Angry, Javier asks if he knew that would happen, but Lloyd says he had no idea and apologizes. Anyway, the idea worked. Now it's his turn to work. Javier speaks of his knight's honor, and that now he's being used for construction, but the MC realizes that this is just his way of showing gratitude. After this, the construction proceeded rapidly. The granite Javier cut was carried by Padang. The orcs who were addicted to training started working on their own. Because of this help, they will be able to finish 5 times faster, and the last thing they will need is the ice and thermal insulation. Lloyd asks Javier where the people with the insulating material are. He replies that it's been exactly 3 weeks, and the group should have arrived by now. There are 2 possibilities. Either the soldiers are lazy, or there was an accident. The protagonist says they must check immediately. Javier stops him and says that if this is a mission, he should do it alone since he doesn't know what kind of accident happened. It could be dangerous. But Lloyd has explained this several times. He is in charge of construction and responsible for the workers' lives. Exploring further into the mountains, he ends up finding one of the gloves he had custom made to use when handling insulating materials. Javier warns that he senses a strange energy coming toward the canyon, an abnormal flow of mana but very faint. Thinking about it, he tries to remember if he saw something similar in any of the novel's episodes, but something leaves him completely terrified. He immediately says there's no time, and they need to walk quickly, as everyone might be dead. They venture further into the canyon, finding several clues from the missing group, until they reach Rupalan's dungeon. This was a place Javier had been looking for since the beginning of the novel, the hideout of a black mage named Rupalan. The protagonist is deeply irritated that someone dared to lay hands on his workers. Javier is the first to enter the cave, telling Lloyd to stay behind him. He ends up stepping into a trap but is narrowly saved by the protagonist. MC asks if he's sure he's a knight. He should have thought that there might be a trap inside. In fact, he already knew about the existence of this trap since in the novel, Javier fell into it and had to continue through the dungeon all battered. But Javier is the type of person who never falls for the same trick twice. Lloyd comments that earlier, he felt a normal mana flow and asks him to use that technique since magical traps are linked to mana. He would be able to sense any abnormalities. Javier manages to detect where the traps are located and begins to guide the way to the back of the cave. The swordsman thinks that even though his master always lies or insists on annoying things, this time it seems like he knows exactly what's going on. He can't sense any special mana or energy, and thinks it might be a type of very powerful mana, but he decides to ignore that and focus on rescuing the workers. Inside the cave, a black mage senses the presence of intruders since one of the traps was activated. They probably came to rescue the recently kidnapped people. However, the black mage has already finished the preparations he needed to make and approaches a large iron door. Opening it, the 5 missing workers are there. He grabs one of them by the hair and starts dragging him, throwing him into a magic circle of blood. This is the magic circle that connects to hell. Using a scythe bathed in blood for 100 days and a young human, he will execute his spell. Before he can hit him, the black mage hears a shout telling him to stop. At the entrance to the laboratory, he sees Lloyd and Javier ready to attack him. Surprised at how fast they got there since there were hundreds of traps in the cave, the mage automatically uses one of his spells. 2 iron doors close around them, trapping them in that small space. The protagonist already knows what's coming and holds his breath as a sleep-inducing gas starts to fill the area. Lloyd uses his ability that makes him tireless for 10 minutes and starts digging quickly into the ground to make a tunnel. He doesn't need to worry about Javier since he is already immune to all medications to treat his insomnia, so sleeping pills don't work on him. Seeing Lloyd digging a hole under the door, he looks like a giant mole. Javier will keep that memory to tease him later. When the MC finishes digging the hole, he calls Xavier to finish it, preparing a magical explosion to surprise the black mage. The big explosion works, and the black mage is totally shocked to see that. Observing the protagonist emerge from the hole in a monstrous way, he decides to summon a creature to fight. A 2-headed monster comes out of the circle. Even though it's one of his failures, this monster is still very strong. Seeing this giant creature in front of him, Lloyd tries to tell Javier its weak point, but using the explosive wave, he manages to make a cut that tears the monster in half. Even the MC is impressed, since he didn't know he could use the explosion as a propeller to cut. This is a technique that doesn't even exist in the novel. Seeing the swordsman easily deal with his monster, the black mage goes into despair as he can't defeat them. The protagonist approaches him and asks how he intends to compensate for delaying the construction by 2 weeks due to the soldier's abduction. The black mage kneels, begging for forgiveness. In his mind, all he thinks about is surviving, but the protagonist doesn't care about the apology and asks about the compensation. With no alternatives, the black mage offers all his magical items. Lloyd is quite pleased that all the items will be his, while Javier rescues the soldiers. The MC asks what he was going to do with the kidnapped soldiers. The black mage was studying the resurrection of the dead, trying to bring back his deceased wife and son. He worked as a mage in the Lord's mansion, but one day the Lord tried to take them away from him, so the black mage planned to escape with his family. Lloyd interrupts his story right in the middle. He is not interested in hearing it at all. The protagonist asks if the black mage really thinks that bringing back his wife and daughter after killing hundreds of people will be good. Due to his selfish goal, he ruined several other happy families. He can only be judged as a serial killer after doing that. Lloyd says he will come back later to take the magical tools. While turning his back, he asks him never to hurt anyone again. The black mage is amazed by his kindness and thanks him several times for sparing his life. In the novel, Javier also forgives the black mage and forces him out of the laboratory. Repellent kills hundreds and transforms into something strange, becoming a demonic villain who fights Javier several times. Even knowing that he was beyond saving, Lloyd still turned his back because he knew from the beginning what he would try to do. Quickly, Javier finishes off the black mage who was ready to attack, removing his head from his body. Before becoming Lloyd, in his past life, he met a man who simply mistreated him for no reason. The supervisor acted like this every day, and the MC always apologized. Thinking that kindness begets kindness, he lowered his head, but precisely because of this, he chose him as an easy prey to be mistreated. One day his anger finally consumed him, and he couldn't stay calm anymore. That day the protagonist gave the beating that bastard deserved. While hitting him, all he could think was that he was screwed. But the result was completely different. The man started to fear him and avoid him. On that day, he realized that there are certain moments when violence needs to be stopped with violence. Villains must receive punishment equal to their crimes. Returning to the orc village, the protagonist notices that his men are very tired. Seeing that he could faint at any moment, Lloyd instructs him to hand over his backpack. The worker hesitates to comply, but Lloyd explains that if he faints, someone will have to carry both him and his backpack. In reality, the young master takes backpacks from all the workers, ties them together, and declares that if anyone complains from now on, they won't receive bonuses. Javier isn't sure if he's doing this just for the backpacks or for the soldiers as well, but the truth doesn't matter to them, since all the soldiers see Lloyd as a trustworthy leader they can follow. The system sends messages asking if he doesn't find this rewarding, but for the protagonist, his only reward is money, nothing more. Arriving at the orc village, the stone-cold storage is already complete. Inside, the young orc notes that it is indeed a bit colder than outside, but not enough to prevent the meat from spoiling. Lloyd says it's still not complete as they lack ice to cool the area. Hiroshi asks how he's going to get ice since their living area is very hot. With a smile, Lloyd says he'll get it one way or another, which makes the orc doubt him, thinking he brought a swindler to the village. However, the young Hulk decides to trust him, since his savior shouldn't be a bad person. When the orc leaves, Javier asks how he's going to make ice, but that's something even the protagonist doesn't know. Javier questions him signing the contract without a plan, but Lloyd explains that to be successful, you have to make the impossible happen. At night, the protagonist sits on rocks pondering how to make ice. First, he made molds and asked his pets to fill them with water, but he doesn't know how to turn it into ice. In this world, there are ice mages, but he doesn't know exactly how their magic works. He knows that magic is a way to control mana freely, a technique based on changing the arrangement of mana in the atmosphere. There are various types of different mana. If he can gather just one type and concentrate it, then he might have what is considered magic. Lloyd asks his pets to fill the giant ice cubes. Even though he can't use mana freely, he can do something similar. Placing his hand in the water and using the Azrahan core technique, he will try to draw only the warm mana and leave the cold in the water. In the first attempt, he does the opposite and pulls only the cold energy. Javier thought he was just being reckless, but apparently, the young master is finding his way proudly. A few days later, he actually succeeds. The orc chief and his son are shivering in the cooling room. What causes all this cold is a huge block of ice made from several smaller ones. Both of them are truly happy. Now they don't need to hunt every day or waste protein. Lloyd looks at Javier with a look that says, "This is the mind of an entrepreneur," and the swordsman agrees that he was indeed right. The orc lord says he is deeply indebted to Lloyd, who has now gained the 120 workers, mentions that he was merely following the contract. However, the chief states they don't take things for granted just because of a contract. Therefore, he and the entire Steel Sand tribe now declare Lloyd Frontera's family as blood brothers, and to celebrate, all the orcs strike the Arnold pose. All friends of the Frontera family will also be their friends, and all enemies will be considered enemies of the entire tribe. The protagonist, pleased, reciprocates by flexing his few muscles. After a week, when they arrived in the city, people's reaction was exactly what they expected. It's obvious they were scared to see 120 muscular orcs entering the city. Lloyd wonders if he should have made a formal announcement to calm the people. It seems even that wouldn't have worked since even his parents, who knew the orcs were coming, were scared. Besides the points the protagonist gained from the orc village, the story of how he saved the workers from the dark mage also spread, leaving him with a total of 911 points. The Baron said he would look for wealthy merchants to buy the orcs' equipment. Now all that's left is to figure out how to use the dark mage's tools. While looking through a book, Lloyd finds something so surprising that he immediately rushes to the mine. There, he searches for the defaulter everywhere and tells him he has great news. The clause in the contract stating he would work for 520 years was a joke, since it makes no sense for someone to live that long. But now he won't have to worry about it, as he found a spell that can turn someone's body into a ghost and control it. This means he will be able to work for the next 520 years. The protagonist asks why he's the only happy one there and tells him to smile. The defaulter forces a smile, while shedding tears of despair. His actions were so cruel that the system says the king of hell is enchanted by his personality. Returning to the mansion, there are things he needs to discuss personally with the Baron. He looks for him everywhere, but a maid says the Baron received a visit from loan sharks. At that moment, Lloyd's expression changes completely. He definitely has something planned for them. In the meeting room, the loan sharks are trying to convince the Baron to hand over the mine in exchange for paying only 10% of the initial debt. While he is silent, thinking about it, the protagonist knocks on the door asking to come in. This time, Lloyd arrives quite friendly to talk to them. They immediately show they have the contract, and that he won't be able to expel them from the house again. However, he continues with his act and humbly asks to make a suggestion. They refuse, but Lloyd keeps talking, leaving them quite irritated. Lloyd goes on and says that if he doesn't make suggestions, it will leave him a little irritated. At that moment, behind him, the young orc appears in fury, asking who made his brother irritated. The two loan sharks are terrified of the orc, but Lloyd tells him not to worry, as they will accept his suggestion. After the meeting, the two loan sharks run out of the mansion. Lloyd tells his father that he would like to make the debt disappear, but since that would be a crime, they must be content with this outcome. He also mentions that the extraction of bituminous coal is going very well. However, now they have another terrible problem to deal with. Orcs eat 10 times more than a normal person, and if they can't resolve this, they will end up with more debts. As he expected, the orcs are great miners. Some of them mine for over 24 hours without stopping and have to be forcibly removed by humans. Their productivity is 10 times better than he expected, and they also refuse to receive wages. Their payment is in food, but the cost of this food has increased so much that Lloyd considers raising taxes to meet this demand. However, continuously raising taxes would be theft, making the population dissatisfied and work less. The simple solution to this problem is for the population to earn more money, and for that, they will use the wasteland in the north of the village, turning a swamp into a farm. Obviously, this won't be easy. Even with knowledge from another world, the protagonist still struggles to create a perfect drainage system. After 21 days of effort and hard work, even Javier asks the Baron if he should stop Lloyd, as he's not sleeping or resting properly. But the chief says that he used to hate his son, as he was worthless. But now seeing all his effort to achieve something, the only thing he can do is respect and not get in his way. When night fell, Lloyd finally managed to create a perfect drainage system. Now, tax money will flow like water. He lies on the ground extremely tired, but compared to the overtime and sleepless nights he used to endure, he can handle it. At this moment, a notification from the system appears in front of him, adding a new option to the design ability, allowing simulations using data obtained through measurement. Lloyd does a quick test, activating his ability on a distant mountain, and when he modifies the structure in an abnormal way, it breaks. He's angry that the system only mentioned this now, after a month of working like crazy. Arriving at the swamp, he starts the first phase of the wetland recovery project. The first step is to have his pets drink all the water from the land. The MC knows that just the two of them won't be able to do it, so he intends to use all his points to summon as many pets as possible. With his current number of RPs, he can summon 4 of them. The pets don't need to have special abilities. They just need to be big enough to drink all the water. The creature that comes out of the portal hits the protagonist's face due to its speed, and when it lands, Lloyd is surprised as it looks like a hippopotamus, an aquatic animal. The 3 pets celebrate by playing among themselves. The protagonist, now hopeful, asks him to show his instructions. Like all the others, Hippo spits out a card, and Lloyd, accustomed to this, picks up the card and reads it, discovering that it won't grow even if fed sunflower seeds. As Hippo doesn't grow like the others, it won't be suitable for this mission, so Lloyd decides to ignore it and summon another. His pets become irritated by his attitude and console their new friend. The protagonist tries to explain that he's not suitable for the job, but the pets go on strike, insisting he acknowledge their values. Lloyd decides to give it a chance and asks about its ability. The small hippo demonstrates the one gulp ability, which allows it to drink a lot of water in just one gulp, but it can only drink what its stomach can hold. Lloyd briefly thought this would be the best ability for the job, but is once again disappointed. Hippo decides to show what it can do and starts drinking water from the lake. The protagonist thinks he's hallucinating. As Hippo seems to be getting bigger, it begins to drink the entire lake, leaving Lloyd astonished by how much it has grown. In a few seconds, that immense swamp dries up. Hippo seems satisfied after drinking so much water, while the protagonist is completely shocked by how much he managed to drink in such a short time. The other two pets look at their master with a "I told you so" expression, while Lloyd asks the system if this is really random since he always gets the magical beasts he needs. But the system is vague and only says he's lucky. Hippo asks if it can keep drinking more. The reincarnated architect tells him to drink until he can't anymore, since the construction of the matrix terrain will start tomorrow. The next day, the workers are amazed at Hippo's size. He's part of the first process, drinking the maximum amount of water and spitting it into the river, repeating this process several times until everything is dry. Then the workers remove the roots of the herbs and the rest of the plants in the soil. Using mana explosion, holes are made, and bamboo is placed while Padong compacts the soil to remove water from the deepest part of the ground. Hippo uses the bamboo as straws. Only after all this, using his simulation ability, they build a dam. With all these processes completed, they have just finished the first sector. Lloyd shouts that after they finish, they'll have a big celebration, cheering up all the workers. After a few days, even Javier is impressed that they turned that abandoned land into cultivated land, but he also wonders when a swordsman started working in construction so naturally. Lloyd arrives shouting his name. He asks Javier to spread seeds along the way to combat some insects. The great swordsman has been reduced to a farmer. Next time, he'll be sure to refuse these requests from the young master. At that moment, the Baron and Baroness arrive, seeing that wonderful scene, and everyone must be thinking the same thing they are. What they're witnessing is a miracle. The people of the village start to show respect for the protagonist, earning him even more RPs. Javier is also happy taking care of his plants, watering them as if they were his daughters. Lloyd says the only thing left to finish everything is the water wheel, a device to prevent the swamp from flooding again. They start to hear horse hooves approaching. An entire cavalry is heading towards them. Lloyd asks who those men are. Javier says that's Viscount Racona, who owns the northern part of the swamp. When they arrive, the protagonist identifies himself as responsible for the construction. One of the mounted subordinates says this is the Viscount's land, and they should leave immediately. The Mara's swamp is a place that hasn't been visited by anyone for hundreds of years. The northern part is land administered by Viscount Lacona, while the southern part is administered by the Frontera. However, they obviously claimed rights over the land out of nowhere, aiming to take this fertile land without any effort from the start. It makes sense for them to insist on handing over the land, since a part of the swamp is indeed their property. That much is clear until now. Lloyd asks the Viscount if he's really saying that his land was invaded. The man on horseback tries to speak but is interrupted by the protagonist, who says this conversation is among nobles. The man gets angry, while the farmers question the young master's actions. Lloyd introduces himself as the eldest son of the Frontera family. The Viscount comments that his behavior is indecent and asks to call Baron Frontera. The MC pretends not to have heard and scratches his ear. When questioned, he says the only thing he heard was the sound of a dung fly. The Viscount looks for the fly but is alerted by his guard that the young man is referring to him. Lloyd talks about the laws of the kingdom's lands, Law number 321, a special law about cultivating wasteland. If wasteland is abandoned for a long time, it's possible to establish ownership of the land. If left unattended for 100 years without residence or cultivation, it's considered land without an owner. To be recognized as property, the land must meet one of 4 requirements, and one of them is to have a harvest of at least one specific planting. At that moment, Javier remembers his conversation with Lloyd some time ago, where he mentioned that the seeds are to rid the land of pests. The protagonist congratulates the Viscount on witnessing the first harvest in the history of the Mara's swamp. Realizing that he had already prepared himself, the Viscount feels deceived. Lloyd kindly gives the cabbage as a gift to him and orders the cavalry to leave his territory, or else they would be considered trespassers. Seeing them all leave disappointed, Javier asks if he received a prophecy that these people were coming. In reality, this isn't the first time the protagonist has dealt with people trying to take advantage of others' efforts. All the farmers are also satisfied and celebrate that the young master managed to protect their lands. However, he continues to maintain his mercenary pose, only thinking about money, and tells everyone to get back to work. Late at night, the protagonist sits watching the crops being hit by a huge storm. With summer ending, autumn brings rain. Even though he has used simulation hundreds of times, he shouldn't let his guard down and observe until the end. By morning, the rain has passed, and with it, the worry. Thanks to his great invention, that land didn't turn back into a swamp, and he even gained achievement points from the system. Now that the first thing is done, he will move on to the next step. Meanwhile, in Viscount Lacona's territory, he might be indignant with the situation. If they continue planting for 2 years, the land will officially be theirs. The swamp is the land where golden eggs will hatch. Even his stomach is hurting from having to give up his precious land. He can't let this fertile land slip from his hands and asks his executive to call the dye workshop supervisor. A few days later, Lloyd wakes up from his bed with a severe headache. Perhaps the long days without sleep have finally caught up. Even so, he can't just lie in bed, as there's much to do. The problem arises when even Javier wakes up strangely. He's also experiencing the same headache, making the protagonist realize that this isn't just a coincidence, but something intentionally done by someone. It wasn't just the two of them who were affected. The maid Emily, Mr. Alap, the boy in charge of the cows, and the cows themselves were all affected. In summary, this is affecting everyone in the village, humans and animals alike. The animals with better instincts refuse to drink water, leading the protagonist to believe that the water must be causing this. Lloyd's greatest weapon in this world is his knowledge, but after the incident with the ants, he realized that not everything is as it seems. Expecting the Viscount to take action, research was done on his territory, revealing that his main source of income is dye technology using the Ladona fruit. The problem is that this fruit can be toxic to humans. Due to his envy and greed, Racona, without a doubt, sabotaged the village's water. Inside the mansion, Baron Frontera is shocked by a proposal. The Viscount's subordinate demands half of the wetlands, promising they would stop dumping dye waste into the water. The protagonist's father calls it blackmail, but that's exactly what he planned to do. Even if taken to court, it will take at least 2 years for a verdict, and with all the legal fees and the cost of new clean water, it will be very expensive for him. At that moment, Lloyd enters the room, telling his father that their parasitic neighbors are tampering with the water. The door slams in the subordinate's face, who complains to the protagonist for insulting his master. With a look of anger, the protagonist remarks that he didn't know trash parasites could understand humans. Humiliated again, the knight cannot contain his anger, drawing his sword and challenging him to a duel. Shortly after, we see the same scene again, with Lloyd beating someone who has already surrendered. After the person cries and begs for mercy, Lloyd pretends to be satisfied, only to beat him again shortly afterward. The Baron warns his son that the duel is over, but his expressions show he's quite pleased with what he's doing. After being beaten, the subordinate returns to his master, who calls him trash for being beaten by the incompetent son of the Baron. However, upon reflection, the subordinate did a good job because the Frontera can only take the case to court, and they can use this public beating to delay the process by 3 or 4 years. At least, that's what the protagonist thinks the Viscount is planning. However, as a Frontera, he will resolve this using his own methods, rallying the population to defend their lands from greed. First, to solve the water problem, they build a reservoir using hippo to bring water from a local river before it becomes polluted, filling the reservoir. Javier says it's a good solution, but they'll have to do it every day without rest. Lloyd says it's only a temporary solution. The real plan is to build a water supply system. To do this, infrastructure will have to be built to bring water from Lake Kapua in the eastern mountains, which will be a massive undertaking in terms of work and costs. However, the protagonist knows exactly how they will recover what was spent, multiplied by 100. Months later, the Viscount is extremely anxious about something. The manager informs him that the eldest son of Baron Frontera is requesting an audience to help solve recent problems. Inside the room, Lloyd sarcastically remarks that he's doing very well and is there to help with his problems. The Viscount tries to play dumb, saying he has no problems, but Lloyd insists he could save his dye workshop from bankruptcy. At that moment, the Viscount understands that the crisis he's facing is the fault of young Frontera. But before he says anything, Lloyd explains that due to the waste he dumped in the river, they had to bring water from Lake Kapua. Workers had to dig a long path of land, laying pipes for the water to pass through. In the middle of the route, they came across a huge valley, and their only alternative was to build a Roman-style aqueduct. For this, Javier had to blast a lot of limestone, as it's a material used in construction. Some limestone rocks ended up accidentally in the river. Anxiously, the Viscount asks, "What the hell does this have to do with your paint workshop?" Lloyd explains that the water flowing to the workshop is full of limestone, which caused their clothes to be dyed brown. Rakona says she will take them to court, and the protagonist says it will take at least 2 years, asking if anyone will remember their products during that time. Afraid of going bankrupt, the Viscount is totally shocked. Lloyd, having already satisfied him by dispelling his doubts, bids farewell. But as he's leaving, he's threatened by the Viscount, who says he'll make his life hell. Outside, Javier questions Lloyd's intentions. All he did was provoke him, but that man is truly dangerous due to his connections in the capital. The MC asks him to wait and see who has more to lose. A month later, the Viscount kneels to beg for help to save his paint workshop. With a tone of superiority, Lloyd asks if 2 of his prosperous connections said he couldn't win this case. Deeply regretful, the Viscount apologizes, but the protagonist isn't interested in pride or apologies. All he wants is for the Viscount to sign a contract. If he signs it, water will be supplied to his workshop in a week. Seeing the exorbitant amount he'll have to pay, he asks why someone would put a price on water. The protagonist finds it strange, as he was the one who taught him that water isn't free. Startled, the Viscount sees no alternative but to sign. Even his father is scared to receive such a large sum of money every month. With a cynical expression, he says the Viscount is a very generous man. Javier thinks that the Viscount started the battle, but now, the protagonist seems like the devil himself. That contract doesn't have a specific end date, which means he'll take everything from the Viscount until he dies. In fact, knowing Lloyd's personality, he'll be draining his money for generations. Like a demon king, Lloyd wouldn't let this slide with just a pat on the back. If he could exchange blood vessels for money, he'd rip them all out. The Count also has great news to share. He found a buyer for the Orc tribe's treasures. When the protagonist asks who bought them, he finds it really odd, as someone like him would easily be able to buy new pieces. His father doesn't know the details exactly, but it seems like he wants to build a statue in the sea. At that moment, we see Count Cremo looking out his window. On the horizon, something starts rising from the sea. A great monster emerges from the depths of the oceans. The Count looks at it angrily. The creature comes entirely out of the sea, ready to attack everything in its path. The next day, we return to the Frontera territory. Javier reported to the Baron that they would be leaving in a week, and, to minimize expenses, the young master requested about 10 men to accompany him. Taking care of a plant, he said that if that's what his son wants to do, then he should fulfill his request. Javier asked him not to worry since he would be monitoring him closely. The Baron mentioned that when the night of Viscount Lacona came to blackmail him, he was terrified and actually considered giving up the lands. However, after seeing his son and the efforts of the people, he found courage. The Baron said he had always been an indecisive and incompetent lord, but Javier disagreed, saying he was the opposite, a welcoming and kind person, more so than any other noble. Despite appreciating his subordinate's words, he still couldn't say he was a good lord because of it. A leader should have firm principles and be willing to act, just like Lloyd. Javier knew that the only principle that guy had was money, but he was starting to doubt if that was so bad. The Baron stated that Javier's mission was no longer to monitor but to protect him since he was the heir to this land. Javier accepted his request, but even though Lloyd had miraculously revived the family's fortunes, he would never be able to like him. In the past, the Baron rescued him and asked what he would like to be when he grew up. Young Javier said he wanted to become a knight so he could protect him. Since he survived the winter alone, the Baron was sure he would become a great knight. On that day, he carved a wooden sword and gave it as a gift, but young Lloyd mocked him, asking how an orphan could become a knight, and broke the sword his father had carved. Javier returned to his room, taking off his coat while looking at the broken sword he had kept for so many years, sure that he could never like Lloyd. The MC started attending to his recurring client, joking that Javier couldn't live without him anymore. To help him sleep, Professor Miram began reciting the discharge compression method. Almost falling asleep, Javier was sure he should hate him, but it's as if he had transformed into a completely different person. It's hard to admit, but he had become a decent person. In the middle of the night, while both were in a deep sleep, an assassin invaded Lloyd's room and blamed everything on him. The assassin leaped from the window ready to stab him, but Javier quickly woke up and attacked the assassin, cutting his sword and leg. Due to the commotion, the protagonist woke up and saw Javier immobilizing the knight of Viscount Racona. The next day, while monitoring the work, he reminded his employees of the company motto, "Safety first." Javier arrived, saying he handed the assassin over to the Viscount. He probably tried to target him because he was fired, as Racona is paying a lot for the water. The protagonist said it made sense since he was a well-paid knight, but all he did was get beaten up by his brother. Realizing that his master already expected something like this to happen, Javier asked why he didn't take any precautionary measures. Lloyd was confused by his question, wondering why he should take precautions when Javier is his bodyguard. Thanks to him, the protagonist could move so freely. When you think about it, it should have been impossible for a 5-year-old boy who lost his village in a monster attack to survive the winter. But he did and even became a knight. Is there anyone more reliable than him to be his bodyguard? Hearing the sincere words of the protagonist, Javier slowly started to let go of his long-standing resentment. He hated himself for thinking it, but Lloyd really is a decent guy. Since they would have finished the pipe construction by tomorrow, they could finally prepare to go to Cremo to make a lot of money. On the way, the protagonist falls asleep on Javier's back, which angers Javier enough to elbow Lloyd in the face. Lloyd wakes up, asking if he really just got hit. The MC decides to get off and asks Javier to teach him horseback riding. Javier retorts that he is a knight, not a teacher. Lloyd says it's an order. Javier calls him repulsive, but the system continues with automatic translation, making the protagonist angry and telling him to shut up. Then he receives a truly useful notification. Rumors of his incredible construction work have spread, earning him even more fame points. Realizing that fame means money, the protagonist now sees a great future ahead. The journey there isn't short. Winter arrives while they're still on the road, so they only manage to reach Cremo in the middle of winter. The Baron there greets them. He had heard rumors about a talented builder, but never imagined he would look so young. However, he's not saying this to the protagonist but to Javier. Lloyd tries to interrupt, but the Count is determined to marry Javier to his daughter. Due to the interruption, the Count gets angry, asking how a mere servant dares to interrupt a noble's conversation, even making the system laugh at the MC's face. A while later, they manage to explain the situation. Lloyd is in deep depression, while Javier struggles not to laugh. To make matters worse, the Baron says it's Lloyd's fault for being born with the appearance of a servant. This man in front of him is the Lord of Cremo, the commercial city, and also an important character from the novel, helping Javier when he became a criminal. He wants to buy jewels to decorate a statue to be placed in the sea. However, his business is declining because some years ago, a monster appeared on the coast, the Giga Titan. Although it never attacked, it remains a source of fear. In fact, he had read about it in the novel. As people in this era lack ways to attack in the water, Cremo continued to decline until it entered a crisis. He thought Javier could help, but the work ended before a solution was found. The Count researched how to scare off this creature and found out it fears mermaids, as they are its natural predators. So, he wanted to build a large mermaid statue far out at sea but gave up on the idea because raising the seabed to build a statue obstructs boat passage. The protagonist sees this as an opportunity and says he will build the support for that statue. By combining a friction pile and a crate, it will be possible to raise a column to place the statue. With Javier, he goes by boat to where he wants to place the structure and dips his head into the cold water, activating his ability. The ocean floor is flat, making construction easier. However, he can't bear to stay submerged for long as the water starts freezing his face. Javier seems happy watching Lloyd shiver from the cold and apologizes, saying it's the first time seeing someone suffer that makes him so happy. Also, Javier is curious about how Lloyd will build something from the ocean floor to the surface. To do this, he'll need to use magic. Lloyd says the only magic he'll need is cement magic, but the question is how he creates cement in this world. Back on the deck, Javier sarcastically tells him not to look where he's going and fall, to which Lloyd responds that his sarcasm is reaching master swordsman level, calling him a master of irony. Looking back, a young blonde lady asks if he's Master Lloyd, and seeing the love letter in his hand, the protagonist blushes. Lloyd, however, is disappointed when the letter is delivered to Javier. He kind of expected it, but seeing the swordsman tuck away the love letter, as if nothing happened, fills Lloyd with rage, asking how he could look at the love letter and act like it was nothing. At that moment, Javier becomes startled, realizing that the protagonist has never received a love letter. He doesn't know what to say to console him, and wishes for him to stay strong. Consumed by hatred and envy, the MC tries to tell himself that he isn't feeling this way while working on the Pillar project. The Count appears, saying he managed to gather most of the materials Javier had requested, except for volcanic ash. Ash is the main ingredient in Roman cement, and the advantages of making this cement are obvious since its structures have stood for over 2,000 years. To obtain ash, they would have to go to a volcano, but even the Count doesn't think they have that much time. The protagonist says he will find another way, giving up on making Roman cement and focusing on Portland cement. This was the cement that gave rise to modern cement. The MC knows roughly how to make it but not the specifics, so using his brain, he will experiment with all possible combinations and figure out how to make it. However, even after 129 samples, he still hasn't made a strong enough cement. Seeing his master exerting so much effort, his pets become sad, trying their best to get him out of the house a little. He shouts that he's busy but remembers a little dog he had in his past life. At that time, it was his only family. After its death, he regretted not playing more with it. Lloyd then hugs his pets and says they are more important than the research. While walking through the streets at night, Lloyd apologizes to them. Until now, he has only been giving orders as if they were machines, but if something happened to them, he would regret it deeply. Seeing his sincere feelings, the pet's relationship with the protagonist changes, and now they start to consider him part of the pack. Even the system congratulates him on one of their evolutions. The pets themselves ask for his sister Cobra to evolve. She starts to glow and float, gaining several new abilities. But the ability that catches Lloyd's attention the most is volcanic explosion. The next day, a huge explosion is seen from the mountains, and the people in the city are frightened by it. Even the Lord thinks it might be an enemy bombardment, but it turns out it was just the protagonist testing the new ability of his little snake. Using her ability, he analyzes that the ashes are indeed volcanic ashes. Excited, he tells Javier that this is an absolute gift, but due to the explosion, Javier isn't hearing anything. Thanks to Bangul, the cement problem is quickly resolved, wasting no time and moving on to the first step of the pillar construction. They built a massive diaper to collect the volcanic ashes, and when Bangul activates his ability, the diaper prevents the ashes from spreading. The entire population is impressed with Lloyd's ingenuity, especially the Baron, who will keep an eye on him and analyze his creations to make an impartial report to His Majesty the King. Once the ingredients for the cement are gathered, it's time for the second step. A large coffin to pour the cement into is made and placed in the sea, using Hippo to quickly remove all the water from the coffin. The third step is to cover the bottom of the coffin with wooden stakes to anchor it, obviously done by Javier since he is the strongest. He quickly finishes using all the stakes and asks when more will be brought, leaving the protagonist impressed that he hasn't complained so far. Reminded of his duty, Javier drops the hammer and walks away, but as usual, Lloyd uses emotional blackmail to make him come back to work. When the protagonist finishes the morning training, he uses Bangle's steel manure launcher to build the tower structure, finally pouring the long-awaited cement. Once the cement dries, they dismantle the wooden coffin, completing the first large artificial maritime platform. Lloyd explains to the Lord that they made it 50 centimeters higher than sea level to give the impression that the mermaid is floating. The Baron is still hesitant, and doesn't believe this foundation can support the weight of the statue. But if it does work, he won't be disappointed with the construction fee. At night, the statue is finally placed on the platform, a grand mermaid statue covered with sparkling jewels. To celebrate the achievement, a nobles' party is held on the ships. The protagonist, obliged to participate, feels uncomfortable in his outfit and asks Javier how he can stand wearing it. The Lord introduces Lloyd, saying it was this young man who made the statue a reality. And once again, the protagonist is ignored by people who mistake him for Javier. He knows he's smarter than most and prefers money transfers to compliments. But the look of sadness on Javier's face annoys him greatly. To completely crush his self-esteem, the Lord appears, saying it's because of his face. While the party is going on, a little distant from the ships, at the bottom of the sea, the Giga Titan observes the statue. Seeing that mermaid, his natural enemy, all he can think about is attacking her. He quickly approaches the ships, where the protagonist chats with other nobles, and Javier captivates all the women present with just his presence. He goes to the edge of the ship and drinks his wine peacefully, but he feels a slight tremor in his glass, causing him to look towards the sea. At that moment, the protagonist approaches, asking what he's doing. Javier thinks something is coming towards them, something fast and about the size of 2 ships, making the protagonist realize exactly what it is. He approaches the Lord and speaks quietly so only he can hear, that the Giga Titan is approaching and they must evacuate everyone. The Count calls his knight and asks if he feels anything strange in the sea, but he says no. Since he has reached the level of Sword Master, the Count trusts his senses, but the protagonist knows that Javier's senses are even sharper since he is the main character. The Lord continues, saying that the Giga Titan has never attacked them in all these years. But Lloyd says that now he has a reason to attack and looks at the large mermaid statue. At that moment, the Lord realizes what is about to happen and orders the anchors to be raised and the boat to be moved away from the statue immediately. Realizing that this will take too long, the protagonist asks Javier to take care of the anchors. Without hesitation, he jumps into the cold water while the protagonist throws Padong at the statue. Under the sea, Javier prepares an attack on the chains, using his mana to heat the blade. He cuts them easily, while Padong breaks the ropes that are attached to the statue. When Javier finishes cutting all the chains, he realizes that the Giga Titan is speeding up. Even though the ships are already loose, it is too late. The Giga Titan appears, knocking everything in its path. The protagonist and the others on the boat are thrown into the sea, while Padong dodges the monster's attack. Javier uses a mana explosion to quickly get out of the water, saving Lloyd from falling into the sea, while the statue is hurled into the city, destroying everything and almost hitting some people. The people thrown into the sea are in despair. The protagonist knows there won't be time to save everyone, but has a brilliant idea. He uses Hippo to drink the seawater and pull people along. Meanwhile, the Giga Titan emerges from the sea and heads to land to destroy the entire city. Javier tells his master that they should try to stop it, but the protagonist is already fleeing to the other side. Lloyd says that trying to stop something that big is foolishness. He will only die trying to do that. Many things are happening at the same time. The Lord orders his subordinates to rescue the men at sea by throwing ladders from the ships that have not yet sunk. Meanwhile, in the city, the gigantic Titan continues to destroy everything. Javier asks if Lloyd is really going to ignore the people who are in danger, but his only concern is to get the money. Lloyd says they didn't come there to fight a giant thing but to keep the peace. At that moment, Javier is disappointed with his master. He thought Lloyd was someone who always fought to protect others, but now he sees who he truly is. As a gentleman, he would never abandon people in distress. Lloyd tries to warn him that if he tries to fight that thing, he will die, but Javier doesn't listen to his orders and heads towards the monster. Using his blade board and mana blast, he quickly approaches the coast. The soldiers shoot cannonballs at the gigantic Titan, but they are only reflected by his armor. The soldiers are scared as not even a scratch is made. The monster prepares an attack by opening its armor, and the wind power that comes out is so strong that it destroys the attack towers. The monster's real concern is not the soldiers but the supposed mermaid that it believes is still alive. Only its advance towards the statue destroys a large part of the city, causing fear and panic among the population. A man who fell on the ground is almost trampled by the gigantic Titan, but Javier appears to save him. He attacks the monster directly, hitting one of its joints, but even using the mana blast, his attack is reflected, only making the Titan angrier. Javier dodges its attack, but the monster takes advantage of him being in the air and fires a burst. Even trying to protect himself, he is hit directly. With just one attack, Javier is already quite injured. He knows it will be impossible to defeat this creature. but he is willing to sacrifice himself so that as many people as possible are saved. While Javier fights to save the population, the protagonist tries to escape on a table. It's not like he's an overpowered character or anything. Even if he spent all his RP, the only skills he has are related to construction. It's not that he's not sad about people being hurt and the city being destroyed, but he can't do anything. However, when the protagonist says these words, something clicks in his head. He realizes he must return immediately since the Lord hasn't paid the construction department's commission yet. While Lloyd advances quickly to the city, Javier fiercely fights the creature. Dodging its attack, he thinks that as monstrous as it is, it's still an animal. Its weak point is probably in the eye. However, even using the mana blast and attacking the eye directly, nothing happens to the monster. With nothing else to do, Javier is attacked by one of its antennas. But Hippo appears just in time to save him, releasing all the water and returning to the protagonist's head. Lloyd is extremely angry because the giant lobster dared to interfere with his cash flow. Javier takes advantage of the opening his master created to attack the monster, but once again the attack is only repelled by the armor. He becomes scared since he can't get through this thing. At first, he thought he could win, but now he knows it's impossible. However, even though the situation is unfavorable, he remains calm since his master has returned. There is a possibility of victory. 2 minutes earlier, the protagonist was using the Padong to move through the city, observing from afar as he tries to find a weak spot using his ability to understand what it's made of. Its armor is 1 meter thick, a mix of dentina and quintina, molecularly a triple honeycomb structure tightly intertwined. When Javier attacks, all the impact energy is transferred to his horn, releasing it into the air. Inside the creature, there is a sac for its hydraulic claw. If they can destroy the beak and hit that sac with the blessed mana, the creature will surely be killed. Javier asks what he should do, while Lloyd gestures to cut the horn with his hand, but the swordsman doesn't understand anything and asks if he's gone crazy. The protagonist then decides to shout, explaining that he should cut the horn, while Javier elegantly dodges the attack from the giant lobster, knowing that cutting the horn won't cause lethal damage. But his master wouldn't ask for it without a plan behind it. Lloyd warns that even though it's hollow inside, it won't be easily cut and that mana circles aren't just about hitting. Javier doesn't exactly know what he means by that, but instead of just hitting, he uses the mana circle like an electric saw to cut. The protagonist is happy knowing that his theory really worked. This time Javier's attack really seems to damage the monster, and when he is about to be attacked, the MC uses the Padong to defend him. Javier finally manages to cut the horn, making the creature scream in pain, but the only thing that falls to the ground is his sword, leaving the protagonist totally shocked. Even knowing he would be crushed by the Giga Titan, Javier stayed underneath it to attack. He was willing to sacrifice himself to defeat it. However, at the last second, Padong rescued him. The hamster scolded Javier, who, even though he didn't understand exactly what he was saying, understood that he was probably being reprimanded for being reckless. After thoroughly analyzing the Giga Titan, the only remaining option to defeat it was the combination of Plan A plus D. To do this, he first called Padong and told him to take him to the location he mentioned earlier. Lloyd warned that the creature now saw Javier as a threat, so he asked Javier to lure the monster into the forest. The protagonist had bought enough time. They should have finished by now, so the only thing left to do was to trust the Count. 15 minutes earlier, the Lord was in shock watching his city being destroyed by the monster. His knight apologized for not detecting it earlier, but the Count said the fault was actually his. It was a mistake to think they could drive out the beast with just a statue. At that moment, the protagonist stated that the statue did drive it away. That monster only came to destroy it, and recommended taking advantage of this obsession. He would buy as much time as possible for the Count to prepare something. Javier continued dodging the beast's attacks, but even he was reaching his limit, yet he kept luring the creature relentlessly into the forest. The Giga Titan remained an unstoppable force that destroyed everything in its path, and Javier couldn't run anymore, getting closer to being caught by the creature. Before he was caught, the protagonist shouted, asking for applause for the bronze statue. When Javier looked, Lloyd was bringing the statue, now fully patched up. Seeing its natural enemy, the Giga Titan flew into a rage, leaving Lloyd quite pleased with its reaction. Through the novel, he knew he could trust the Count to reassemble the statue. His plan was to use it to create an opening for Javier to attack. When they got close enough to the monster, Padong drifted the cart, and they began to lure the titan towards them. Javier seized the opportunity to attack the creature's weak point, hitting it precisely with a mana blast. Even though the attack was powerful and created a huge explosion, all it did was create a crack in the armor. Javier was saddened by his weakness, but as he fell, he heard Lloyd say to leave the rest to him. As your master spoke with great confidence, he knows he can now relax. Before he hits the ground, Hippo appears to cushion his fall. Lloyd shouts that he will protect this city no matter what. Padong is also at his limit, and he can't ask for more from him. At his signal, Padong throws the protagonist towards the Giga Titan. Earlier, when he was still heading to save the city, he thought of some plans to attack it, deciding he should use the mana blast. The problem is, for that, he would need to have a triple circle heart, and currently, he only has 2. Using the system, he starts to evolve his technique, but unfortunately, he doesn't have enough points to evolve to the final level. Even though he had decided to stay out of the fight, he wonders what the hell he's doing hanging there, while deciding whether he should try to punch it using mana. The notification that he gained 5 approval points from Javier appears, and with that, he has what he needs to create the 3rd mana circle. Now confident, he prepares the attack using 1 circle to protect the heart and the other 2 to collide, but the monster ends up breaking a mountain with its paw, and one of the stones coincidentally hits the protagonist's head. Due to the impact, he loses his senses, not knowing what to do anymore. He uses the 3 circles to collide, creating a triple circle mana blast that is so powerful it explodes the entire creature. From the city, people see that huge smoke. The creature is now completely dead. Lloyd's pets try to wake Javier up. Slowly, he gets up and sees the Giga Titan on the ground, impressed that he actually succeeded. However, Padong is not happy at all and tries to get Javier's attention. He follows the 3 desperate pets, finding Lloyd a little further ahead, with a bleeding head and lifeless eyes. He gets close and listens to his heart. However, Lloyd has no heartbeat. A carrier pigeon flies to the Frontera household, where the Count retrieves the letter and is completely startled by its contents. He immediately mounts his horse and sets off towards Cremo. In the letter he read, the Lord of Cremo mentions that his eldest son, Lloyd, admirably completed all the construction work they needed, but after the party, the city faced great danger, and at that moment Lloyd and his guards sacrificed themselves to save countless lives, leaving Lloyd in an unusual coma state. The Baron hurries to Cremo, worried about his son, yet recalling all the moments he shared with the new Lloyd, who never called him father, only Baron. For a moment, Frontera doubts if that young man is truly his son, but before he can dwell on it, a monster appears on the road. The knight dismounts and instructs the Count to continue while he faces the creature. He defends against the beast's first attack, apologizes to the Count, and promises to meet again in Cremo. The knight and the monster attack simultaneously, but the wolf is too strong, breaking the sword in half and biting the swordsman's shoulder. Undeterred, the knight continues to fight, even as he's overpowered. Just when he thinks he'll die, the Baron and Baroness appear, aiding him in defeating the wolf. The knight feels ashamed for not handling the creature alone, but the Baron reminds him that he's a vassal, and it's his duty to protect his people. Suddenly, the Baroness notices something alarming, a pack of wolves approaching. The knight, despite his injuries, stands his ground against the wolves, while the Baron and Baroness lose hope. Then Javier arrives, swiftly dispatching the wolves and offering to escort them, asking if anyone is hurt. The Baron's knight knew Javier was skilled, but wonders what made him so powerful since arriving in Cremo. The Baroness asks if Lloyd is alright, but Javier can't say for sure if he's alive or not. He explains that after the giant was defeated, Lloyd had no heartbeat. Worried that he would lose his new home, Javier was suddenly relieved when Lloyd's pulse returned. Although he's sure Lloyd's heart has stopped, he still has a pulse and is breathing. Touching Lloyd's chest, Javier feels the triple circle heart spinning at an incredible speed due to the magnetic fields they're generating. He can't determine the condition of his heart, only that these fields are keeping him alive. Returning to the present, people are trying to rebuild the city. Javier explains that the young master is at the Count's mansion, under a doctor's care, but his condition hasn't improved. The Count reflects on their battle against such a monstrous creature, but Javier insists he was just a sword Lloyd was using. It was his own strength that defeated the monster. Hearing this, Not even the protagonist's parents believe he has this power until they hear that other nobles are heading to the Count's mansion to pay respects to Lloyd, acknowledging that without him, everyone would have frozen to death. Lloyd didn't just save the people from the sea, he also helped a soldier trapped in rubble, preventing a massive fire from destroying the city. Indeed, the entire city recognizes that they were saved thanks to Lloyd Frontera, and everyone outside the Baron's house pays homage to him. A man tries to start an argument, blaming Lloyd for the incident because of a statue he made, but he's beaten by the crowd, who are quite agitated. In the room, the protagonist finally wakes up, his head hurting, and some system notifications are in front of him. He remembers using the triple mana blast like an idiot, and wonders if he's really alive. The system confirms he is, prompting the protagonist to ask how, since his heart should have exploded. At that moment, Javier enters the room and is shocked by the scene. Lloyd is happy to see him, immediately asking how much they will be paid for the construction. For a moment, Javier is disappointed that these were his first words, but he's happy soon after because Lloyd seems healthy. The Baron and Baroness rush into the room, embracing their son who has just awakened. Whether he is the true Lloyd or not doesn't matter now, they are just grateful he's alive. In the royal capital of Magenta, a servant reports to the king about the letter from the Count of Cremo. The king is intrigued that such a man exists in his kingdom, and instructs his subordinate to send a message to Baron Frontera to bring his son and guard. The Royal Highness, Alicia, declares that she will meet this man and evaluate him herself. Returning to Cremo, the system states that your great courage, wisdom, and self-sacrifice are spreading throughout the kingdom. Thanks to having taken your social position, he gained 1,500 RP. Additionally, he also obtained a mana heart, which explains why he has so much energy even though he's been in a coma for a month. Now that he has become the owner of a mana heart, digging will be much easier. The system questions if that's the only way he can think of using it, but the protagonist wonders if he's underestimating the world's builders. Since his mana heart emerged abnormally, it has unique properties. He gained the ability of neutralized shock, which literally means he can use the triple core explosion whenever he wants. Now the work in the mine will be much faster. The protagonist explains that the mana heart needs to be protected from the impacts caused by blessed mana. It acts practically like an ammunition depot, which is why he must protect the mana heart using one of the circles. But at that moment, he didn't have a mana heart, so he was able to survive the shock caused by the explosion. Who would have thought that neglecting mana heart training would end up being beneficial? At that moment, the Lord enters the carriage, saying they must leave immediately. As he watches the Lord go to sit down, the protagonist gives a look as if planning something. The carriage continues through the city streets, and looking out the window, Lloyd wonders how much it will cost to repair the buildings and streets. The Lord says it's hard to say, but it will probably take a month of the city's budget production. Upon hearing this, the protagonist plays his card and says that if the Giga Titan had not been defeated, it would probably take half a year of production to repair everything. Realizing what's happening, the Lord immediately asks what he means by that. Lloyd says that what he's gaining compared to what they'll save in construction is a small portion. He continues using his manipulation game and mentions that he heard from some attendants that the Lord would financially compensate anyone who worked for the city's public interest. Realizing he has no choice, the Lord increases the amount he will receive by 1.5 times. The atmosphere in the carriage remains heavy. The protagonist says he wasn't asking for money, but he finally realizes that for the Lord, the lives of his civilians are worth 1.5 times the commission of his construction. Due to emotional blackmail, the Baron doubles the commission. Lloyd remains silent with a cold expression on his face, causing the Baron to increase the proposal to triple. At that moment, we see in the window's reflection the monstrous expression the protagonist is making. The Baron realizes he has just been extorted, while the MC extends his hand to him. Now with a completely friendly atmosphere, he appreciates his generosity, and says he will make good use of the special compensation. The Lord shakes his hand, though he finds it very strange since he was definitely just extorted. Still, he can't bring himself to hate him. The Count's carriage passes through the crowd, who are shouting incessantly that Master Lloyd has arrived. For someone who is a complete nobody in Korea, this is a lot of pressure. The Lord says they have prepared a podium for him, using a voice amplification sphere. The protagonist thinks of giving a generic speech since he won't make money from it. So on stage, seeing the crowd shout his name, the only thing he can think of is making money from each of those people. Instead of giving a speech, he asks if the citizens have heard of Andal coding. Realizing they haven't, he begins to explain how Andal will change their lives. All the time they spend by the fireplace will be replaced with peaceful family time, greatly improving their quality of life. Anyone interested should visit Baron Frontier's mansion, located in the Frontier Barony. Instead of a speech about saving the city, he just sold his product. The Lord understands why he doesn't hate him. Someone so obsessed with every penny of profit that persists in their goals is someone you can't hate, but rather desire by your side. Returning home, or rather, his future golden goose, Lloyd thought that the oldest knight, Lord Byron, earned far too much compared to his level of skill, which barely reached intermediate. However, the man in front of him left him completely amazed. He neatly organized the ongoing mining plans, the list of names and details of land construction, and simply everything that needed management, even down to sales and profit. Startled, the protagonist asked if he had done all this while he was away. Byron replied that he had left it for him to take care of, so he was just doing his job. A worker arrived and reported that the interior of the Andal floor project was complete and awaited inspection. Outside, he meticulously observed every detail of the floor, praising the workers for this time there were no flaws. Lloyd was simply shocked looking at him. This man he thought useless was extremely capable. If he had been born in modern Korea, he would probably be a director of a major corporation. The large-scale contract was entirely handled by the Baron and Baroness. These two had a gift beyond being lords of a state, making the protagonist realize that your luck starts the moment you are born. Javier asked if they really needed such a large warehouse for coal, but the protagonist said yes, as it would continue to come in all the time. With what he earned from construction alone, he managed to pay off more than half of his debt, and thanks to foolish neighbors, he would continue to pay without problems, leaving him truly glad that his retirement of fun and joy was almost here. Seeing the disdainful expression on his master's face, the only thing Javier thought about was punching him several times. But before he could do that, they both heard a trumpet, and the worst part was that neither of them knew what it meant. When they looked, a man on horseback holding the royal flag approached. The protagonist was angry at this ridiculous display and wanted to get straight to the point, feeling a terrible foreboding that this meant trouble. The man began to read the king's letter. Due to what he had done in the city of Cremo, his efforts to protect the nobles and civilians had been noted, and the king wished to meet with the two heroes who defeated the Giga Titan. His father was extremely happy, but Lloyd realized how problematic this situation was. If there was one thing he had learned in the army, it was never to stand out too much. Once, a superior found out he was a civil engineer and asked him to build a sauna. He studied like mad to create one, but that was also his worst mistake because it turned out too perfect, and then the superiors started making many requests of him. Upon hearing that they had to visit the Majesty, he knew he shouldn't have built that platform in the ocean. Inside the royal carriage, he felt completely hopeless. Javier said he looked like he was going to be executed, which was unexpected since his master would probably have said something like, "How much can I extract from Majesty?" This made him see a bit of color in the world again since he had read the novel and knew some things that would happen. If he could use all that to his advantage, he would surely get the most money possible from the Majesty. Arriving at the palace, Lloyd and Javier knelt before her. When they looked up, Lloyd almost had a heart attack because of her beauty. When the protagonist introduced himself, Majesty was surprised that he was Lloyd Frontera since he and his side had a much more noble aura. She also sensed a different mana flow coming from Javier, and he seemed worthy of being her fighting partner, as expected of one of the kingdom's two martial masters. She immediately discerned that Javier was special. It seemed awkward flattery wouldn't work on her. The queen appreciates the courage and altruism he demonstrated. However, she doesn't judge a man based on what others say, but rather on what she sees. As the protagonist already expected, she wants to test his abilities. The opportunity Lloyd was hoping for has arisen. If he does well, he'll secure a contract with the Majesty. So the queen asks which construction he thinks is most urgent in the royal capital. Even though the protagonist has just arrived, he obviously knows, having read the novel. The queen thinks that if he is truly capable, he will perceive it the moment he enters the royal palace. The most important construction at this moment is repairing this ruined palace. At least, that's what she would like to hear. But Lloyd says that the most important construction now is a bridge over the Magenta River. The Queen looks at him with a displeased look. The protagonist knows this is not the answer she expected, but given his personality, the test won't end here. Queen Magenta is the one with great authority and absolute power, a tolerant, fair, impartial woman who listens to everyone regardless of their class or rank. She asks why the bridge is necessary. The protagonist says other men might think differently and say that repairing the royal palace is most important. He knows a dragon with a bad temper took down 2 towers of the palace, which is why the roof is so heavy. However, this weight is pressing on the ground and its pillars, causing it to slowly collapse. Even after all this, the protagonist says that the repair can be postponed and that building the bridge is more urgent. The Queen realizes he knew what she was thinking and still gave a different answer, while the protagonist knows that she knows he gave a different answer. The Queen, like a lion ablaze, shows her power, while Lloyd is like a puppy chasing after a construction contract. He says the current Magenta River Bridge has been rebuilt 20 times and regularly collapses due to not withstanding the rising waters in spring, asking for Majesty's trust to build a new bridge that will never collapse, clearly referring to a modern suspension bridge. Seeing that the man in front of her just criticized her decision, the Queen starts to like him and asks to hear more about this bridge. Majesty took the bait, and Lloyd lets out his demonic laugh. He knew from the start that the Queen despised sycophants and placed trust in those who were strong in their words. However, eventually, she will be betrayed by someone she trusts and will lose one of her arms, becoming the assassin tyrant. But that's a story 3 years in the future. The Queen asks what he will do if the bridge collapses. In his mind, Lloyd would pack his things and leave the country, but he ends up betting his head on it. In return, as long as his bridge stands, he would like to secure a position for his family. The redhead, who hadn't shown anything until now, gives a small smile and accepts the proposal to build a bridge. Lloyd reaches into his pocket and pulls out a contract. The Queen asks if he doesn't trust his words and is impressed that he prepared a contract in such a short time. Humbly, the protagonist says that this contract states if he doesn't build a bridge honestly, she can do whatever she wants with him, thinking of it as a loyalty contract from a humble man to Her Majesty. The Queen ends up signing the contract and finds it strange that she was led to do so, but she doesn't mind. As a gesture of gratitude, the protagonist raises his but while holding the contract. Walking through the palace following the butler, Lloyd twirls and shows off the contract he managed to get from the Queen. Javier asks him to be a bit more careful, since she could have taken his head if she wanted. The man next to the Queen says that he is quite intelligent. She really thinks he's more cunning than she imagined. When Kyler asks if she wasn't displeased since he knew from the start that he could defeat her, the Queen says no, as he seemed pathetic and adorable. A few days later, Lloyd prepares to leave with a large bag on his back. Javier asks if it's okay to go alone, but the protagonist says it's even better without him, since his presence alone attracts all the women in the region. Before heading to the royal city, his mother asked him to deliver a bag full of blankets and clothes to his younger brother, Julian. As he goes to him, the protagonist tries to remember what happens in the novel. At this point in the story, the Baron had already lost everything, and his younger brother was probably expelled from school and died wandering a back alley at night. Lloyd feels incredible for saving lives and sets out to find his brother, without even knowing what he looks like. Arriving at the Royal Academy, Lloyd looks at his brother with curiosity. Even though he's the same age as Javier, he's practically a garden gnome, and the way he's looking at him makes it seem like he must have suffered at Lloyd's hands. The protagonist decides not to be too nice and acts as if he's turned the page. Maybe then Javier wouldn't suspect so much, throwing the bag full of clothes at him, saying their mother sent it. Julian finds it very strange that Lloyd didn't insult him. Moreover, he wonders if he really came there just because their mother asked. The system warns that his brother suspects his identity because he's being too kind. To try to act a little more like Lloyd, the protagonist leaves cursing at him, but Julian finds his human behavior even stranger since he left without beating him up. Before leaving, Lloyd reminds him that their mother asked him to have lunch with Javier, even though he finds it a drag. He asks if there's any fancy restaurant around. Julian questions why he's asking, and Lloyd says he'll take him to lunch since their mother asked. At the restaurant, his brother is extremely suspicious. He orders a basic set, but the protagonist tells him to choose something more expensive since he doesn't frequent these kinds of places often. Julian wonders why he's acting so normal. He used to hit him just for looking at him directly, and starts to find it even stranger when Lloyd says he quit drinking. A few days ago, someone from the palace came to say that his brother saved the city of Cremo from the Giga Titan attack. At the time, Julian thought it was an unfounded rumor or that he stole credit for something Javier did, but seeing his current behavior, it really is like he's a different person. Suddenly, Julian gets a slap on the head. The man asks what a nobody like him is doing there. Even as he tries to explain, the man keeps punching him, saying a poor baron should eat where he can't be seen. The protagonist looks around, and 2 students are laughing at the situation. There are even teachers and staff there, but they're just ignoring what's happening. They call it an academy, but all they really value is family status. Lloyd wonders if he should intervene, but if he did, his brother's life would only get worse in there. Then suddenly, the student beating up his brother mentions that his family has the renowned Lacona painted fabric in their title. Immediately, Lloyd associates that this young man is the son of Viscount Lacona and again makes that demonic expression, probably planning something. Lloyd approaches and asks who his father is. The blonde says it's the merciful and wise Viscount Lacona and tells him to move, getting slapped immediately afterward, losing 2 teeth. Lacona's son flies and lands at the end of the restaurant. That's the anti-horse slap, but the system says that's not an official skill. Another student yells at Lloyd, asking how he dares to touch a member of the elite union, but he also receives a slap that knocks out a tooth. Another student who is considered the best second-year fighter appears, but is neutralized with just 1 slap. Extras keep appearing. The twin brothers get beaten up at the same time, and the guy who introduced them also gets beaten up. Even the 2 who were just laughing at the situation against Julian get beaten up. Lacona Jr. appears behind the protagonist, punching him in the face, but immediately realizes that was the worst decision of his life as Lloyd looks at him as if he's going to kill him. He beats Lacona Jr., but before killing him, he's stopped by his brother. Julian is worried that he will be even more intimidated at school after this, but the MC says with a smile on his face that if they die, they will never bother him again. Julian is completely shocked at how he can say something like that with such a bright smile. Lloyd continues beating and thinks he's seen many guys like this in high school. The best remedy for dealing with them is the fear of death. Suddenly, soldiers appear, commanding him to stop immediately. An old man says this is the Sacred Academy, and asks what he's doing. The protagonist, still holding the Viscount's son like a demon, leaves his brother scared, thinking he will try to hit the guards too. But to his surprise, his attitude changes completely, and he calmly introduces himself as the son of Baron Arcos Frontera. He apologizes for the commotion, but says he was only defending Her Majesty's honor. The old man says this is ridiculous and asks who would dare tarnish Her Majesty's name. Lloyd says Lacona's son was intimidating his brother, and even points to a teacher who witnessed the situation. But since there was no intention to punish him, he had to intervene. The reason he didn't do anything is obvious. The staff of this academy has been bought by the nobility. There's no way the administration of the academy doesn't know what's going on, but they will just ignore these cases. The old man asks what all this has to do with Her Majesty. The protagonist says that insulting his brother is the same as insulting him and even insulting the queen since he is a royal guest. As soon as the old men see the royal symbol, they all immediately kneel before His Highness. Lloyd says they must have understood the situation and is leaving. However, the old man plans to punish Julian since the royal invitation is temporary. But when he looks at Lloyd's face, he again has that demonic expression, leaving the director totally scared. In the corridors, Julian asks where they are going. Lloyd replies that they are going to the administration office to ask for a leave for him. Obviously, he hates this situation and asks how much more he intends to ruin his life. But Lloyd responds that this place will soon not be good for studying, and he should take the opportunity to rest his mind and keep his body in shape. At the palace, Javier explains to Julian that if Lloyd has a plan for him, then he should trust it. He also explains that the plan to defeat the Giga Titan was entirely made by the young master. Furthermore, he managed to open water channels, develop quarries, and become friends with wild orcs. The brother he knew became another person. Lloyd listens to the whole conversation behind the door and is happy that Javier trusts him so much. Soon after, His illusions are shattered as they begin hurling insults at him. Julian asks if he really thinks someone can change so suddenly. Javier is sure they can't and has convinced himself that Lloyd is an imposter disguising as the young master. The protagonist is worried because he could be discovered at any second. Julian asks if they could have used black magic to do this. Javier responds that it's a possibility. He has even seen the theory in a book. Because of this, he investigated if there was any abnormal mana flow in Lloyd's body. The protagonist wonders when he did that, leaving him extremely worried about being discovered. Fortunately for him, Javier doesn't feel anything unusual in his body. Javier tells him to forget about it, saying it's just an exaggerated theory. The MC knows that Javier is probably sensing his presence behind the door. It's a way of saying he suspects his identity. Julian mentions it's the first time he's heard about the family debt. He thought only he was having difficulty with studies, but Lloyd managed to get their family out of that situation, so he deserves some credit at least. The protagonist, having just earned RP points from his brother, thinks that now Julian will be his golden goose. He enters the room calling Julian to join him. As he mentioned earlier, they will train his body with manual labor. Lloyd explains the first step in making bridge suspension cables. First, spread the clay and beat it until it becomes a 90 centimeters pizza. Then fill it with dirt and rocks and give it to the snake to eat. It will excrete the molten metal, and Podon will unite and wrap it. Then everything will be ready to make the cables. The MC hands him the shovel and says the tutorial is over. This task is crucial in construction, and if it's done wrong, the rest will be a mess. Julian asks why he's giving such an important task to him, but the reason is obvious. He's a Frontera, so he should be intelligent and responsible. Outside the palace, Lloyd knows that the modern bridge is a great idea, but even with all his knowledge, it would be impossible to make it perfectly. This means he'll need to borrow knowledge from this world. Before he can ask for anything, the master craftsman denies his request. Lloyd already knew this old man was stubborn and would only work on projects that caught his attention, so he had prepared to visit him, innocently showing the project of building a new bridge. As soon as the dwarf sees his project, he immediately tells him to wait. If he builds something like that without the exact rigidity, it will break. The MC says when the bridge collapses, everyone on it will die, and as he's decapitated, he'll scream that the culprit was the great Cortigus, who didn't help make the trusses. The dwarf asks if he's trying to threaten him, but Lloyd says it's just an appeal to the conscience of a great master. He ends up relenting and asks to see the drawings. Upon closer observation, he is fully aware that he is the only person in the kingdom capable of doing this. The protagonist continues with a killer look and says that's why he asked for his help. The dwarf says this has caught his attention and decides to help with the project. With Julian working on the cables and the royal workshop working on the trusses, the only thing left to work on is the suspension of the towers. Lloyd and Javier use a mana explosion on the ground but are suddenly stopped by nobles who accuse him of stealing the Majesty's treasure. The protagonist is obviously confused, but it seems this was planned for a long time, as they personally went to ask for a trial from the Queen. In the meeting room, the Queen orders each side to state their arguments, and the first to speak is the guild. Victor says that the Magina Bridge was built by the guild's previous leader and has stood for over 30 years. He explains that in its structure, wedge-shaped columns were made to slow down the strong water current, making it practically impossible to fall. Lloyd knows that it will eventually fall, as this is information from the novel, but he cannot reveal future events to others. Boldly, he asks the guild leader how much they were paid to say that. His scandalized reaction makes the protagonist absolutely certain that he is being paid, and he recalls that in Korea, when a politician and a businessman meet, either the politician takes money from the businessman, or the businessman bribes the politician. In this case, it's the latter option. They strip away all negotiating rights and monopolize the budget. His accusation without proof ends up irritating the Queen considerably. She says that accusing someone without proof in her presence is unacceptable and immediately sends Lloyd to royal trial. He is tied up and his head is placed at the Reaper's aim. The Queen says he insulted her and her vassals with lies and must restore his honor. Seeing that scene, Javier prepares to enter combat as needed. The Queen asks for their final words, and Lloyd says they must exterminate the entire bloodline of the guilty party. Javier becomes even more worried about the situation. The Queen asks her two vassals if they agree, and they fully respond that it is the right thing to do. In that situation, Javier is ready to attack, but before he does anything, the queen says they must prove the innocence of her vassals and immediately orders 4 mages to circulate the guild leader. As if he knew this would happen, Lloyd has a smile on his face. The Majesty orders the confession spell to make them tell the truth. David becomes completely desperate, asking her to wait a bit. Seeing the 2 hit by the spell, Lloyd starts laughing like a psychopath, and the next day, the 2 men are crucified in the public square. The protagonist made only those 2 pay for the crimes since their families did nothing wrong, thinking of himself as a good and altruistic man for doing so. As a reward for telling the truth, the queen hands over all the kingdom's workers for the bridge construction. The archmages use gravitational magic to lighten the weight of the stone blocks, making the construction extremely fast. Bangul is tasked with taking the suspension rope to the other side, using her volcanic explosion to quickly cross the river while Padong tries to hold it. Seeing this incredible construction method, Julian says his brother is amazing. Javier also thinks he is and says that even though it's his first time doing hard work, he managed to do it every day. Before, Julian couldn't learn his sword art because he had a fragile body, but looking at his body state now, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. After some time, the bridge construction is finally complete. The queen says this bridge will be called Lojavi, a blend of Lloyd and Javier's names. She also grants him the title of Master Builder, leaving the dwarf irritated as he built the entire platform. Lloyd thinks that only the commission money will be enough to clear his debts, but now he has another major obstacle. The queen is probably thinking of how to use him to her advantage. If he fails now, it will break his entire plan of becoming a wealthy and lazy lord, so he will put the plan of escaping work and helping Julian in the academy into action. Returning to the castle, the queen fulfills her part of the agreement and grants a noble title and properties to Lloyd. The castle's nobles were not pleased with this at all. The queen thinks it's natural, since he has sunk other nobles. The protagonist says he would like to ask for something a bit bigger and mentions that if she considers his request reasonable, she may even withdraw the offer of the title and property. This piques the queen's curiosity about what he will propose. Nevertheless, regardless of what the scoundrel asks for, her desire to keep him by her side will not change. The protagonist expresses a wish for a thorough cleaning of the Royal Academy, which is currently rife with corruption, inequality, and despicable behavior. Instead of studying, the students only use their status to harm those of lower rank. The teachers and supervisors are aware of this but choose to ignore it, furthering the social barrier within the institution. Both the headmistress and the nobles present are incredulous at what he has just said. Javier presents the results of a 4-month investigation conducted by Lloyd, which identifies all the corrupt nobles and workers in the academy. Upon hearing this, the nobles claim he is spreading lies and that such things couldn't happen in the Royal Academy. However, this turns out to be signing their own death warrants, as the queen orders the use of truth-telling spells on them, adding more nobles to the public lynching. Inside the academy, the queen is cleaning house with her soldiers, intending to rid her land of all the filthy rats. Lloyd watches from afar, a satisfied smile on his face. Javier asks if his smile is because the nobles are being condemned, but in reality, it's because his plan to get rid of the queen and enjoy a lazy life has worked. Suddenly, the royal bodyguard appears with a message. He can go home whenever he wants, but must attend the banquet tomorrow night. Furthermore, the queen found his plan to dodge work excellent and respects his desire to live as a slacker. Lloyd is a bit shocked to discover he has been in her palm all along. When he sees the swordsman leaving, he asks Javier if he couldn't sense him approaching. The obvious answer is no, since this man is a master swordsman. So let's go back to Lloyd's room. Julian asks if he hit Diego knowing this would happen. Basically, yes, as he already planned to investigate the academy after its construction and trusted the queen's confidence in him for it to work. Julian tells him he no longer needs to pretend to call him a little shit and now sees him as a brother he can be proud of. Lloyd is impressed by his words, but then says it was so bad it made him want to vomit. At night, the celebratory banquet finally begins. The protagonist tries to hide from the queen, but she finds him and insists he come closer. She remarks that hiding like this makes him look like a mole cricket, with Javier fully agreeing and stating he definitely looks like one. Lloyd is annoyed that Javier seems relieved, while the queen again orders him to come closer. The protagonist apologizes and approaches a bit, but the queen insists he come even closer, making Lloyd increasingly uncomfortable. She leans in and whispers that if he changes his mind, he can come see her anytime. This excites our mercenary. As much as lazing about is good, he now has a nest to return to whenever he needs money. As he eats, happy with the new development, he remembers that in 3 years, the queen will become a villain, causing his nest and properties to vanish. It's at this moment that Lloyd hears Kyle say the banquet will continue until sunrise, reminding the protagonist exactly what that phrase means. It's the secret code used by those planning to assassinate the Majesty. The problem is, this was supposed to happen in 3 years. And also, why is the secret code to assassinate the queen coming from the royal guard? A while later, she finds herself in her quarters. The queen looks tired and wonders if she drank too much, but she thinks it must be because she's been working hard in recent days. This excessive work is due to Asfahan, an enemy state where King Samarkand has been amassing an army. But it's probably not for an invasion, since trying to invade through the jungle would be a suicide mission. At that moment, the queen feels a strong headache. She finds it strange, since the effects of alcohol should be neutralized by the mana in her body. Soon after, it becomes difficult to control her heartbeat and breathing. She tries to circulate mana to neutralize the effects, but a sharp pain hits her heart, preventing her from circulating mana throughout her body. The queen has no doubt it's poison and tries to walk to the door, calling for help from anyone who might be there. The front door begins to open, and her knight Kyle appears. The queen says he arrived just in time and that she needs his help, but the help Kyle offers is different, leaving the queen incredulous at the betrayal. Meanwhile, Lloyd, still at the banquet, tells Javier that they have a problem. The swordsman simply starts following him without asking anything, surprising Lloyd that he doesn't inquire about what's happening. He asks if Javier can knock out a master swordsman. Javier knows he's not joking but asks for some sense, and says he'll try to stop him for a maximum of 3 minutes. Turning the corner, they come across a pile of bodies. Inside the room, Kyle does his best to kill the queen, but even poisoned, she manages to defend herself. She asks why he's doing this and receives a kick to the stomach. Kyle prepares for a final attack but is stopped by Javier, who approaches quickly. Not giving him time to react, Kyle attacks, but our swordsman manages to defend, surprising Kyle as he stopped his sword using a candelabra. Taking advantage of the distraction of the battle, Lloyd approaches the queen, covering her mouth before she says anything and using the core technique to absorb the poison. Javier continues buying time, but Kyle is not playing around and activates the sword's aura. Realizing that if he completes that, they're in trouble, Javier throws the candelabra, interrupting the aura formation. He catches the candelabra back in the air and uses blessed mana to attack, impressing Kyle with his mana talent. However, he still lacks experience in real combat, and Kyle takes the opportunity to strike while Javier is in the air, cutting his candelabra and his chest. Lloyd continues absorbing the poison mana. The only thing he can do at this moment is pray for Javier to win, or everyone there will die. Kyle knows his cut was superficial but takes the moment to land another blow. However, our lunatic swordsman isn't afraid of death and charges forward, dodging the strike at the last second. Javier shouts the name Padon, who tosses a sword towards him. With the blade in hand, he's perfectly ready to face a master swordsman. Javier uses blessed mana again, directing the explosion at Kyle. Kyler manages to defend but is thrown back by the impact, stunned and scared, wondering how Javier can wield the power of a cannon. Before he can think, another mana blast heads his way, but this time he manages to dodge. Javier decides to attack from all sides, dividing the blessed mana into multiple explosions, making a master swordsman run in fear. Meanwhile, Lloyd continues the process of absorbing the poison. The queen wonders how this is possible. He's only absorbing the mana contaminated by the poison. But before she can ask where he learned this ability, our protagonist tells her to shut up, angering Her Majesty as he just reprimanded her. But seeing Lloyd spit blood, she wonders if he's trying to sacrifice himself to save her. In the banquet hall, a huge explosion is seen as Kyle is thrown back, watching Javier advance slowly. The master swordsman realizes he can't handle him alone and shouts to the guards that Javier is an intruder who tried to assassinate the queen. With a single sword swing, our mini-monster sends several elite guards flying back and, concentrating a bit of mana, causes an explosion to keep them at bay. Kyle has never heard of a man who could do something like this in history and is scared at the possibility of him becoming a sword master. However, that won't happen as he will personally ensure Javier is eliminated. Seeing the sword's aura, Javier knows he's in trouble. Just swinging his sword makes the ground stones float. Shortly after, Javier is thrown away by the aura, heavily injured, as Kyle approaches to finish him off. At that moment, the protagonist finishes absorbing all the poison, but it's too much for his body to handle. He starts vomiting black blood, and the queen says he will die like this, instructing to gather all the mana in his arm. However, our mole man refuses to lose an arm as it will make digging harder. Lloyd grabs a butter knife and activates Mana Blast using all his mana, expelling the poison all at once. The explosion is so massive that it destroys part of the castle, leaving Kyle questioning where all this power came from. But before he can dwell on it too much, Javier rises, ready for the second round. He made a vow to Lloyd, and he needs to keep that vow alive. Before reaching the royal capital, Javier admits he was hopeless from start to finish. He was supposed to be Lloyd's guard, but he abandoned his duty and ran to the gigantic titan. Because of this and his lack of strength, he no longer feels capable of fulfilling his duties as a knight. Lloyd tells him not to worry too much, as he'll deduct 6 months from his salary, leaving Javier impressed with his lack of shame. Perhaps this shamelessness of his master is rubbing off on the swordsman, as he tries to negotiate the salary deduction down to 3 months. He promises to become a sword master in a year, but the protagonist remarks that these are quite ambitious words for someone who couldn't keep the promise of losing 10 pounds. Nevertheless, Lloyd decides to help him, explaining the concept behind becoming a sword master. Before finishing the explanation, Javier interrupts, saying he'd like to do it without his help. He advances determinedly but is impaled by Kyle, who is surprised that he survived. Most people would have been torn apart as soon as they were hit by the aura, but our prodigy concentrated all his mana into one point to strengthen it. Kyle would like to see more of his tricks, but he's running out of time. At this moment, Javier starts to catch fire but still manages to hold onto Kyle's hands, preventing him from escaping. The aura is burning his body, but while holding Kyle's hand, he manages to absorb the aura directly from the mana heart. Realizing the danger, Kyle throws Javier away, who simply falls to the ground without showing any signs of life. Even the master swordsman can't detect any breath from him. As Kyle has already wasted too much time, he moves to take the queen's head but is stopped by Javier, who rises unexpectedly. Javier says he now understands mana and activates the aura, creating a new sword blade. Kyle is at a loss for words. In all his life, he has never seen such a cursed brat. Javier further increases the aura of the sword, making it giant and attacking immediately. The swordsman tries to defend, but the power of his aura is completely overwhelmed, and his arm is severed. He screams in pain as the other guards approach. Javier orders everyone to retreat, warning that they cannot face the sword master. In the room, the queen is worried about Lloyd, who shows no sign of life. The protagonist slowly wakes up and discovers that he is now immune to poison and can absorb mana from the environment. He is quite happy since these seem to be great, but due to his creepy face, the queen reflexively punches him. He is confused about being hit out of nowhere, and even the queen cannot explain why she did it. She just says that when she saw his face, she felt like hitting him. Putting that aside, she asks if he is okay and can stand up, but that massive surge of mana left the protagonist incapacitated. As the only option, he uses his new ability to absorb the mana from the environment, even drawing mana from the queen who is nearby. She is frightened by this ridiculous absorption power and tries to get the MC's attention, but he does not seem to hear anything. The queen simply accepts it, saying he can take all the mana he needs and go help his knight. After a few minutes, he finally manages to restore all his energy. Lloyd feels his body much lighter, probably now fully restored, but before celebrating, he remembers he needs to help Javier. When he turns towards the queen, he sees she is completely out of mana. Magenta says she will ask for details later. The priority now is to stop Kyle. The protagonist puts her on his back and heads towards Javier. The queen knows he is strong, yet it is not enough to face a sword master, or so she thought. As soon as they turn the corner, they see Javier facing the guards. At that moment, the protagonist notices the sword aura and Kyle on the ground, groaning in pain. The queen orders the guards to lower their weapons and explains that these were the two heroes who protected her from her guards' betrayal. All the guards line up as the queen states that everyone who attended the banquet must be investigated. Lloyd asks if he really became the sword master. Javier casually says yes, as his master keeps putting himself in dangerous situations. This is his way of fulfilling his duty. Due to all his incredible achievements, the system activates a new function called the praise system. Whenever he does something fantastic, he earns a title, and this title comes with an ability, but he did not expect the boost from the ability to be so great. The system also gives CP, but Lloyd has to beg the system to tell him how to use it, discovering that this CP is used to see a final spoiler. Returning to the room, Lloyd complains of exhaustion, having been unable to sleep the previous night due to the investigation. Julian asks if they found the culprit behind the plan, but Lloyd explains that they used some barrier that prevents the truth spell. Because of this, he will have to stay a little longer in the royal capital since the novel had no information about the murder, besides these events being supposed to happen in 3 years. Julian asks if Javier is still under investigation, discovering that the queen summoned him separately since he became a sword master. Julian didn't know Javier had evolved and is extremely surprised, but Lloyd explains that this is just common thinking, as he was the one who defeated Lord Kyle. At that moment, we see Her Majesty thanking our swordsman for his deeds, offering him a position as a royal knight, since a vacancy has opened up. Julian is worried that Javier might leave them, but Lloyd warns that he really doesn't know the swordsman from the Frontera's family. Javier explains that he is a knight of Baron Frontera and wishes to continue by Lloyd's side. The queen states that this is not a request but an order. Refusing an order from the queen is equivalent to treason. Our honorable knight only asks for permission to send a farewell letter to his baron, making the queen realize that he would rather die than serve her. Understanding that she won't be able to have Javier by her side, she allows him to remain a knight of the Fronteras. Javier thanks her for her mercy and heads towards the exit. He meets Julian, who asks if he will leave the family, but Javier asks him not to worry because he will continue to be their knight. The queen realizes she truly isn't lucky with people from the Frontera's property. Finally, night falls, and Lloyd is lying on the grass, checking the abilities that titles offer. Many of his great achievements have earned him titles, and his most recent one was gaining the queen's trust. All these titles grant CP, character points, but they are only counted in the system once a month on the full moon. Seeing the moon shining in the night sky, the CP is finally accumulated, and he decides to see a final spoiler. As he activates the ability, the space around him becomes dark, until suddenly the darkness is replaced by flames. Walking a bit, he realizes he's at the Frontera's property, but the beautiful place is completely destroyed, and people are dead. Lloyd starts running, asking what kind of ending this is, trying to get any information from the system, but what he finds further ahead leaves his mind completely disturbed. The protagonist sees Lloyd and Javier staring at two bodies on the ground, immediately recognizing them as the Baron and Baroness. Illusion Lloyd is desperate, apologizing for not being able to protect anyone, making the protagonist even angrier with this ending. Suddenly, he hears a noise coming from behind, and when he turns, he is faced with a swarm of insects. Javier walks up to him and prepares to attack the swarm of locusts with his sword aura. He lands 3 strikes, making the protagonist think he's really gotten rid of them, but the swarm is much larger than he imagined. At that moment, Lloyd wakes up on the lawn, utterly speechless. He asks if what he saw was real, and realizing that it's all really going to happen, he heads straight for the queen. In the spoiler, he said that if he had arrived a little earlier, he could have avoided this. But Lloyd doesn't know how early he needs to arrive, so he decides to go as fast as possible. He goes to the queen's office and tells her that all regions will be reduced to dust. This is the work of the enemy nation. They are trying to set up a domino effect with monsters, driving the monsters out of the jungle and making them migrate to the west region. In the book, this was supposed to happen in 3.5 years, but now is not the time to think about the future. The queen was already aware of Asfahan's movements and thinks this is really possible, but the bigger question is how the protagonist knows about their movements. At that moment, Lloyd thinks he screwed up but manages to quickly come up with a lie. He says that due to his blood bond with the orcs, he got information about Asfahan, about the assassination attempt, he simply saw Kyle acting suspiciously and decided to investigate. Regarding the mana he absorbed, destroying the surroundings, he simply says he learned from his knight Javier, who is a genius, and as he is also somewhat clever, he has decent control of this ability. The queen realizes that everything he said makes sense, but it still seems like he just made it up. At that moment, his title activates, giving him the ability to make the queen believe 100% in the protagonist. Lloyd thanks her for her generosity and says that as soon as he can stop the attack, he will give her all the credit for the resolution, restoring the honor of the crown that was tarnished by the assassination attempt. The queen has never met anyone as suspicious as our protagonist, but she's glad they understand each other so well. Lloyd and Javier head to the Frontera territory. The horses' legs have been reinforced with magic, making them run at supersonic speeds, which further distorts Lloyd's not-so-pretty face. After a whole night of travel, they finally arrive at the territory just in time, since the locusts have already begun to appear in the sky. Seeing that black cloud forming, the field workers don't know what to do until Lloyd appears, telling them to hide in their homes and asking for the largest pot lid they have. The invasion of mutant locusts continues, spreading rapidly through the city, even invading the Baron's house. A maid passing by is frightened by the insect, but is saved by the Baroness, who crushes it using a chair. At that moment, several other insects invade the mansion. The two start running in fear, and when the Baroness peeks out the window, she sees that the swarm of mutant locusts is so large it almost covers the sky. The Baron appears, telling them to join Byron and the other soldiers, but when they open the mansion door, they attract the attention of all the locusts outside. Byron runs through the city, calling his soldiers to mount a defense at the Baron's residence, but he realizes that all the villagers are in danger. This leaves the bodyguard confused. Should he protect the Baron or the people? Byron recalls a conversation he had with his master, where the Baron advised that if the property were ever in danger, prioritize the people. The knight goes to save a citizen who is being attacked, but ends up completely surrounded. He knows it will be impossible to deal with all these locusts alone. Fighting the invaders alongside the Baron are the orcs. Being a tribe of warriors, they uphold the oath with their blood brothers. Everyone fights relentlessly for their lives or for the lives of others, and when all seems lost, people start hearing sounds that draw the locusts' attention. Lloyd shouts, saying they should be in a natural history museum, while holding a pot lid for Javier to bang. The impact sound on the lid attracts the locusts' attention, making them stop attacking the city and start chasing them. Javier notes that they are following in a regular manner, as he had said. Lloyd says they should circle the entire city and attract every locust that is destroying it. The protagonist orders his swordsman to hit the lid harder but gets annoyed when he realizes Javier is enjoying it. Thanks to the novel, he knows that locusts are attracted to this kind of loud noise, and he doesn't plan to stop just at his properties. He intends to save the Laconas from the invasion. Javier is surprised that he is helping the neighbor even in a critical state, but Lloyd simply doesn't want to lose his water supply. In the Viscounty, Lacona is desperately trying to survive the invasion, until Lloyd simply appears, destroying part of the house, telling Lacona not to even think about delaying the water bill this month. Javier asks if his plan was to lead them through the buildings and concentrate the swarm even more, but the protagonist just wanted to be a jerk like the Viscount. While attracting the locusts, Lloyd repeatedly shouts his name and that of Frontera. The swordsman tells him to save his strength and stop shouting, but again, all of this is a plan to make everyone know who their savior was. Not even Javier knows what's wrong with this guy, but since they've already attracted most of them, now they must go to the wetlands. Heading to the plantation, their path is blocked by another swarm of locusts. But of course, for a master swordsman, this swarm is nothing. Javier simply passes through, cutting down all that stand in his way. Moving forward, Lloyd realizes that the horses can't run anymore, so he has a brilliant idea. He jumps on Javier's back and uses him as his horse. Even pissed off with this, Javier goes along with the idea and starts running, but they're not faster than the horde and almost get caught. Lloyd shouts, calling Bangul and Hamon, who emerge from the water at the same time. Hamon uses his volcanic fart to explode a large number of monsters, but it's still not enough to eliminate them all. So, Hippo uses the accumulated water as a pesticide to kill even more insects. Round 3 belongs to the protagonist and Javier. who use mana explosion and aura at the same time to eliminate the rest of the locusts. Javier says they managed to take care of the majority, but there are still at least 1,000 left. Lloyd tells him not to worry, as the cavalry is arriving. 300 orc warriors approach with 500 soldiers of the white cavalry. The rest they can leave to them since they'll have something else to worry about. The monster domino effect never ends with just one wave. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the white cavalry do their job. The mages enchant the knight's swords with a fire spell, making it easier to subdue the insects. The orcs don't even need magic. With just a stake, they can impale 3 at once. As they are crazy about protein, they roast the insects and eat them right away, saying they found a strong protein source. The maid, saved by the orc earlier, hands him a gratitude flower, leaving the warrior quite happy. The baron and the baroness rush to their son, worried he might have been hurt somewhere, and embrace him, asking why he likes saving people so much. In fact, the protagonist only did it for his retirement. Everything was for his own benefit. Anyway, now he must prepare for the second wave. At night, the commander of the white cavalry appears and asks why Lloyd called him at this hour. First, he thanks him for helping exterminate the locusts, but the knight tells him not to say nonsensical things. Anyone can see they were just responsible for cleanup. Valalardi says he is a brilliant strategist, even being an engineer. Nonetheless, his pride is hurt. He sent the mages back and asked the cavalry to stay. The greatest pride for a knight is to fight and die for the queen's honor, so he didn't like Lloyd preventing that. In the novel, this knight fought against Javier, defending the honor of the queen who had become evil. At that moment, Javier wasn't yet a master swordsman, so he barely managed to win. However, what increased respect for this character the most was that, on his deathbed, the only thing he wished for was for someone to stop the queen's evil actions. With unwavering loyalty and a natural warrior, this knight is needed in times of crisis like this. Lloyd knows he won't get far if he keeps going in circles, so he proposes a duel. If he wins, the white cavalry will have to obey him. If he loses, they can return to the queen right away. Valalardi says he can never fight a civilian without the queen's orders, but the protagonist reminds him that he is the one commanding them now, and that's an order. The knight asks if he has a weapon. Of course, Lloyd shows his shovel. But this time the knight doesn't underestimate him. He knows that shovel protected Frontera's property. Even reaching the 3rd mana circle, Lloyd's chances of winning this duel are 0. But as always, he has a strategy to win. The knight says their levels are very different, so if he dodges any attack, he'll be the duel's loser. As soon as he finishes speaking, the protagonist prepares an attack. He uses Mana Blast with all his mana, causing the knight to dodge. The attack only stops when it hits a mountain, creating a huge hole in it. Lloyd falls to the ground with no energy left in his body, but still has enough energy to smirk wickedly with the easy victory. With that, the 500 strongest in the kingdom will become employees in the Frontera barony. Of course, the knights wouldn't be happy about it, but their leader says there's nothing they can do since he lost the duel. At the top of a mountain, Javier asks if this will really work. Lloyd says it was tested by the orcs, so it's a method with 100% effectiveness, showing a large sculpture being made on the mountain walls. After a few days, the second attack finally begins. The villagers hide in their homes. The entire Frontera property was drowning in terror. At the same time, they all shared the same feeling, that young Master Lloyd would protect them. The leader of the white cavalry observes smoke approaching. He finds it hard to believe, but what Lloyd said is indeed true. A huge herd of mastodons is quickly approaching. A few days ago, the leader of the knights asked for evidence for Lloyd's certainty, but Lloyd simply dodged the question, saying it was obvious which animal would attack in the second wave. Regardless, he was right. Without a doubt, it's time to fight. The cavalry's plan is to slow down the herd, then encircle them and attack from the outside in. They will likely have some casualties on their side, but if they use this method, victory is guaranteed. One of the soldiers says that after the battle, he will propose to his beloved, but the leader of the knights thinks that maybe what returns to his beloved won't be a ring, but rather news of his death. As they advance, he says there's nothing to fear, as that is the fate of a knight. But before the confrontation begins, they are stopped by Bayern. The knight asks what he's doing on the battlefield without armor, but Bayern simply says that his master said he wouldn't need any. In fact, he is there only to decipher Lloyd's message, who is on top of a mountain observing the mastodon's arrival. Suddenly, Lloyd begins to signal using 2 flags. Byron translates that he's sending the soldiers of the White Cavalry to the southeast border of the village. This leaves the commander confused, since he's practically asking to clear a path for the mastodons. If they go to this location, they won't be able to stop the mastodons' advance. But Lloyd signals that if he keeps arguing, he'll report him to Her Majesty. The knight asks how he's saying all this just by waving flags, and he'd also like to understand what he's planning, since it goes completely against all common sense. Lloyd warns that the mastodons have arrived, and with that, the first phase of the plan begins. As the herd encounters the monster sculpture, they automatically stop running and start dropping to the ground. This extreme fear reaction is because that creature is their natural enemy. The second phase of the plan is to have the troops march forward, making a lot of noise, movement, and kicking up as much dust as possible. The mastodons, already scared by the appearance of a natural enemy, think another one is approaching and start fleeing, successfully completing the plan to move the herd. They start heading towards the hole that the protagonist had the knights dig. They all fall into the trap, and at that moment, Hippo appears pouring water on all of them, leading that gigantic herd away. Lloyd throws down the 2 flags he was holding and is pleased with his flawless performance. The knight is impressed that they managed to win without even fighting. Lloyd says that there is plenty of food down there, so there's no reason for them to return to a place with their natural enemy. Normally, after a battle, at least 5 men don't return home. They are tasked with delivering this news to their families, and even though they tell themselves that dying in battle is honorable, they know there is no honor or bravery in death. Deep down in their hearts, they all know that the only thing left behind are hellish days for those who remain. However, now, their soldiers celebrate a complete victory. They hope to be invited to their comrade's wedding, while their leader is happy that they had no casualties. Lloyd says that they will probably still have to deal with dozens of hordes like this one, but executing a large-scale plan every time something like this happens will cost too much. Lloyd would like his swordsman to try to guess what he's thinking now. Javier has spent a lot of time with him, so he will probably try to end the invasion using the least amount of resources possible. The captain of the White Cavalry appears, saying that the knights will help with his plan. What he saw today was a true victory, making him understand that he has been an incompetent leader until now. As a sign of respect, he kneels and asks for permission to learn from his wisdom, joined by all the other knights. This is perfect for our protagonist, who was already thinking of pleading for them to stay a little longer. Everyone heads to the meeting room. Lloyd reminds them that his father was firmly against the construction of the canal in Lake Kapua, saying that a legendary beast lurks in its depths. This time, the plan is precisely to awaken this legendary beast. Obviously, the Baron and the Baroness are against this idea, but the commander and Javier are in favor. The Baron questions how a bodyguard can accept this, but the truth is he knows he won't win this argument even if he tries, so, by democratic process, the construction in Lake Kapua will begin. All the new workers march towards the mountain. Javier asks if he will try to control King Storma in some way, but Lloyd is not a wizard or anything like that, so the only thing he managed to do was study his habits. The only things he found out are that he's a beast as big as a mountain and that if his habitat is damaged, he will let out a roar before starting repairs. The protagonist's evil plan is to destroy a part of the lake every day so that his cries scare off the monsters coming from the eastern mountains. Javier thinks his master is a demon since he will torment a beast that was quiet, but questions what would happen if the plan went wrong and King Storm attacked. Lloyd says he would have to give his all to defeat him, and that he would be the one shouting day and night to scare off the monsters. Finally, Lloyd arrives at the lake. He uses his ability to analyze the terrain and figure out where to break to avoid causing a flood, but since only he can see the ability, to others, it looks like a lunatic waving his hands in the air. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake, the monster senses the presence of humans. Last time, he let it slide, but if they interrupt his rest again, he will kill them all. A few days later, while Lloyd walks through the village, he ends up seeing a very intriguing scene. As soon as Byron realizes he's being watched, he stands up and asks if he can take care of the mastodon pups that have been separated from their mother. Lloyd finds this dangerous, as they tend to become fiercer as they grow, but Byron says that won't be the case since they are adorable. Realizing that the manager is a true animal lover, the protagonist simply gives up and tells him to do as he pleases. Anyway, the Lord will do a good job using them, and if successful, perhaps these animals could become a great asset. Because of the domino effect, the orcs also have to return to their village. It's a shame to lose such an important ally, but Lloyd understands and sends 5 men along with the tribe. Finally, all the preparations are complete. Today is the day they will awaken an ancient beast. Lloyd gives a motivational speech to the White Knights, who this time are quite excited to work, even praying for the blessing of the Grand Shovel. Seeing all those knights marching with shovels in their hands, Javier truly laments for the White Knights. Through simulation, they modified the land so that when they broke the dam, it wouldn't cause a flood. Using Javier's destructive power, he destroys part of the mountain with his mana blast, causing a great tremor. Lloyd tells everyone to duck because the thing is coming. The lake, which was calm, starts bubbling, and King Storma finally emerges from the depths. Everyone is impressed by his colossal size, but what truly emerges from the lake is a giant beaver. Lloyd is clearly disappointed, as he expected a scary mythological creature. However, somehow, he manages to understand everything King Storma is shouting, probably because he's like his other summons. Anyway, that doesn't matter since he's a beaver. His attention is focused on repairing the dam, but what Lloyd didn't count on is that he can smell the metal and knows exactly where they are hiding. Storma realized they were purposefully damaging his dam, and is going to eliminate them right away. At that moment, the protagonist knows he screwed up. He didn't expect this creature to be so intelligent. The commander asks what they should do now, but Lloyd is totally desperate, not knowing what to do. King Storma puts his hand in the lake and raises a large amount of water, drowning all the workers who were trying to flee. Javier is the only one who manages to escape the flood and attack the creature using mana blast. But not even the power of Sword Master is enough to even harm this creature. Seeing that they have no choice but to kill him, Javier activates the sword's aura. But before he can do anything, he is stopped by Lloyd, who says he has come up with a plan. So, instead of attacking, Javier just keeps dodging his attacks like a fly. Taking advantage of the gap, Lloyd swims towards King Storma, but is almost detected by his keen senses. The swordsman keeps attacking to get his attention, but even using the sword's aura, none of his attacks are effective. The situation isn't good, since mediocre attacks won't be able to get this thing's attention. In desperation, Javier uses all his strength to shout in King Storma's language, managing to catch his attention, but he gets confused for being called mommy since he's a male. Javier starts shouting various things in his language, not knowing what he's saying, leaving King Storma sad because he's saying mean things. While the two are arguing in a completely strange language, Lloyd takes the opportunity to climb onto the beaver's head. Even trying to get him off, he can't because his arms are too short. The protagonist jumps and throws something into his mouth, making King Storma shrink. He gets confused as to why the world seems so big, and is captured by Lloyd shortly after. Of course, King Storma won't let himself be caught so easily, hitting Lloyd in the face with his tail and using the opportunity to escape. The protagonist uses his Pokemon to catch him, but Storma took boxing lessons and punches Padong. Our guinea pig won't let it go and punches back. The two start fighting until Hippo takes the opportunity to hit him from behind, but Storma manages to dodge the sneak attack and flee. Lloyd quickly appears in his path, ordering the snake to catch him. King Storma is a beast born for unknown reasons even to himself, spent 500 years simply breathing and sleeping, but for the first time in his life, he witnessed the light. In short, the squirrel fell in love. Obviously, Lloyd notices this and asks if he's now willing to talk. Storma tries to pose as a gentleman, and says he will talk to him since he is a knight. Going to the Frontera mansion, the beaver asks what his request is. Lloyd just wishes for him to scream once in the morning and once at night. The 500-year-old squirrel is not a fool and says that if he's going to propose a deal, he has to give something in return. But the protagonist doesn't exactly know what to offer and says that if he does this, everyone will be happy, especially Bangul. Storma is totally in love and accepts the request right away, making the protagonist scoundrel want to use his passion repeatedly for slave labor. Bangul, even being of the opposite sex, has zero interest in him, so King Storma will be an eternal bachelor. At that moment, Lloyd remembers that he is also single. In fact, both of them are eternal singles. Storma, who was previously confused about what he was doing, ended up feeling the emotions Lloyd wanted to share. So Lloyd asks if he can call him by Byung from now on. At that moment, one of the workers arrives in the room, and Greg informs them that the orc tribe is being attacked by a group of megalania. Even though they are a tribe of warriors and all very strong, they are still not enough to penetrate the thick skin of these lizards. The leader is thrown far away with just one attack, yet he orders the other orcs to keep fighting. Lloyd orders the entire white cavalry to gather at the entrance of the village and tells Javier that they need to take advantage of this golden opportunity, turning the monster's domino effect against themselves. Storma eats a red grain, becoming gigantic and scaring the townspeople. Lloyd tells him to show his cool side and win Bangle's heart, while Javier is confused about what he's talking about. With just a few leaps, Storma quickly reaches the desert. The orcs continue to survive the lizard attack, but at this moment, the giant beaver appears. Lloyd tells them to spread the word that if the monsters keep heading west, they will become the food. With just one slap, Storma throws several lizards at once, sending them flying kilometers away. He shrinks back down and looks at Bangul, waiting to see her reaction. Seeing that she is quite happy, Storma blushes and feels embarrassed. The leader of the White Cavalry says that even though they accompanied them, they didn't manage to do much, while the orc leader says they are no longer in a blood pact. Now that he has saved them twice, the Steel Sand tribe will swear loyalty to the Frontier Barony. Lloyd seizes the opportunity and tells them to start the third project, resurrecting the Steel Sand tribe. Some time ago, Asfahan burned the wheat field region for a certain strategic purpose, causing a massive domino effect of monsters to follow. Among these monsters were some from barbaric societies that possess intelligence. It was these exact ones who saw 3 apex predators being tossed around like paper. They spread the news that there was a beast the size of a mountain to the west, so large it could touch the clouds. Its eyes were black as the abyss, and its fangs could devour all living beings in the world. Moreover, there was the master who controlled the beast, with demon eyes that looked like hell itself. In the palace of Asfahan, a man informs the king that the Steel Sand tribe abandoned their settlement and migrated to the Magentano forest. The Sultan says his plans worked and asks how Magentano reacted to this. The man replies that the tribe managed to reach the kingdom without any problem, leaving the king disappointed. Before leaving, the messenger reveals that there was another problem. The group of monsters the king expelled have returned and are now attacking the kingdom's border walls. The king gets nervous and asks the messenger if this is really happening. According to the servant, they are doing their best to repel the monsters, but the monsters seem to have gone mad with fear of something and won't stop attacking. He tells them to gather the soldiers and set more fires in the reed fields. It seems the domino strategy has backfired on them. It should be impossible to stop such a massive movement of monsters unless there is a true demon living in the West. At that moment, we see the protagonist instructing them to sign a document. The 2 loan sharks are confused about what kind of document it is, but Lloyd explains that, as it says, it is a receipt for the full payment of the debt. The loan sharks are shocked, looking at the huge check, but the MC asks what they are doing, tells them to sign it quickly, and get lost. As the 2 idiots leave, the Baron arrives. He asks Lloyd if their enormous debt was really paid off. Lloyd shows the Baron the payment receipt, and even suggests putting the receipt in a frame. In tears, the Baron hugs Lloyd and apologizes for making his son pay his debt. He reveals that he doesn't even know if he deserves to be the father of someone like Lloyd. Looking into the Baron's eyes, Lloyd asks if he really loves his son. To the Baron, this is a silly question because he is certain that he loves him. So the protagonist says that this is enough to make him his father. While walking through the mansion's corridors, Javier finds him and says that the tribe's relocation went well. Lloyd takes the opportunity to tell him to take the day off. With the tribe's relocation, they might buy some time if the domino effect returns. His debt is also paid off, so he has nothing more to worry about. However, it is strange. Our protagonist would normally be jumping with excitement when the debt was paid. For the first time in a long while, Lloyd lies down on his bed to rest. He remembers the Baron crying when the debt was paid, but this memory triggers another memory he would like to forget. He remembers his real father in Korea, crying and apologizing for making his son suffer. The protagonist says he managed to take care of all the problems in that world, yet he still feels guilty for not being able to help him in any way in his world. Javier hears his master's muffled sobs behind the door, while the protagonist, for the first time, cries as Suho and not as Lloyd. A few days later, while the MC is walking through the village, he is greeted by the villagers as if he were some kind of celebrity. Suddenly, Mr. Byron appears, saying there are problems, and Lloyd gets excited to hear this. According to Mr. Byron, many people are coming from the south. Lloyd is curious if they could be enemy soldiers, but it turns out all those people are refugees. The MC goes to meet these people, and the refugee at the front of the group asks if Lloyd is the lord of those lands. The protagonist explains that he is the son of the lord and asks who they are. The refugee introduces himself as Nicholas, the chief of Sortie village, and says they are subjects of Baron Certino to the south. Until recently, his father was the chief, but he stayed behind, so the rest could escape. His father protected the barony with the lord until the end. It all happened very quickly. Lloyd interrupts Nicholas and asks what happened and if it has anything to do with monsters. Their lands were attacked by giant beetles, and their only option was to flee there. Javier comments that the domino effect affected a much larger area than they had calculated. The protagonist knows that all areas near the jungle were affected, but his was probably the only one still intact since, besides giant summons, they have a master swordsman and the white cavalry. To the north, the refugees would find only the sea, to the south they would reach another country, and to the west of Cremo, it would be too far to go. So, they would probably head to the center, where Frontera and Lacona are, making Lloyd worried about the number of refugees that could go there. They beg for food, even if only for their children. Javier comments that they won't have enough space to accommodate everyone, but the protagonist is quite excited about all this. Obviously, the swordsman is scared, asking what he is thinking in this situation, but Lloyd asks how much he thinks they will start earning when they tax all these people. Javier gets angry, asking how he can think of taking money from these miserable people, but the protagonist ignores him and orders Mr. Byron to prepare some of the cooks to feed them all. While the young master goes to report all this to the Baron, the knight asks Javier not to be so angry. Even though he makes those bizarre expressions and can read people like a book, Lloyd is a good person, so it's better to see what he does before getting angry. The Baron is frightened to learn that more people will come in the future. Although he wants to help everyone, the current food stock is not enough. Lloyd is confused and asks what he is talking about, since they should have enough to feed everyone for now. Initially, they were stored to be used as fertilizer, but there are several warehouses with tons of them. Obviously, the Baron says that giving locusts to people is a bit bizarre, but when he notices, his wife is already eating one of them. She says they taste like shrimp and there shouldn't be a problem since the orc warriors eat them too. The problem is that the smell of the insects is quite bad, and she asks to be in charge of the kitchen. Soon after, tents start being set up for the refugees. While they are still finishing the first set of tents, more refugees arrive in droves. The protagonist tells them to hurry, or everyone will freeze to death in the winter. While the workers set up the heating system, the Baroness explains how to prepare nutritious meals using locusts. The other cooks say the smell is very strong, but the Baroness shows the legendary recipe book, leaving everyone astonished, since this book is the obsession of all aspiring cooks. Looking at the construction of the tents, Lloyd realizes there won't be enough space for everyone. Even if they expand the houses to the northern mountains, it won't be enough. At that moment, he sees a child crying, wanting to go home, reminding him of the day he had to move as well. At the time, his parents were happy while mentioning "our home" in their sentences. Unfortunately, he will never see that smile again. Even if it was a small and bad house for others, it was where he had the best moments of his life. Lloyd tells the boy not to worry since they will have a new home soon because the legendary architect, Lloyd Frontera, is there. Hearing this, Javier feels a bit relieved to know that his master is not a complete jerk. Lloyd says this will be the biggest project they have ever done, and he will solve the space problem by creating apartments. It's a common type of building seen in South Korea, and based on the current circumstances, this would be the most effective type of construction to house everyone. The necessary costs are also reduced due to standardization, and having units in all directions optimizes insulation. On top of a mountain, Lloyd analyzes the surrounding area using his ability. The construction of the apartments will bring significant changes to his lands, and these changes will bring rivers of money. This will be his last job. After that, he will enjoy a lazy life for the rest of his days, finally achieving humanity's ultimate dream of becoming a wealthy, unemployed person. He won't even need to manage the state. He will just dump all the work on Mr. Byron. Lloyd begins the meeting about the construction of the Hive apartments. Javier immediately objects, as he suspects there are many hidden motives behind this. Mr. Byron also looks uneasy, saying he dreamed of a demon slaver working him to death. Lloyd tells everyone to look at the documents. This is a tulu, an ancient building design found in Fujian in the east. Each generation has a room and a hall, and in the middle, there is a dining plaza with shared facilities. The protagonist's idea is to build them in square shapes, since they are faster to construct than circles. Another essential aspect of the construction is that it will become an impenetrable barrier, protecting the Frontera estate. Then the questions about the construction begin. Javier questions the necessary income to do this, but the protagonist ignores his question. However, when the Baron asks about the necessary funds, Lloyd responds extremely politely. After the questions, Lloyd jokes with Javier, who got angry during the meeting, but for a moment, he decides to be serious. Even our legendary engineer is scared. He doesn't know if he is really capable of doing such a project, but he can't show weakness to others and must always appear fully confident in what he is doing. The only person he can be truthful with is his bodyguard and friend. Javier gets upset, asking if he is just an emotional trash bin, and from the look on our protagonist's face, that's exactly what he's saying. The two then go to the Viscounty of Lacona. Diego, who was expelled from the Royal Academy, walks sadly through the corridors until he comes across the guy who beat him up. The young man, still missing 2 teeth, screams in fear when he sees Lloyd, but the protagonist tells him not to be so afraid since he is there to help him return to the academy, though that will depend on his father's actions. The Viscount is shocked, asking if he really wants to increase the price of water. Besides expelling his son from school and profiting from selling water, this bastard wants to earn even more. But of course, the Viscount won't just hand everything over to him. Perhaps because he is still young, he doesn't know how business works, but this contract has a fixed price, and he doesn't have the right to increase the price of water. Of course, our swindler had thought of this and takes a magnifying glass out of his overalls, showing tiny hidden letters that say the water price is subject to change. The Viscount gets angry, calling him every name possible, but Lloyd says this is a fair trade and that he too will profit immensely. Since 17 states were destroyed because of the domino effect, before the refugees went to the Frontera estate, they had to pass through the Viscounty of Lacona. As a fair exchange, he won't tell the queen that a Viscount ignored his needy population. Basically, he is threatening him, saying he will spare him, but of course, our good-hearted protagonist really cares about his neighbor and will send a letter to Her Majesty requesting his son's return to the academy. With this tempting offer, the Viscount asks how much he will have to give, but Lloyd says that speaking like that makes it sound like he's a gangster extorting someone, and he only hopes that he gives enough to ensure there are no cracks in their strong friendship. The poor Viscount just wanted him to give a number. Javier is really scared of his master's actions, thinking that he really is a disgusting person. The MC tells him not to feel pressured, as he will be grateful no matter the amount decided. The Viscount starts with 20%, but Lloyd's expression makes him change his mind instantly. Fearful, he raises the offer to 30%, but Lloyd's face only worsens. Completely desperate and unsure of what to do, the Viscount looks at Javier, who signals with his hand, indicating 5, increasing the offer to 50%. Even so, Lloyd is not at all satisfied with this amount, leaving the Viscount confused, asking if he wasn't supposed to increase by 50%. Javier shakes his head, indicating that he meant 5 times. This drives the Viscount crazy, as 5 times the initial value is utterly ridiculous. But the protagonist says he doesn't want 5 times, just 4 is enough, making the Viscount immediately agree to this amount. However, after analyzing the contract a bit more, he realizes he has just been thoroughly extorted. Outside, Javier feels bad, saying he feels like he has become a blackmailer. Lloyd tells him he shouldn't feel like a blackmailer, as he already is one. The swordsman says his duty is to protect him and that he won't help with his frauds, but the MC says if he doesn't obey, he'll stop singing him lullabies. Javier says he has become a master swordsman and can now control his senses perfectly, no longer needing his lullabies to sleep. When night falls, the swordsman can't sleep alone and goes to Lloyd's room, begging for the lullabies. The protagonist asks if he has heard of sleep hygiene, which involves repeating a certain routine to form a sleeping habit. implying that Javier won't be able to sleep without his lullabies. He sings the swordsman to sleep and then starts his tasks for the day. Lloyd was lucky with the construction of the Andal, as it was knowledge he already had, but the apartments are different. Never in his life has he built one, meaning our protagonist will test all simulations until he finds one that works. A few days pass, and Lloyd is stressed, giving various orders for Mr. Byron and others to carry out. At night, he continues testing possibilities for his new project. Even Mr. Byron is worried about the increasing number of refugees, but Lloyd tells him to accept everyone. He's running out of ideas to ensure his project doesn't collapse. He refuses to reduce the number of floors in the apartments, and at this point, his body is showing signs that it won't hold out much longer. The next day, Mr. Byron explains that the 4 months they have to build the apartments will not be enough. Although Lloyd insists it will work, it is clear he is exhausted. Suddenly, Lloyd's efforts take their toll, and he collapses on the sidewalk from overwork, leaving everyone around him worried. In the royal capital, the kingdom's knights prepare to shoot with crossbows. The target of all their shots is the queen, who is undergoing simple combat training. All shoot in her direction, creating a rain of arrows, but the queen, also a master swordswoman, manages to deflect them all. Despite this impressive feat, she doesn't seem satisfied with her progress, all because of that humiliating situation she went through. An old man appears, saying that the messenger from the Frontera barony seeks an audience. This messenger is Javier, who reads the letter sent by his master. The queen is obviously suspicious, as anything from that sly fox is dangerous. The letter states that, thanks to Her Majesty's wise judgment, they were able to save the territory. However, other territories were not as fortunate and left many refugees homeless. Since the Great Queen is known for sympathizing with the commoners of her vast kingdom, Lloyd decided to follow her will and shelter all the refugees, but he ended up running out of money. The shamelessness of our protagonist surprises the queen, but she had anticipated something like this and was considering sending supplies. However, as if reading her thoughts, Javier says they will need 3 times more than she has in mind. She is shocked, as 3 times is a staggering amount, and she even questions whether Lloyd has gone mad. Once again, Javier responds to her thoughts, saying he has not gone mad. The protagonist explains the idea of the apartments, which will serve as housing for the homeless, and again mentions that he does not have enough money for this. Her Majesty says she understands the message he is trying to convey, but cannot arbitrarily use a large amount of money and will need to speak with a financial expert first. At this moment, Javier, who had already read the first letter, pulls out a second one. It states that the buildings will be designed in such a way that they function as a fortress, preventing attacks from enemies and monsters coming from the east. Since the defense is directly against the enemy state, everyone who agrees with this plan will definitely gain a much better position within the kingdom. The queen sees no problem with having a fortress city, as there is indeed a possibility that the Frontera territory could become as large a commercial center as Cremo. The queen decides to provide the money, but Javier comments that he would love for her to send the dwarf Corgidus as well. Meanwhile, our protagonist is unable to work, and Greg is in charge of commanding while Lloyd is absent. So you asked me, who is Greg? In the beginning, he was just another lazy soldier, but he was always around, even participating in extremely dangerous missions and difficult and meticulous tasks. He is someone who gained responsibility, did his best, and finally was reborn as a true man. This is the kind of person Officer Greg is. When he leaves the tent, he ends up meeting Emily and asks why she didn't take a break like the others. Greg tries to take the sheets she is holding, but fails, yet the two seem to be having a lot of fun while doing this. At that moment, an orc who is in love with Emily sees this scene. The warrior is completely disappointed by this, while being teased by the other orcs, who say that a human would never like an ugly and muscular guy like him. The orc gives up on his love, throwing the bouquet of flowers on the ground. But this will not be the end of the orc's love story with Emily. In his bed, Lloyd finally wakes up. Due to days of relentless work, he is quite exhausted, and to make his situation worse, payday is approaching. Byron comments that they can delay the payment a bit, but something like that is inadmissible to our protagonist. All those people worked so hard waiting for payday. He could never do something as terrible as delaying it. Lloyd says he would rather die than commit such cruelty, leaving Byron very worried and looking for a doctor. At this moment, our great swordsman returns with the money, making Lloyd resurrect from death like a greedy phoenix. After several days of hard work, the Honey Pot Apartment Complex 101 is 70% complete. They managed to create a large plane to build the buildings. The protagonist uses his ability to create holograms of the apartments, running various tests to see if they are truly stable. The first test is a landslide, then he creates a typhoon, and for the final test, Lloyd summons a meteor, leaving the system confused and asking what he is really testing there. The truth is that Lloyd did this purely for fun, making Javier think that he has finally gone mad. Javier informs that Cortigos and 30 more dwarves have finally arrived. Even though he is very intelligent, an apartment is a complex and detailed structure, so it cannot be built randomly. Therefore, he plans to build a cement mixer to help maintain the quality of the cement and prevent the entry of unwanted elements into the mix. The dwarf complains that they have just arrived from their journey and are already receiving orders. But Lloyd makes that face and says that there's nothing better than showing a project first. With the dwarves in charge of the construction, he and Javier need to use mana explosion to soften the ground, leaving Padong in charge of turning the cement mixer. The orcs are also involved, twisting several metal bars with their bare hands. Lloyd pours the cement into the molds, explaining to Mr. Byron how to avoid leaving air pockets in any corners. Everyone does their job, and in a short time, the first apartment is almost complete. From this point, Lloyd asks Mr. Byron to take over the project. Now that everyone is accustomed to the work, Lloyd needs to worry about other problems. The heating system works via a steam boiler. All that hot steam rises through pipes connected to the radiators in each apartment. However, there is a problem. The higher it goes, the more heat loss occurs in the system, leaving the top floor without heating. The protagonist spent the entire night studying how to solve this problem, but the only idea he had was to use a material found only in this world. There is an episode where Javier faces a dragon. As the name suggests, this is a legendary creature, and just its breath is enough to take any knight off the map. However, Javier withstood the breath head-on, thanks to armor with absolute fire resistance. It was created using the sap of the Alencia tree, simply the best thermal insulator in the world. Therefore, the two are on a mission to find this tree. The problem is that the tree is exactly where the elves live. As soon as he finds this out, Javier tries to escape this suicidal mission. The elves hate humans and are not a race that can be negotiated with, but regardless of this, he is unfortunately the escort knight and will have to accompany him. Javier asks how he plans to convince them, since no one has managed to contact them for over 500 years. But Lloyd's real intentions are to steal and leave quickly. Upon arriving in the forest inhabited by the elves, the place is teeming with life. The protagonist warns that they must now remain silent to avoid drawing attention. Javier, unable to hold back, sneezes, but the problem is that he does so like a Hollywood heartthrob, prompting Lloyd to ask why he sneezes that way. Javier explains that because he has a handsome face, everything he does looks beautiful, but that's something Lloyd wouldn't understand, leaving the protagonist incredulous that he actually said such a thing. Lloyd questions how a sword master can hold back a sneeze, saying he is imperfect for not even being able to hold his own crap. But Javier is used to these jests, and retorts that Lloyd mentioned crap because he has nothing to say about his face. The protagonist gets so angry that he tries to hit him, but this only makes Javier happier. Lloyd gives up trying to strike him and continues on their way. But the earlier shouting has already caught the attention of all the elves in the forest. Javier says this is not good, but Lloyd had expected something like this might happen. Things just progressed faster. The elf women start shooting simultaneously, but the sword master easily deflects all the arrows. Lloyd takes advantage of the distraction and says he will get the sap from the tree, leaving his bodyguard to deal with all the elf women alone. Since the protagonist is just ugly, they decide to focus on the handsome man, using the leaves of the trees to move around. Javier realizes his master was right. The elf women love plants so much that they can harm them, so they developed a special way of stepping. To escape their arrows, they must use the plants they love so much against them. However, even using a tree as a shield, Javier still finds it difficult to dodge all the arrows and fleas, but he realizes they are intentionally leading him somewhere. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally finds the tree. Since all he needs is the sap from the root, Lloyd starts digging to avoid being noticed by any passing elf. Javier is led to the middle of a lake, with no trees to use for protection. The elves attack from all sides, but for a sword master like him, a rain of arrows is something easy to handle. Leaving the elf women with no options, they use their special weapon, Malika. An elf woman looking like a truck of pure muscle appears. Her bow is so large that it has to be planted in the ground to be used. The shot is so powerful that, even using aura on his blade, Javier is still thrown far away. The swordsman uses all his strength to try to stop the gigantic arrow. Using sheer brute force, the elf was able to snatch Javier's aura sword. Since Lloyd warned that if a single elf were hurt, all the others would come after them, the swordsman cannot counterattack the elf. Their assassination skills are far superior to those of the orcs. Javier raises his aura-infused sword to defend against another shower of arrows, thinking it's time to go to his master. Even without knowing exactly how he will drive the elves away without injuring any of them, Malika has another giant arrow ready to hit Javier. The swordsman shreds all the normal arrows that were shot at him. At that moment, the brute elf launches her gigantic arrow, and Javier uses his power to deflect the flying arrow. The deflected giant arrow heads toward another one launched by the warrior elf, and the two collide. Meanwhile, Lloyd is in the hole he dug, collecting Elancia roots, until someone calls him a demon, and he turns to see who it was. Behind him are three elf archers trembling with rage because he dared to cut the precious tree roots. Lloyd apologizes, obviously without any remorse, and says that many lives depend on him. Of course, the elves do not back down, and warn him not to move, or they will fill him with holes. The MC says they can do that if they want, but the elves do not understand what the stranger means by that. Then Lloyd turns around holding a mandrake and threatens to burn the plant if they attack him. This horrifies the elves, who love all the plants in the world. The MC continues threatening to burn the mandrake if they do not back off. Furious, the elves start cursing Lloyd, one of them saying that it is because of his behavior that he is not popular with women. This hits the protagonist like a blow, and he almost burns the plant in anger. The elves retreat as he asked, until they reach a wall. With nowhere else to go, one of them says it's time for them to talk. Lloyd does not want to talk and starts biting the mandrake, which cannot stand the situation either. The MC orders the elves to climb out of the hole, and with no choice, they do. Outside the hole, Lloyd is still holding the mandrake, waiting for Javier to find him. The problem is that outside, he is more exposed and could be found by other elves. If something like that happens, it will be the end of our protagonist. One of the elves starts to feel sick after being nervous about the whole situation. Soon after, another one also feels unwell, and their leader insists they must endure and not show weakness before the plant killer. The elf barely finishes saying this, and her stomach growls loudly. Thus, the three fall to the ground, feeling ill after seeing Lloyd threaten the poor mandrake. Lloyd looks at the elves, not quite sure what's going on, and he remembers that earlier, when he and Javier were surrounded, they seemed to have tired eyes. Thinking back, since he entered the forest, he has not heard a single bird or seen any animals. With the monster domino effect, they all move to the end of the mountain range, leaving the forest completely empty. Since the elves refuse to harm any plants, it means they only eat meat. In other words, these elves are starving since all this began. Back to Javier, the swordsman is exhausted from the battle, and on the elves' side, the same is happening. Both sides are exhausted. Javier finds it strange that they tired so quickly, given their skills. But thanks to this, he might be able to force his way through them. Even tired, the elf archer fires one more giant arrow at Javier. The warrior does not back down from the arrow, hoping his master is safe. Javier manages to get past the elf archer's encirclement. Their leader yells at her companions not to let him escape, but her subordinates are sprawled on the tree branches, too hungry to pursue. Except for Malika, who, even sharing her meat with her companions, still has the strength to chase Javier. She does not give up and continues shooting her huge arrows at the swordsman. Javier tries to hide from the arrows, staying behind a tree. But Malika appears, coming towards him carrying the arrow like a spear. Javier narrowly manages to dodge the elf's attack. While dodging successive attacks, he thinks only that he should be protecting his master. The other elves also launch arrows with their last strength to help their companion. Focused on escaping and getting to Lloyd, Javier manages to support himself on leaves, just as the elves do to evade them. Seeing this, the elves think he is a monster. This was a skill they took a century to learn. Using the skill, the swordsman manages to distance himself a bit from the arrows. But Malika is preparing a new attack, using 2 arrows at once. Javier's last jump propels him above the trees, and he can see the Alencia tree, where his master went. From above, Javier shouts for his master, hoping to be heard. On the ground, Lloyd is with the other elves having a kind of barbecue and turns when he hears Javier's voice. The swordsman finally found his master, and he is in a very different situation than he imagined. Lloyd asks what happened to him. By his appearance, it is as if he has been in a war. The MC turns to the elves, teaching them the ideal point to savor pork. He turns again to Javier and invites the swordsman to eat with them. Lloyd introduces Javier to the elves calmly, saying he is his servant, while Javier has not yet accepted the situation. Javier is also introduced to Muira, the tribe leader of the elves, but he has no reaction, as he has been fighting the elves until now. Muira takes the opportunity to ask Lloyd if there is room for one more person, and he agrees. Then she calls Malika, who is hiding behind a tree, to join them. Malika sits down, squeezing Javier, and Miura reveals that her companion is starving. Lloyd, pretending to be a good guy, says she can eat as much as she wants, although they did not bring much food. For the elves with their bows pointed at them, just the smell of meat has to be enough to satisfy their hunger. Looking closer, the poor elves are weak and salivating at the smell of the food. Taking advantage of the conversation, the MC says that the male elves doing the housework while they do the rest of the work must be starving. Hearing this, they burst into tears, remembering their poor husbands. Lloyd continues, asking how the younger elves and the elderly will survive without anything to eat. Miura says they will be the first to not withstand it, and will return to the great Mother Nature. Even Lloyd is crying, not out of sadness for their lives, obviously, and he proposes a deal to the elves. Miura, even though she is moved, tells Lloyd that elves do not make deals with humans. But to him, this is nonsense because they made a deal to save the mandrake, and they also accepted eating the meat he brought. The elf leader silently reflects on the deals she made without even realizing it. Lloyd reveals what he has to offer to the elves. First, the chance of survival. The leader does not understand what he means by that. Then, the MC explains that he is offering unlimited pork and charcoal to cook the meat. Of course, he does not mention that the charcoal is made from trees, as that would displease them. This time, the offer seems more attractive, but the leader still says nothing. Lloyd reminds her that the slices they are eating were dried by him, but with the deal, they could eat juicy pork. Finally, the leader opens her mouth and asks what he will want in return. The MC reveals that many lives depend on him and will suffer from hypothermia if she does not accept the deal. All they need is the Alencia tree sap once a month. He will explain a way for the elves to extract the sap without harming the tree. Lloyd also thinks that transportation would be faster if the elves were divided into 2 groups. One to transport the meat and another to help with house construction, as this would help both sides survive. The elves are outraged and say their leader should not accept the deal, especially because humans are liars. The leader remembers her mother saying that humans live short lives and therefore try to make the most of it, being capable of horrible things. She should only trust a human if she believes he can be a true friend. A silence falls over everyone around the campfire as the leader ponders what to do. Finally, she refuses the deal, saying she would only make a deal with humans who are friends. The MC realizes that even though they are starving, it will be difficult to make a deal with these elves. Lloyd wonders what it means to be a friend. In his original world, he was always alone, dirty, ugly, and poor. When he joined the Traditional Architecture Research Club to learn something, they laughed at him behind his back. People said he was too poor and always ruined the atmosphere of places. He learned to accept these insults and tried to learn, aiming to use that knowledge to escape poverty. Until one day, someone told him not to take what people said into consideration, because he had better results than others and was also better at duties. This person was eating Korean barbecue with him, and said the MC could eat as much as he wanted, since all he could afford to eat was canned tuna. Hearing something like that made the protagonist freeze. The other guy looked down at him, smiling, as if he was doing a good deed by feeding a stray dog. This made him cry because that good deed of feeding a dog was very delicious. Lloyd did not mind that the guy thought he was superior and continued asking for more portions of meat. Thus, that guy became his best friend. Precisely because he has that kind of friend, he thinks nothing good comes from friendship. Lloyd takes out more meat from his backpack to offer to the elves. Their leader looks hypnotized by the meat, as if it had something special. After they savor a little more of this delicious feast, Miura accepts the deal with Lloyd in exchange for more meat, without even consulting the elders. After 500 years without contact with humans, the Everglow elves signed a contract with the Frontera barony. On the way back to the barony, Javier is annoyed, thinking that if everything was resolved just with stakes, he was not necessary on this trip. The people of the barony look at the passing elves, admiring Master Lloyd's ability to make deals with other races. The elf leader notices that everywhere there are things made of plants, which seems cruel to her. Lloyd, who is ahead of her, says that there are also tribes that abhor eating animals. There are many races and religions with different values. He says he believes in a world where people cooperate for mutual benefit, committing to some values. She understands what he means, but in her heart, accepting these differences is still difficult. The MC tells her he knows it will take time for her to accept these things, and she can think about it while eating a steak. The leader salivates just hearing those words, as if she would understand everything better by eating. The construction of the Honey Pot Apartments 101 and 102 continued while Lloyd was away. One of his concerns before leaving was whether they would be ready before the temperature drops below freezing. If the water in the concrete freezes when the temperature drops below zero, it will only thaw at the end of winter or when it gets warmer. If these water droplets become impurities inside the concrete, it will be a disaster. However, this will not be a concern for him. The elves, using their skills to jump from place to place at incredible speed, it will make the construction progress much faster, and after the day's work, they will eat meat. On the first snowfall of the year, the Honey Pot Apartments 101 and 102 are ready. Now, they will start finishing things to accommodate everyone until the next autumn. They will test using Alencia tree sap mixed with soybean oil to make thermal insulation. As soon as they finish insulating the pipes from the first to the 8th floor, Lloyd orders the boilers to be turned on to see if the insulation worked. As soon as they turn on the boilers, Lloyd and the others start sweating inside the apartments. The plan was a success. Leaving the apartments, Lloyd orders preparations for people to move into the place. Javier argues about the priority of the moves, but Lloyd wants people to move in as soon as possible since it has started to snow. The lack of attention he receives from his master makes Javier red with anger, as usual. The MC tells Byron that the priority for moving is families with children, then the elderly and the sick. People who cannot move into the apartments will be placed in other heated houses, so they do not suffer from cold or hunger. Thus, they will owe a big favor to Lloyd, and it will be easier to get them to work. With this part decided, Lloyd decides to go to the Baron, telling Javier that they still have a lot of work to do this winter. Even wanting to punch his master, since Lloyd's personality changed, Javier stopped hating him. After changing so much, the protagonist managed to gain the trust of everyone around him. While they are walking, they hear a trumpet, and Javier says it is the royal messenger from the Empress. The Baron and the Baroness are bowed before the messenger. The messenger starts reading the Queen's letter, saying that since the Frontera barony set an example, given the recent events, she orders that from the date her orders reach the Frontera region, the barony will be promoted to a county, and congratulates Count Frontera on the achievement. The Baron and the Baroness have tears in their eyes. They certainly were not expecting this news. The messenger describes the Baron's contributions in stopping the monster invasion, protecting refugees who lost their homes, and rebuilding part of the eastern region, transforming it into a fortress. Because of these contributions, the county becomes independent of Cremo and now has the duty of reconstructing the east. The royal family will provide sponsorship and resources for the reconstruction of the east for 10 years. And lastly, they will be exempt from paying taxes to the crown for 20 years. Lloyd is ecstatic upon hearing this. The Queen must trust him greatly to believe he can complete the entire reconstruction in just 10 years. He turns to Javier, saying they need to return to the village because there is something there he has been preparing for a long time. He leaves, boasting that all the territories bordering the east now belong to the Frontera, including the Viscounty of Lacona. The Baron looks at his son with tears in his eyes, thinking that all of this is thanks to him. It's as if Lloyd were a miracle in person. Later, in front of a statue of the Empress adorned with flowers, Lloyd, the Baron, Byron, and other villagers are dancing around it and shouting "Long live Her Majesty." Lloyd still urges everyone to shout louder so that Her Majesty can hear them. The messenger observes the entire scene as if he were watching a group of lunatics, and then tells the Empress that they did this all night long. The Empress is embarrassed to hear this and orders them to stop. Returning to the county, the Viscount of Lacona is riding desperately to find the Baron, who has now become a count. He arrives at the mansion and kneels before the Count after being summoned. The Count asks him not to be so formal, as he is getting used to the new title. To please him, the Viscount says that no one deserved it more than he did. But inside, he is cursing the Count, thinking he was the only one who shouldn't have received this title. At every banquet, the Viscount always made fun of the Count. As the Viscount thinks the only thing the Count is good at is being kind, he believes the Count will soon lose the title, so he just needs to endure the situation for now. The Count reveals that he received an imperial order and will have to rebuild many areas in the east. But unfortunately, they do not have enough labor, so he asks if the Viscount could provide some engineers for him. The Viscount agrees immediately and asks how many engineers the Count needs. The Count says that if the number is too high, it might be problematic for the Viscount, but he wants as many as the Viscount can manage. The Viscount raises his head a bit, looking incredulously at the Count who has just made the request. This time the Count has the same devilish look as his son, and says it would be best to send what he asked for so their friendship is not strained. Now the Viscount has learned that he is no longer dealing with just the kind Count. The Count looks at the Viscount through the window. This was the first time he said something like that, and it felt incredible. Meanwhile, Bayern informs Lloyd that the admission of residents to apartments 101 and 102 has been completed. It is time for the MC to reap the rewards of his hard work. In one of the houses built for the refugees, a family is excited to eat the meal they received, except for the father, who now sees himself as useless for not providing for his family anymore. He wonders how long he can endure living in this situation. Then he hears people shouting Lloyd's name in the streets. As the MC walks, many people thank him for everything he has done for them. Lloyd treats these people so well, it is as if he is completely out of his mind. Because of this, Javier knows that all this kindness means his master wants to extract something from these people. He barely finishes this thought when a table is placed in the middle of the settlement. Lloyd sits down and smiles, explaining that it is now time for these people to pay their debts through work contracts. The people around him do not understand what Lloyd is saying, but to him, it is very simple. Nothing in this world is free. Javier no longer knows if his master's actions are right or wrong and does not try to interfere. The father from before is the first to say something, asking if he will have a job if he signs Lloyd's contract. According to the good master Lloyd, if he signs, he will even get paid for working overtime. But after signing and receiving the first salary, the worker will have to buy things with his own money. The worker, who does not want to live depending on anyone's goodwill, asks the MC to read the contract for him. Lloyd tries to explain that the contract will exploit him to the maximum but is interrupted. A young woman is also interested in the job, and of course, the contract also accepts women. Quickly, a line of workers forms in front of Lloyd's table. He is already thinking of a new project to provide food and land. He plans to cut parts of the eastern mountains and use Gabions to build farms. The problem is that Bangul has not recovered from the work on the apartments. Making her work so hard makes Bibian even angrier at Lloyd, and he kicks the master. After thinking for a few days, the only option Lloyd could come up with was that he needed to summon another pet. Even though he was constantly mocked by the system, Lloyd acknowledged that he always received the ideal pets for what he needed. Padong and Hamon, who were with him, waited eagerly to have another friend. With nothing to lose, the MC asked the system to summon a creature capable of helping him build his dam. The system opened a summoning circle, but Lloyd noticed that something was different this time. Instead of a new pet emerging from the magic circle, a flame appeared and hit the protagonist. With his hair burned, Lloyd asked if the world system was no longer on his side. All the previous summons were just coincidences to make the MC more confident that he would always get the ideal pets for what he needed. Lloyd was furious because someone as manipulative as him should have already understood how this system worked. Even so, he was induced by the system to try his luck again, and started another summoning. The only difference this time was that the explosion was much bigger than the first. Lloyd was overwhelmed with rage and tried to fight the system in vain until he was warned always to try 3 times. and on the third attempt, predicting that there would be another explosion, the MC and his pets threw themselves on the ground to protect themselves. Lloyd noticed that no explosion happened and went to see what he had summoned. Finally, a creature came out of the magic circle, but it looked more like a raging monster than anything else. So, the only thing the three could do was run away before being devoured by the monster. Lloyd went desperately to Javier, who was sleeping peacefully, to get rid of the creature. The swordsman killed it with just one blow and could go back to sleep. Meanwhile, the MC was even angrier at the system, saying he would never summon again. Then, the system showed that he had unlocked the bankruptcy skill for being deceived 3 times and could now choose a skill as compensation. A list with hundreds of skills opened for Lloyd to choose from, each more useless than the last, until, looking more closely, one of them caught the protagonist's attention. With the ability to get spider webs, Lloyd would have a strong and elastic thread that would also take time to wear out from the sun. Decided, he selected in the system window that he wanted a creature with this ability. Another summoning circle appeared, emitting a very strong light. The light was so strong that it disturbed Javier, and it caught the attention of the workers, who saw something strange. Above, there was a small dot descending very quickly towards them. From the color and feathers it was shedding, the workers wondered if it was an angel falling. But in fact, the angel was Lloyd riding his new summon, Goming. The workers celebrated Master Lloyd's new summon. Lloyd continued his ride. He thought it would be a spider due to the type of ability, but it was more beneficial that a bird appeared. To the workers, it was as if Master Lloyd was blessing them from above. With Goming, he intended to promote himself as a prodigious summoner and increase his followers. Goming's main ability was to get spider webs, but it could also spread webs, create a nest, and bombard with poop. Additionally, it released spider webs behind its backpack. From Lloyd's tests, the webs were very resistant and could only stretch a little. He asked Goming to go to a nearby plane to make a net with the web-spreading ability. But Goming didn't like his master's idea and went elsewhere. The bird stopped abruptly in front of a snowy mound, causing his master, who didn't expect this, to fly face first into the ground. Lloyd got up, furious with Goming, asking what the bird was doing. Goming sat on the ground, chewing a branch, and told Lloyd he was lazy. Now, Master Lloyd would have to figure out a way to make his new pet work for him. The previous night, right after Lloyd had summoned Goming, he asked if his new summon could show how it produced the webs. But Goming just sat on the ground, with no desire to do it, and asking why someone like him had to work like a slave. From that moment on, Lloyd realized that his new pet was not like the previous ones. Padong went to Goming, trying to be friendly with the new little friend. And he said that Goming could build the infrastructure of society, improve people's quality of life, and find satisfaction after doing so. The new pet could be an existence capable of bringing happiness to the world. After this speech, Goming felt a bit more motivated and said he would try to do it. The next day, when he was supposed to be helping Lloyd, he got lazy again, leaned against a tree, and didn't want to do anything. Seeing that his colleague's determination didn't last even a day, Padong went to him again, encouraging Goming to work together. The bird decided there was no reason to keep working. He believed the world would continue to develop without his help and that Lloyd, the idiot who summoned him, would keep feeding him. Lloyd was so irritated by what Goming said that he considered cooking the bird. The little Padong did not give up trying to convince his colleague to work a bit, but the little one's words did nothing to encourage Goming. Instead, he threw the branch he was chewing in the direction of the guinea pig. Poor Padong didn't even have time to dodge and took the hit right in the forehead. Seeing that friendly conversation wasn't going to work with his colleague, Padong asked his master for a sunflower seed. After that, an explosion could be seen in the forest, and Goming was trying to flee in panic. But before he could do so, Padong, now giant, grabbed the bird by the leg. The bird, desperate, screamed for help as the guinea pig started punching him in the mouth. Even Lloyd couldn't believe the scene he was witnessing. His pets weren't supposed to do something like this. At that moment, Padong practically swallowed his colleague, who was giving his last screams of despair. Fortunately, the taste of the bird must not have been very good, and he was spat out by Padong. Wiping his lips, the guinea pig asked if his colleague wanted to do it again. Proving he was just lazy and not stupid, Goming was now determined to work. Satisfied with the decision, Padong gave an evil smile just like his master would. Not that Lloyd wasn't also pleased with his pet's persuasive power. Back to the works. The first step was to dig a trench. Step 2 was to have Bibyang sift the fine sand with a giant sieve. Step 3 included using Goming's labor. After filtering the sand, the plan was to have the bird weave webs in a mesh pattern. In step 4, Padang encouraged Goming not to become lazy again, while Lloyd shouted from atop the bird for the white cavalry to start their part. Lloyd's loyal followers were in position, fully dedicated to their master. Step 5 was to use the sand to cover the web and repeat the process until everything was covered. In step 6, after covering all the sides, they would pour stones and gravel into the gabion. Monitoring the work from above, Lloyd noticed that the first section was ready. At this rate, they would finish before spring. Once they sold the land to the refugees and the construction of the apartments accelerated, everything would be ready by the following year. With this, Lloyd's dream of ending his life as a worker was close to coming true. The days passed with everyone working hard to finish Lloyd's final project. Not long after, the construction of the county's terraformed farm was completed. And with that, Lloyd, lying in a flower field, earned the title of Leader of the Tired. To enjoy his new retired life, Lloyd spent the day playing chess. His opponent was none other than himself. Javier appeared, asking if he really found this fun, and Lloyd tried to hide that he was enjoying his new life. It was the first time Javier had seen Lloyd play since that day, and according to the master, there was nothing left to do. They had already improved the wizard's magic, and now their work was much more productive. Everything was going well. This phrase triggered some old memories of his original world. In them, his father said that he should always reconsider if everything was going well. Remembering his father's words left the MC petrified. Then, Lloyd decided he needed to do something before putting Javier to sleep. He needed to be sure that everything was indeed going well. Alone, he invoked the system that gave Lloyd the option to get a spoiler of the story's end. And to make sure the future was secure, he selected that he wanted to see this spoiler. Suddenly, Lloyd finds himself alone in a completely dark place. Gradually, the darkness is replaced by what appears to be his room. When Lloyd turns around, he sees himself lying in bed with Javier standing next to him. It seems Javier is giving some kind of massage to Lloyd, but he soon realizes this massage isn't normal. Javier is using magic, and from what Lloyd can tell, if Javier continues doing that, it will kill his future self. Worried, he approaches Javier, asking him to stop before his other self's heart explodes. But as he gets closer to the swordsman, he notices that Javier is in tears, desperate, in a way Lloyd has never seen. The Lloyd of this future is very weak, with a cadaverous face. Seeing himself, Lloyd wonders what happened. What could have led him to end up like this? Meanwhile, the other Lloyd asks Javier to stop his efforts, as both know it's useless. But Javier doesn't stop. He remains determined to do everything he can to keep his master alive. Lloyd, with great difficulty, says that he is actually not the Baron's son. But Javier interrupts him, saying that he is the hero who protected their home and saved countless lives. This is how he will pass on his master's story. Without the strength to do anything more, the Lloyd of the future meets his end. His pets, all gathered around him, begin to cry over the loss of their master. And since they were all summoned by him, as soon as he leaves this world, they also begin to disappear. Our Lloyd, who continues watching his horrible future, tries to stay calm. This isn't the first time he's seen his end, and he needs to analyze this situation. Since this Javier isn't much different from the one he knows, this future must not be far off. This Lloyd is very thin. He might have suffered dehydration, but for what reason? Javier carries Lloyd's body, and from the landscape, all this should happen in the spring. Our Lloyd keeps following the swordsman, analyzing where he is going. At the end of the path, Javier reaches a place full of bodies scattered on the ground. Lloyd looks at what seems to be a real massacre. Even the Count and his wife are bandaged among them. Then, Javier starts spreading oil over everything, and shortly after, he appears with a torch. Now we begin to understand what is happening. As he intends to burn everything, it's likely some kind of contagious disease has spread and infected all those people. Lloyd concludes it must have been some epidemic that caused all this. But when he thinks about what disease could do such a thing, he has no idea. He doesn't even know if it's possible for a disease. He wasn't a doctor in the other world. Suddenly, Javier starts talking to Lloyd, something that should be impossible. He says that his master asked that when he was cremated, Javier should say these words. With a lost look, Javier says his master's last words, "Remember Vienna." The swordsman's words shock the MC even more, who discovered this terrible future. Then, Lloyd returns to the present. The spoiler of the end is over, but the last words spoken by Javier linger in his mind. Perhaps it was a coded message. And it must really be that because that Lloyd already knew how the end would be. So this might be a message for himself, something related to epidemics. Suddenly, Lloyd stops walking in circles. Things are starting to fall into place in his mind. And of course, in the end, his conclusion is that his future self was an incredible genius. A few days later, Lloyd has a conversation with Byron. He explains that he needs some professionals as soon as possible, even though Byron warns that the cost will be very high. But for Lloyd, there's no choice. The Count of Cremo will have to provide these professionals, though it hurts that they'll have to incur new debts. Byron wants to understand how big this new project will be, and according to Lloyd, it will be even bigger than the apartment project. Since he wants to prevent an epidemic, the MC explains that the project will cover the entire Viscounty. He continues by saying they will need tunnels. His new plan is to build sewers. The tip Lloyd gave before he died was about Vienna, where the population grew significantly during the Industrial Revolution without the city having sewers. Thus, people's waste was simply dumped into the river, where it would normally dissolve and decompose naturally. But the brutal winter caused a terrible disaster. With the river frozen, the waste didn't dissolve and remained solid, polluting all the water. And in this way, cholera emerged in that place. Looking down at the Viscounty, Lloyd reflects that the same will happen to them if the river freezes. Just when he thought he could enjoy his life as a rich retiree, he has to go back to work. Anyway, no matter what comes, be it diseases or demons, he will achieve his dream of retirement. Even so, knowing that he is in debt once again dampens the MC's spirits. In addition to worrying about paying the employees, Lloyd also needs to think about the cost of accommodations and other things. The poison of so-called indebtedness consumes the protagonist's thoughts. Meanwhile, near the construction site, we see the love-struck orc. He has just spotted Officer Greg flirting with a girl. The officer is telling the girl that ever since she arrived in the Viscounty, his heart has warmed like the sun. The girl starts to laugh at his silly words but still likes them. This scene becomes increasingly strange for the orc, who continues watching from a distance. From the smile the girl gives the officer, we can see that she likes him. The orc also notices this and becomes completely enraged at the officer's actions. Suddenly, a soldier appears saying that Byron is looking for Greg, forcing him to say goodbye to the girl. As the officer goes to meet Byron, the orc calls out to him. The orc is so angry at the human that it's as if flames of fire are coming out of him. Then he asks how the officer could do something like that, but Greg doesn't understand what he means by that. Kuga, the orc, shouts in disbelief that the officer could court a girl when he already has Emily. The officer doesn't like what he hears and asks what the orc is talking about. What did he mean by someone like Emily? Kuga can no longer contain his anger and tries to punch the human in front of him. The problem is that Greg dodges and punches the orc, sending him to the ground. It takes a few seconds for him to understand that he has just been punched by a human. According to the officer, the orc's weak punch wouldn't have enough power to hurt him, especially now that he can use mana. After a lot of training, the Viscounty soldiers learn to use mana, but they use the power to build Lloyd's projects. Recovering from the blow, Kuga gets up, ready to counterattack the human. Officer Greg is also in an attack position, equipped with his mana. Thus, the two charge at each other to resolve their dispute. But before Greg could attack, Byron appears saying that he is too slow. Neither of them saw Byron arrive, such is his skill. The knight is not at all pleased that the soldier took so long to come to him, and thinks the subordinate was just lazing around. As they walk, he explains that the officer will be sent on a work trip because he trusts him despite his mistakes. Byron continues to reprimand the soldier, who is focused only on staring at the orc. Kuga, in turn, stares back, not admitting defeat. From their faces, this doesn't seem to be the end of their conflict. At the Frontera mansion, Byron and Greg are saddling the horses to go to Cremo in search of reinforcements for Lloyd's new project. Without knowing the importance of the project the MC wants to implement, Greg tells his boss that he doesn't think it's necessary. Tired of working, Lloyd receives a message from the system saying that his achievements and accolades are generating a combined effect. The MC looks at the message without knowing what this effect is. He was able to punish the traitor of the Viscounty and pay off the debts they had. He accepted the refugees and gave them a home, faced a great disaster, and emerged victorious. Thus, the citizens and refugees of the Viscounty would like to repay the favors Lloyd has done for them. Even with the system's explanation, the MC doesn't understand how they will repay him, and the protagonist starts hearing voices. He gets up and opens the window to see what the voices were talking about below. A crowd is gathered at the mansion's door, saying they would do anything for Master Lloyd. They would even work for free, do everything for their master. At first, he doesn't even know how to react to this crowd. Then, the MC gives the best possible response, shouting for all of them to shut up. This proves they would really do anything for him, as the crowd immediately falls silent. He reminds the crowd that he never gave them anything for free, so they better not even dream of working for free. To avoid this, he will make a contract immediately. After hearing these words from the MC, the crowd becomes even more devoted to him. Inside the mansion, away from the others' eyes, Lloyd wipes his tears. Elsewhere, a carrier pigeon is arriving with a message. It came from spies the Sultan sent to the west, to the village taken over by the domino of monsters. In the village, they found a strange bird capable of opening the skies, a beast so powerful that it destroyed the land, another with the ability to swallow an entire sea. They also found a snake that devours mountains, and finally, a monster whose roar echoes in the skies. The workers of this place can defeat orcs with just their hands, and the old men are faster than the wind. The white cavalry uses shovels instead of spears, and the elves and orcs are building something, so the combat strength of this place must be unimaginable. After reading this report, the Sultan can only conclude that something is very wrong with this place. The next day, in the town of Mr. Lacona, we saw his son watching two men fighting in a fist fight. He says to put more force into the punches, but judging by the men's faces, they are being forced to fight each other, because the boy is threatening to let their wives and children starve. The men, powerless to do anything, start fighting with stronger punches. The blonde boy gets excited that it is now more fun to watch the fight. But look who appears beside him, even more excited and smiling. The boy almost dies of a heart attack from the shock he receives. Lloyd asks who the two men fighting each other are. The blonde boy says they are servants in his house, and Lloyd gets excited about this competition and also wants to participate. But the boy, trembling all over, says there is no way he can fight against the two men. But Lloyd says he is asking to compete with the blonde boy, not the men. The boy freezes like a ghost, and Lloyd says his opponent will be Javier, who already materializes his aura sword and says that if it is an order, he must comply. Mr. Lacona's son kneels in apology, and says Javier is a master swordsman. It wouldn't be fair. Lloyd agrees and then says the blonde boy will fight him instead. But this was what Lloyd really wanted, and the boy, scared to death, doesn't have time to breathe and already takes a very light punch from Lloyd. Per blonde boy loses 3 more teeth. Lloyd is writing a letter of recommendation for the boy to return to the academy he was expelled from, and Lloyd will add everything that happened today to the letter. The protagonists Pigeon and Rat deliver the message, while Lloyd looks at the men who were fighting, and tells them to seek out Mr. Byron and that from today, they are residents of the Frontera. The men let some tears escape out of so much happiness. Meanwhile, Mr. Lacona wakes up scared from a dream that Lloyd was in, which is a nightmare for him. He thinks the day is not going to be good because he dreamed about Lloyd. Mr. Lacona's servant knocks on the door, saying he needs to tell him something. But Lacona gets very angry and grabs a whip he uses on the servants. But Lloyd opens the door while shouting that he missed Mr. Lacona. But the old man's heart can't take it, and he faints. Lloyd asks if his face is that scary, and Javier says yes. Lloyd goes up to the mansion's terrace and shows Mr. Lacona the areas that will need terraforming. But the old man is uncomfortable, wondering why all this is necessary. But Lloyd asks if they will need to resolve this the hard way while pulling on his mustache. Lloyd tells him that for making these tunnels, it's better to use granite than cement. He also tells the workers to make the path straight to Lloyd's estate. On the way to the construction, there's the residence of the Lacona family, but the workers follow the protagonist's orders without any curves. Count Lacona just watches incredulously from his window as the building cuts through the middle. Lloyd says the Viscount doesn't need to worry, he'll build another house for him. In the next scene, we see a patched up tent. Inside it is Malika, the bodybuilder elf who looks like He-Man. Mr. Lacona is also there with his son. Malika asks if they are okay and why they are trembling, but they say it's nothing. Lloyd appointed Mr. Byron as the supervisor of this work front, praising his leadership abilities. Lloyd also doesn't need to worry about the heavy work. After all, they have many monsters on the team to do that job. They are even using monsters as vehicles to carry soil. The elves are in charge of building more apartments. Now Lloyd is racking his brain about what to do with the waste. The best option would be to incinerate it like in modern times. But only he, Javier, or Bangul have the ability to burn it. However, they can't be tied to this job, as if something happens and they need to leave, it's going to be a disaster. After thinking a lot, Lloyd has an idea of who can solve this problem. So he asks the dwarf blacksmith for armor made from the sap of the Alentia tree. The giant dwarf asks if he's going to hunt a dragon to need such armor. And Lloyd, in the most natural way possible, says yes. The dwarf asks who is capable of doing this. And Lloyd points to Javier, who has a look of, well, I'll leave it to you to say what Javier thought in that image in the comments. In the mountains to the east, deep within, precisely in a grotto where a stream flows slowly, a large red dragon is sitting on a pile of precious stones, while whining that he can't refine any of them. He is very upset, saying he wants to get married, but for that, he needs to create beautiful gems to feed the offspring. And since he breaks all the gems, the females don't like that, and he can't get married. The dragon complains that it wasn't so hard to make precious gems in the old days. At that time, dragons could invade human castles and steal them, or they could kidnap a dwarf and force him to work. But one day, an idiot called the Dragon King married a human woman and created the Dragon Law, which prohibited dragons from invading properties and intimidating other species. Someone in armor arrives saying they understand the dragon's feelings. But the dragon gets furious and asks how he got through all the traps. Yes, it's Lloyd and Javier who are there to talk to the dragon, and Lloyd says he disabled the traps. Lloyd asks if the dragon's name is Solitas and says he has a proposal for him. But the dragon spits fire at them without even hearing the proposal, shouting that he can't get married because of humans. But while in the middle of the fire, Javier asks what the plan is, and Lloyd says he already told him the plan, but Javier says he didn't hear. And while the dragon unleashes a shower of fire, the protagonist tells Javier that the plan is to capture the dragon. Javier tells him to stop joking and say what he needs to do right away. Lloyd insists and says step 1 of the plan is to fight the dragon and step 2 is to capture it. Then he pushes Javier into the dragon's field of vision, who immediately notices the human that was hidden. He's surprised he's not burned and wonders if the armor has some special power. If fire doesn't work, the dragon will crush him then. At least Javier has Lloyd's moral support. Javier summons his aura sword as the dragon's paw approaches. He dodges as his sword grows even more. The dragon tries another strike, but Javier dodges again, making the dragon even more furious. Javier finds it strange that the dragon seems weak and that he can really win. But in reality, it's Javier who is a monster. Lloyd, with a smile, says he knew this would be easy. In the book, Javier won the fight against the dragon even though it was difficult. So now that Javier is much stronger, it's going to be impossible for the dragon. The dragon is scared of Javier's new technique. He simply used the elves' technique as a base, and now with Mana Blast, he can jump in the air. Almost like Sanji's technique in One Piece, he goes after the dragon. He says he needs a powerful attack to hurt the strongest creature in existence. So he uses Aura Blast and charges a powerful attack on his sword. The attack hits the dragon's chest, making it immobile. The attack creates a small hole in the dragon, who watches as the attack disappears. From the dragon's despair, he had never taken damage from anyone. He starts thrashing in pain while Javier watches from afar. As Javier prepares to start the fight again, the dragon asks for calm. Lloyd explains that now that Solitas has experienced fear, Javier is like a monster to him. Before Javier attacked the dragon again, the creature asked him to wait a moment because it had something to say. Thus, the knight did not attack, waiting for what the dragon had to say. But he was deceived by the dragon, who took advantage of the pause to strike the swordsman. The problem was that when the dragon raised its paw, it realized the knight wasn't crushed beneath it. Then, Javier appeared behind Solitas, who had no chance to dodge this attack. The explosion of mana that the swordsman used hit a very small area on the dragon's back. Even so, Solitas roared in pain, as if he could be defeated with just one attack. Javier continued attacking the dragon relentlessly, not giving it any chance to counterattack. As the fight had been going on for a while, Lloyd lay calmly on the ground, watching. Everything was going as planned, and he knew what Solitas would do next. The dragon blew a puff of smoke in Javier's direction. It seemed like he had a plan in mind when he launched this attack. Covered by the smoke, Solitas took advantage of the fact that no one could see him and transformed into a human. Then, he ran away in fear, trying to get as far from Javier as possible. He hid behind some rocks, thinking he hadn't been noticed by his opponent, and he used some kind of mental power to teleport out of the cave. But before he could do that, a lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and struck him on the head. He fell to the ground, thinking he had set up the anti-teleportation trap himself, and felt like a complete idiot. Then, the dragon realized someone was approaching him. Lloyd arrived politely and introduced himself again as the son of Frontera, and Solitas tried to disguise, telling the MC that he was not a dragon at all. Lloyd just smiled at him without saying anything. It was obvious that he was the dragon. Disguising, he said he didn't know how he ended up there, while Javier approached from behind him. Stealthily, the knight launched another mana attack on the dragon. Hit in the middle of the back, he screamed like a little girl for being attacked. Lloyd told the dragon that humans don't scream like that when attacked, but Solitas was more interested in knowing what they wanted. Then, Lloyd reminded him that they were there to make a great offer to the dragon, who asked, crying, why they attacked him instead of talking to him. But he was reminded that he was the one who attacked first, and Javier only counterattacked. With no way to escape from these humans, Solitas inquired about what they had to offer. Finally, Lloyd saw that his negotiation would progress from that point. In the novel, the MC noticed that Solitas couldn't contain his anger, but it wouldn't be possible to talk to him, so Lloyd had to use another means. Even with the dragon calmer, it would be difficult to negotiate if his pride was hurt, having been defeated by a human. Then, Lloyd shouted at Javier, calling him a reckless idiot. He belittled the swordsman, showing that he had the audacity to hit a wise dragon. This attitude from the master caught Javier by surprise. He had no idea what Lloyd was saying, and Lloyd didn't stop, stating that if the dragon weren't magnanimous, the two of them would have turned into barbecue. Finally, he asked the swordsman to kneel and raise his hands, asking for forgiveness. Surely, Javier wasn't in the mood to do what his master had just asked, and Lloyd kept pressing, ordering him to kneel immediately. With no choice, poor Javier was forced to do what his master ordered. While kneeling, the MC asked Solitas to sit so they could start talking. Completely on his knees, he asked to ask a question to the Lord Dragon. Finally, Lloyd abandoned the polite smile and went straight to the point. Solitas' desire was to get married, wasn't it? The dragon blushed and asked how the human discovered that. The MC didn't answer but said the dragon couldn't get married because he couldn't refine jewels. Once again, the dragon didn't understand how someone could know this, nor how he was found. Then the protagonist made his proposal. He would help the Lord get married in 10 years. This speech made the dragon so happy that he didn't even question how Lloyd would do that. Quickly he came back to himself and wanted his questions answered by the human. But Lloyd kept saying things that made him blush. Like dragons, they could send love letters telepathically to each other, or even make a heart with their tails illuminated by moonlight. With Solitas seduced by the idea of romance, the MC soon presented a contract for him to sign, showing that he could just sign at the end without even reading what was written. As soon as he heard the dragon sign, Lloyd's expression became demonic again. He took the contract from Solitas' hands before the ink could dry. Then he reminded him that there was a very interesting dragon commandment. If any dragon dared to break a contract with humans, he would be burned by the Dragon King's breath. At that moment, Solitas' instinct told him that he had just signed a contract with a real demon. Back in the county, the farmers noticed that Master Lloyd had returned from his work trip, and as always, he brought something new with him. They thought Lloyd would bring a dragon, but instead, they just brought a weary young man. After all, there was no way to bring a dragon. Walking ahead of Solitas, the MC celebrated that he had just conquered his dragon. Lloyd introduced the young man to someone, but the person wasn't convinced he was a dragon. He explained that the dwarf could confirm by looking at Solitas' body, which exuded smoke. The dwarf asked if the dragon was really bad at crafts, and he confirmed. By Lloyd's contract, Corjadus would teach him how to make jewels, and in return, Solitas will incinerate the waste from the sewage facilities once a day. As a legendary creature, he was not at all thrilled to have to incinerate human waste. Knowing this, the MC said it would be difficult for such a grand creature to accept doing that. For this reason, he pressured him to sign the contract. Otherwise, Solitas would lose the chance to learn how to make jewels. And not knowing how to produce jewels would make it much more difficult for him to get married. Despite being proud, this couldn't be more important than the chance of marriage. Totally bound to the contract with Lloyd, the dragon surrendered and called for the dwarf. Humbly, he said he would be in Corjadus's care. Being a dwarf, he never thought he would have such a majestic student as a dragon. According to Solitas, dragons are indeed more powerful in terms of power. But the dwarf is definitely the best when it comes to craftsmanship. So he asked Corjadus to teach him. From afar, Lloyd thought that no matter how silly he was, the dragon was still quick to adapt to the situation. Corjadus accepted the disciple but warned that he might be a bit harsh with him. The dragon didn't mind. He had already decided he would do everything to improve his skills. Then the dwarf's face turned scary, and he ordered the student to stop loafing and go get the materials. Solitas almost cried and asked if the dwarf was really talking to him, and Corjadus retorted for him to go quickly. Frightened, the new disciple ran off to do what his master ordered. Meanwhile, the MC was satisfied that in this contract, both parties would benefit. Solitas managed to trade his pride for the best education that exists in the world, and Corjadus could enjoy being the first in the world to abuse a dragon. Lloyd lost count of the experiences he had with contracts that were unbelievably disadvantageous, but he had to sign them. Those who offered these contracts must have known that he had no choice but to sign. For the MC, this was nothing short of violence. In a real contract, both parties must benefit. However, he didn't take his eyes off the jewels that the teacher and student discarded on the ground. Even though both benefited, there was no problem if he managed to gain a little more. Leaving with the jewels, a system message appeared saying he had managed to transform another tragic destiny. Solitas's fate was to lose his horns in the fight against Javier, and leave it extremely wounded, having received fatal injuries. After returning to his lair, he would die alone and never be found. Which is a bit different from what Lloyd knew, because in the novel, the dragon just appeared fleeing to his lair. If it weren't for the MC, the Frontera couple would have the same fate too. The Count is multi-talented, and without the debts, he can focus on jobs he couldn't do before. He is happy now, thanks to Lloyd. Julian, who would have perished in a foreign land, is now recognized as the best student at school. All thanks to the MC. It's impossible to calculate the number of lives he saved. With the compliments, the protagonist became convinced, but what he needed now was the skill to build the sewage system. The estimation skill doesn't gather information from the whole county at once, and that makes Lloyd's job difficult. This skill stagnated at a point, and Lloyd knew that in business, he needed to do what's necessary to evolve. Therefore, he starts spending the points he has to level up the skill. After investing a lot, the skill's estimation radius more than triples. And the MC also gains a new skill option, Construction Guide. To test the skill, Lloyd summons the 3D construction diagram. The system then prompts him to activate the construction guide. As soon as he activates it, the MC is impressed by what just happened. In front of him is a hologram of a life-sized house, allowing builders to work much more precisely. In other words, the skill can reduce Lloyd's workload by at least 50%. Immediately, he decides that he needs to test it on a real project. Lloyd creates a hologram on the ground and explains to Javier that he is to excavate this area. The swordsman is suspicious of his master's plans, but the MC will give him the details later. Javier notices that the green outline is not just on the surface, but also inside the hole he is digging. To test, Lloyd asks him to dig outside the green light area. As soon as he does that, the light turns red, indicating there was an error in the project. Additionally, a hologram with the MC's face appears, saying the work is being done poorly. To Javier, this appearance is a true monstrosity. Probably no one would mess up their work if they had to see Lloyd's face when they did something wrong. Seeing his master remain silent, he finds it strange and asks if something happened. Without a response, Javier asks if the MC is going to say he was a genius with a magical illusion, or if it's a magical tool he stole. Since the question came out of nowhere, Lloyd doesn't know how to lie convincingly, so he just asks which story the swordsman finds more plausible. Since it seems easier to believe that he stole the skill from a mage, that's the story they will use. Even he will pretend to believe that was what happened. Lloyd won't tell the whole truth about his skills, but he asks if there's anything Javier would like to know. But the priority for Javier at the moment is not his curiosity. It's that his master can save all the people of the county. In his thoughts, Lloyd is grateful for the trust the swordsman places in him, and he says, of course, he will save everyone. On another day, Byron explains to the workers that they will build a sewage system to prevent the people of the county from getting sick. He shouts to the workers, asking what their motto is, and they respond that safety comes first. They will not get hurt. Lloyd and Javier watch the workers devoted to the work and their master. The MC comments that they seem crazier by the minute, not knowing how they got that way. The waste thrown into the sewer will flow to the main pipeline. Even alone, Padong is capable of digging a smaller sewer, but he alone won't be enough to dig the main tunnel. So, what they need right now is encouragement. Watching Bangle's encouragement, Bibyong's heart starts pounding wildly. He gets more than encouraged and starts working at full power. Suddenly, one of the workers digs in the wrong spot, and the area turns red. Then, a hologram of Lloyd criticizing his lack of attention appears. All the workers stop to see the projected image of Master Lloyd, and instead of being intimidated by it, they get more excited to continue the work. From above, we can see several holograms summoned, and the workers competing over which one is the ugliest. This makes Lloyd furious. They weren't supposed to be playing with the holograms, and he asks Javier why his workers started acting like lunatics. A heavy spring rain falls over the county, and the construction of the smaller sewers increased drastically in just 3 months. Using the construction guidelines, the construction of the main sewer progressed rapidly, and with that, the project quickly extended northwards. At a ravine, Lloyd gives Byron instructions on where the main sewer will pass and where the sludge treatment station will be. Byron remembers that the mastodons are in that area, but for Lloyd, as long as Bibyong is there, they won't attack recklessly. Anyway, he warns Byron not to let the workers agitate the mastodons and to approach quietly. They did as instructed, but no mastodon was seen, perhaps due to Bibyong's presence there. At least that's what they thought. With nothing to do for a while, our protagonist started playing games. Playing with himself out of pure boredom and still finding it fun. Until Padong appears, looking sad and asking why his master seems bored. Then he starts explaining something very seriously to him. From what Lloyd could understand, his pet found something very strange. A crowd of workers is gathered around a large hole with something at the bottom. Lloyd arrives, asking for passage through them to see the hole. And when he gets closer, he falls completely silent. At the bottom of the hole is what was once a mastodon. Approaching it, it seems it hasn't been long, as if someone had killed and buried it there. The question is who would do this and why. Bibyong catches his attention by saying he smells something. Then Lloyd asks the workers to dig a bit more in that area. They barely start, and already find something that catches their attention. From the edge of the hole, the MC is astonished by what he is seeing. Down below, dozens of mastodons in the same state as the other one were unearthed. This kind of thing wasn't in the novel, so he is no longer sure about anything that is happening. But there was something in the novel that resembled this. In the episode of Namarin where Javier learned to use the mana blast, the purple light emanating from the mastodon is similar to the dark magic from that city. He quickly yells for all the workers to get away from there immediately. That is corpse explosion magic. All the workers run desperately to get away from the hole. But before they could get very far, a large explosion happens behind them. Lloyd, who is behind them, realizes that the flames aren't stopping from approaching. If it continues like this, they won't escape. So he stops running, determined not to let any of his workers get hurt. He doesn't know if his plan will work, but he will try to use the impact of his mana explosion to neutralize the other one. Before he could put his plan into practice, Bibyong appears in front of him, trying to protect everyone from the explosion. From the ground, Lloyd desperately yells to his pet that this could be his end. Far away, while practicing his skill, he notices the explosion. The wise dragon thinks it must be the invocation of a necromancer. The magic must have used a creature larger than a human. Thus, the scammer Lloyd must be in trouble, but he is not sure if he should help him. On the other hand, he sees someone who doesn't think the same way. Nearby, Javier is running, trying to reach his master as fast as possible. Since the swordsman went to Lloyd, the dragon doesn't think he would be of any help, as he knows how strong the knight is. Back at the explosion site, Bibyong is unconscious, and the MC is trying to wake him up. The workers, thrown to the ground by the explosion, look back and see something sinister. Even Lloyd is worried about the scene he is witnessing. At the explosion site, mastodon corpses are floating, as if they had turned into some kind of zombies. The herd of zombie mastodons descends to the ground, and Lloyd, holding the still unconscious Bibyong, doesn't know what to do to protect his workers now. The herd must have been buried deeper than the bodies that exploded, and their number is much larger. As if it weren't bad enough that these creatures have come back to life. One of them screams as if commanding the others. Then the whole herd starts running towards Lloyd. Realizing it will be hard to escape them, the MC yells for the workers to run away, and they waste no time trying to distance themselves from the pursuing herd. Further away from the workers, Lloyd notices something wrong ahead of him. The leader of the white cavalry gathered his men, wanting to stop the zombie mastodons. He shouts at his men and he will fight to protect the people and Frontera County. Knowing that this won't work, the MC orders them not to do it. Fortunately, he is heard, and the cavalry retreats and resumes fleeing. Running, Lloyd thinks about what he can do to keep distance from their pursuers. He spots Byron and asks where they are. The knight reveals they are in the field, but we don't know who they are. Then the protagonist calls Podong to delay the mastodons. The guinea pig distances itself from its master, heading towards the zombies. As it approaches, the mastodons become alert to the new enemy. Podong is much larger than the resurrected ones and prepares to attack. He hits one of the mastodons with the Podong explosion, and the creature is thrown into the middle of the herd by the force of the attack. The guinea pig continues attacking, landing elbows, and kicks capable of sending its enemies flying. The mastodons don't just take hits, they also attack, momentarily forcing Podong to retreat. Then he starts preparing a new attack. Podong delivers a series of blows to the mastodons, with names like Plum Blossom Fist. From afar, his master watches in awe at the guinea pig strikes. Despite the attacks, they don't retreat and hit Podong in the belly. Several other zombies join into attack, pushing him back. But that won't be enough to defeat him. The guinea pig manages to throw all the attacking mastodons into the air. He barely does this when another creature appears, sinking its fangs into the fighter's leg, even giving his best to fight against the entire herd. They are too numerous, and little by little, Podong is being overwhelmed by them. Suddenly, Lloyd's voice echoes, catching the creature's attention. The shout was so loud that they stop to see what's happening. Lloyd is at the end of the ravine with a small mastodon. He tells the herd that he has one of their calves, and that he will turn it into ham in just a few seconds. This definitely caught the attention of the zombie mastodons. The MC continues his threat, saying that the herd must be feeling nervous and irritated right now. If they don't get to Lloyd soon, he will tear the calf apart. Then the herd starts screaming, wanting to save their calf, and they run towards the protagonist at full speed. Lloyd's plan worked, and he managed to get their attention. He grabs the calf and runs. The calf, which is actually named Pending or something like that, wasn't part of the herd. In fact, it was one of the calves under Mr. Byron's care. From the hint given in the novel, mastodons are docile creatures that don't attack humans, unless their calves are in danger. In that case, they become true beasts. Faster than the zombies, Podong catches up with his master, and Lloyd says they will head through the valley, and asks the guinea pig to lead them to the forest to hide until everything is over. The ravine is empty after the zombie mastodons go after Lloyd. Only the workers remain there, feeling saved once again by Master Lloyd. Meanwhile, in the forest not far from there, Goming is being lazy again, sitting on a branch and humming, until suddenly, a hand appears and captures the poor bird. The hand belonged to Javier, who needs Goming to grow up to take him north. Back at the ravine, Podong is still running from the zombie mastodons. As he is very tired, the zombies are slowly catching up to them. To buy some time, Lloyd prepares a mana attack, and launches it at his pursuers, hitting one of the leading mastodons. A purple light starts radiating from within the creature, and another purple explosion occurs. Before the smoke from the explosion dissipates, several zombies pass through it without a break. Lloyd thinks about what he can do. There are many of them, and attacking the mountain might injure himself and his companions. Suddenly, Podong looks very scared, and abruptly stops running. When Lloyd and the calf look ahead, they realize why he stopped. The guinea pig has nowhere to run. there is a mountain in front of them. Lloyd needs to think quickly about what to do, or they will be trampled by the gigantic zombie herd. The MC uses his search ability, trying to find a way out of that place. But just as he thought, Padong isn't able to climb the embankment due to his weight. Lloyd is panicking as the herd gets closer and closer. He tries to calm himself by thinking about his past experiences and what he has learned to do something. Padong calls out to his master, not knowing what will happen to them, and Lloyd asks him to stay close to the wall and hold the mastodon calf tightly. He was worried that using the triple core mana explosion might kill him, but actually, this is the trick to getting through this. So, the MC gathers his mana for the decisive attack, and invokes the triple core mana explosion. A gigantic flame shoots out of his shovel. The flame rises toward the mastodons, with the 3 tongues of fire reaching toward the sky. The heat from the explosion was so intense that Lloyd's shovel almost melted. Very tired from using something so powerful, the MC falls to his knees with the shovel by his side. Meanwhile, the mastodons haven't slowed down and are very close to the group. Then, Lloyd's overload ability activates, and a purple light starts emanating from him. As soon as the ability hits the mastodons, they immediately begin to decompose, turning into just small remains in the end. The MC is absorbing all the mana from the things around him, and he struggles to direct his target. Then, he raises his hand, showing that the target is in front of him. Lloyd intends to absorb only the mastodon's mana, leaving Padong and the valley out of it. With the ability focused only on the zombies, they disintegrate completely as they run out of mana. While doing this, he remembers using this ability on the Empress to level up his mana heart. The MC had asked to feed off Javier's mana, and although the swordsman disagreed, he had no choice since it was an order from his master, who was planning to increase the level of his mana heart by using overload to absorb Javier's mana. Then he begins the mana blast several times, until he ends up completely without mana, to thus be able to activate the overload ability. But the ability started to suck the mana from everything around. So Lloyd focused all his efforts on taking only the mana that mattered, Javier's. Even having his mana sucked, the swordsman showed no concern, while the MC laughed diabolically that he would take every last drop of mana from his servant. That is until a system message showed that his body couldn't withstand this type of mana, and he fell to the ground, powerless after his plan failed. Then, with a satisfied smile, Javier asks if the master is alright. After failing, Lloyd learned to establish a direction and target, and now will take all the mastodon's mana. While doing this, several of his abilities are improved, such as his expanded mana heart. The problem with this absorption is that the mana from these zombies is rotten, making it necessary to use more powerful rotations of his mana core to convert this rotten energy. The system warns that the mana heart was damaged and then healed with purified mana. Right after, the process repeats, and the mana heart ability evolves several times. The mana heart continues to be damaged and healed in turn, until the ability's rank is updated. Now the MC's physical capacity increases by 600%. After using the ability for so long, he can barely stand. Then the system communicates that a new mana heart ability has been activated. Lloyd commands all the zombie mastodons to kneel before him. He gained the undead domination ability, and all the mastodons kneel. Behind his master, Padong is impressed with Lloyd's powers. The MC throws a blue sunflower seed to his pet. Finally, it's time for them to go home. Lloyd's new ability allows him to control any undead with less mana than him. Those who are dominated will follow all his orders faithfully. While walking on the zombie mastodons, the system alerts Lloyd that there is a catch to the ability. The ability can only be used if he is looking directly at the zombie. Upon learning this, the MC looks at the mastodons behind him. They are all turning and heading towards the protagonist. The system informs Lloyd that he has 40 seconds until the 308 zombies are no longer controlled by him. Thus, he, Padong, and the calf begin to run desperately. They have only a few more seconds to escape, before being caught by the zombie mastodons. But time runs out before that, and Lloyd embraces Padong and the calf, trying to protect them. Suddenly, a white rope descends from the top of the ravine. Somehow it attaches to Lloyd, pulling him and his protected ones up, avoiding being crushed by the herd. Catching his breath, the MC looks up, trying to see who saved him. Goming is flying above him, and used his web-spinning ability for the rescue. And mounted on the bird is Javier, who has finally arrived. the swordsman activates his aura sword ability, commanding Goming to start the attack. Even though he's completely disheartened about having to do this, he does what Javier wants and flies higher, getting very close to the walls of the ravine. Standing on top of him, Javier uses the aura sword to destroy the walls. All this happens while Lloyd is trapped by the web, swinging from side to side. Javier's attack on the walls causes hundreds of rocks to fall towards the herd, which, when hit by the rocks, explode. From above, the swordsman continues to make more rocks fall, while a large purple explosion takes over the ravine. Lloyd watches in awe at what Javier managed to do in such a short time. After Goming takes them far from all that, they are finally safe. Still catching his breath, Lloyd thanks the swordsman for saving his life. Contrary to what he expected, Javier is not happy and asks how his master can still be smiling. Lloyd is silent, not quite understanding what he meant. As an escort knight, he believes he should be by his master's side if something like this happens. And he still remembers that the MC used himself as bait to evacuate the workers while riding on Goming. But Lloyd says it wasn't quite like that. He was trying to lure them to take them all out at once. Then Javier questions whether his plan worked. Knowing the outcome, the MC asks what exactly Javier wants him to say. The swordsman yells that his master should worry about himself at least once. Without the master, the apartment and sewer projects would end. Even the lives of the villagers would be in danger. The MC needs to take care of himself because countless lives depend on him. So Lloyd asks if that's what Javier meant. That some people might die as long as he is alive. But the swordsman explains that's not what he meant. He just doesn't want his master to keep taking risks. But Lloyd shouts angrily that if he hadn't done what he did, people would have been hurt. One shouts what they think should have been done to the other, while Padong watches the two worriedly. The MC continues to say that he is the most important person in the county, and the people there are his responsibility. So, who else but him should protect these people? Javier asks if he will continue doing these dangerous things in the future. Of course, Lloyd won't stop and will take more money as a benefit for taking risks. The swordsman gives an enraged look to his master, but then calms down and tells him to do as he pleases. Javier will stay by his side anyway. After that, the system informs the MC that his affinity with him has grown, and now he has gained Javier's respect. From now on, the swordsman would be willing to die for his master. Knowing this, Lloyd gives a smug smile to his loyal servant. What they need to figure out now is who summoned the mastodons. It could be retaliation from Asfahan for the monster Domino, but as far as the MC knows, there is no necromancer there with the power to do this. Based on the information from the novel, the only mention of using dark magic was regarding the walls of Namarin. For now, it's better to stop the work there and look for clues. Lloyd's guess comes from the chapter about the walls of Namarin. If he's right, he just needs to find evidence, and he can hold them accountable for all the property damage. Sometime after the attack, the workers are digging a huge hole for Lloyd. He continues trying to find evidence, even though it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Somewhere in that hole should be a conductor used in dark magic to control things. Suddenly, a soldier appears on horseback calling for Master Lloyd. Count Cremo just came from the west, looking for him. In a room at the Frontera mansion, Count Cremo starts the conversation by suddenly talking about marriage. This leaves everyone present at a loss for words, until Lloyd explains that the Count is not his type. In fact, the Count wants him to marry his daughter and, not liking to beat around the bush, got straight to the point. After the MC left, the Count wondered if there would be a better son-in-law than him, and now that he's famous, he must have received several proposals. So he got worried and decided to come straight to the county. But Lloyd explains that he hasn't received any marriage proposals. At that moment, the Count draws his son's attention to something, and throws dozens of letters with marriage proposals onto the table. The MC is amazed at the quantity. His father was waiting until he was less busy to show them. Upon seeing all the letters, Count Cremo says they are all insincere for not coming in person as he did. Before he could continue, Lloyd interrupts him, thanking him for his consideration, and apologizes for not being willing to do as the Count wishes. The Count does not accept this response. The MC is already 27 years old. With the Count's sincerity, Javier struggles to keep from laughing at his master in front of everyone, while the Count thinks Lloyd believes his family isn't good enough. Beside the Count, his daughter has an anguished look. She introduces herself as Count Cremo's eldest daughter. and tearfully says she is willing to devote herself entirely to the welfare and promotion of her family. The way she said it, it appears to the MC that she is being forced to marry a demon. Now Javier is even using his mana to keep from laughing. Lloyd's father joins the conversation, making a request to the Count. He explains that while it's important to take care of the family, everyone's feelings must also be considered. According to him, it would be impossible to spend your whole life with someone you don't love. For the sake of the Count's family, he believes his daughter's wishes should be taken into account. After hearing what Lloyd's father had to say, Count Cremo looks at his daughter, reflecting on whether he respected her wishes, and says he almost made her unhappy for the sake of the family's status. The young woman looks at her father, unable to hold back her tears, and says she loves him, now crying with happiness. The Count confesses he is always impressed by the Frontera family, and that day he learned a great lesson, to live with love. The Count and Countess, who are in love, completely agree with him. When the Count leaves the room, Lloyd sits thinking about what just happened. It seemed like avoiding a marriage with him is a happy ending, and even his parents agreed with that. Looking to the side, Javier is crouched in a corner, trembling. He continued to hold back his laughter until the end at his master's expense. After that, rejections to all proposals were sent. At the palace, a messenger informs the Empress of this fact. To her, this was expected, and even if the Frontera family accepted a proposal, the girl would refuse the marriage. Looking at the messenger who just informed her, the Empress concludes that Lloyd is practically a potato after all. The thought makes her laugh, and the messenger thinks she must be unwell, so she requests potatoes for dinner. In any case, she has to monitor who Lloyd chooses as a partner since they will become the most powerful family. So she asks if there is news of the letter sent to Asfahan. According to the messenger, they did not take responsibility for the monster domino and are still reprimanding them, a clear provocation to Magentano. The old man from Asfahan is waiting for the Empress to be the first to attack. She decides to send a delegation there soon, and meanwhile, all correspondence to Asfahan is prohibited. As for who will be part of this delegation, perhaps she should send a potato with it. Back at the Frontera mansion, a head with inscriptions was found at the extreme north of where the incident occurred. That's why Mr. Byron believes it is involved in the incident, but there was no need to put a rotten thing on the dinner table. Lloyd analyzes the symbol on the goat's head, and remembers seeing it before, in an illustration from the novel. In the novel, the symbol was on a large red flag, and it represented the symbol used by the new Dark Queen Alicia in her new kingdom. This brings up another fact that wasn't in the novel. The walls of Namarin and Queen Alicia must be connected. His presence in this world caused several changes. The queen did not turn evil, and the events that enabled Namarin to disappear. The refugees who would be the trigger for Namarin did not happen, and so someone is trying to do something that didn't happen in the novel. Cannavaro, the dark mage who made the walls of Namarin and sent countless people to their deaths, is Lloyd's main suspect. The MC asks Mr. Byron to resume construction, and as soon as it's completed, they need to go somewhere. His parents are worried because he has barely rested these days and is already thinking about going somewhere. Lloyd reveals that he will go to Namarin and catch the bastard responsible for this. On another day in Frontera County, approximately 6.2 miles north is the waste management facility. Lloyd asks Padong to open the large cover of the facility, and the guinea pig struggles to move it. Then the MC says it's Solidas' turn to do his part of the work. The dragon goes to the edge of the station, channeling his mana, and mentally commands the waste to rise. The mountain of waste starts to ascend toward the station's exit, forming a dense mass with various items united into a single piece. Then Solidas' eyes flash with a red light, and he begins to transform into mist, returning to his original dragon form. Looking at him, Lloyd thinks that one day people will know this story. Solidas channels his firepower before breathing out, and then spits out a great flame to incinerate the waste he had gathered earlier. Back in the MC's thoughts, people will know that Solidas willingly used his powers for human health and hygiene. He will be known as the legendary Solidas, the dragon of fecal destruction. Solidas is annoyed hearing Lloyd say these things. He doesn't want to be known by such a title. According to the MC, being a man of science, he couldn't be good at naming things. With this achievement, the system shows that Lloyd has established the concept of public health and earned the title of Toilet Ghost. Returning from the sewage station, Javier asks when his master intends to go to Namarin. they should go soon. Before going, they need a plan or the trip will be a waste. The swordsman catches Lloyd's attention to look ahead. Several noble carriages are parked in front of the Frontera mansion. For some reason, the MC has a bad feeling about this. After entering the family mansion, his father explains that the rejection letters were not well received, so the nobles sent their daughters hoping he would change his mind. The father also made lists to organize the order in which the girls would meet Lloyd, clearly enjoying it. Deep down, the Count is worried about not having grandchildren and that rumors about his son being defective are spreading. Even the system mocks the lack of romance in the MC's life. In the end, it's not bad to have a line of women waiting for him, but what really matters are their parents, who are waiting for a chance to make an alliance with the Frontera family. The first girl enters the room and Lloyd greets her. As soon as she sees who is in front of her, she becomes completely flushed. She was enchanted at first sight by Javier, thinking he was her suitor. When she finds out that the MC is the suitor, she looks disgusted. Knowing that she has no interest in him, Lloyd says goodbye to her. The door closes, and the MC waits for the next candidate. As soon as she enters, he introduces himself to the girl. She doesn't even hear him, as she is focused solely on Javier, thinking he is her suitor. Once again, Lloyd explains that he is the son of the Count and not Javier. This girl also looks at him with disgust, having no interest in him. So, the MC says goodbye to yet another candidate. As soon as he and Javier are alone in the room, the swordsman reveals that he is not finding this amusing at all. According to his master, he knows very well how the girls judge him. Then a new candidate enters the room, and it seems that this one caught Lloyd's attention. She looks familiar, and the MC is sure he has seen her in an illustration from the novel. She bows and introduces herself as Siluria Namarin, the eldest daughter of Count Namarin. In the novel, Lloyd had thought she was the heroine and Javier's love interest, but she ended up sacrificing herself to protect the people of Namarin. This left the readers outraged because the author always kills those Javier loves. Siluria says she is there at her father's insistence but confesses that she found the suitor much better than described. Then, Lloyd explains once again that he is her suitor and not Javier. Surprisingly, she knew this and also that Javier is a renowned master swordsman. Realizing that she found the MC pleasant leaves both him and the swordsman petrified. The girl sits down and says it must be strange for Lloyd to receive these proposals at a time when he is so busy. She explains that on her way to the mansion, she saw the buildings and roads he is constructing, so it's incredible that he has any free time. Thinking she will be rejected, she asks to leave, but the MC wants to talk a bit more with her. Lloyd asks if Namarin is going through difficulties recently, like a significant population increase. Then she sits down again and asks how he knows this. Indeed, 400 people, refugees due to monster attacks, went to her county, led by someone. Just as Lloyd imagined, Namarin's walls are a spell designed to absorb the vital energy of those within them. They were built to trap the refugees needed for Cannavaro's spell. The MC had thought all the refugees had gone to his county, but some ended up in Namarin. If things happen as in the novel, thousands of people from that place will be sacrificed. And all this to summon the knight who calls for death, the Knight of Hell. According to the novel, no matter how strong a master swordsman is, he is no match for a Knight of Hell, which means the destruction of that territory cannot be contained. This is much worse than Lloyd had feared. On another day, the MC is ready to begin his journey, and Javier is holding a basket full of letters. These are letters given to him by the girls before they left. Lloyd asks what kind of letters they are, and the swordsman explains that they are love letters. He realizes that his master may have never received such a letter, and he confirms that he really never has. Not everyone can be as handsome as Javier, so he kneels to rummage through the letters, and offers one of the love letters to the MC. Lloyd takes a good look at what his servant is offering. For an instant, tension forms between the two. Then Lloyd gives Javier a pretentious smile, and says he wouldn't want a letter that wasn't addressed to him, and that they should leave soon. While his master continues walking, Javier remains holding the letter, kneeling, probably feeling foolish for offering the letter. After that, inside a carriage, Lloyd is explaining to Siluria that there are several ways to use these structures. Since Namarin was built on a ridge, it's natural for the surrounding slopes to erode. Even without securing the marriage her father wanted, Siluria thinks he will be delighted with the presence of someone like Lloyd. This is the perfect opportunity to investigate Cannavaro and still make money with a new project. Almost arriving at Namarin, the MC is confident he will win the dispute against the Dark Mage. Shortly after, the carriages arrive at the county, and through the window, Siluria points out to them the head of the merchant caravan, Cannavaro. She explains that he used his own money to care for the refugees and always takes on even the most tedious jobs. Lloyd stares at the merchant, finally seeing who his opponent is. It's not hard to notice that on his shirt, there is the same symbol that was on the goat head that Byron found. Now the MC knows what this hypocrite looks like, and he plans to deal with him soon. At the mansion of the Count of Namarin, he receives his two guests with a smile on his face. Thinking that Javier is the nobleman, and that his daughter has become engaged to him, the Count praises the swordsman happily. He even asks what the best date for the wedding would be, and the two remain silent, knowing he misunderstood everything. Then his daughter explains that Javier is a knight, and Lloyd is the other guy next to him. Looking at the two, he can't believe it, as the swordsman exudes the dignity of a noble, while the MC does not. Siluria dislikes her father's attitude and reprimands him, saying he is being rude to the guests. He should look beyond people's facades, even if it seems something is lacking. Lloyd is wise and intelligent. At that moment, Javier abruptly turns to see if she was talking about his master. The MC listens silently as she says that he is not there for them to marry, but to solve problems with the county structure. Javier continues looking at his master while the Count is pleased he won't have an ugly son-in-law, and the MC remains silent as the Count is reprimanded again by his daughter. She thinks that due to his appearance, Lloyd must have been mistreated all his life, at which point he almost cries. Being able to see his master in such a situation is so satisfying that Javier is glowing with emotion. The swordsman tries to hold back his laughter while the Count asks his daughter about the foreigner's competence. The two continue discussing the project, and Javier starts laughing, losing control. He laughs so much that he pats the Count on the shoulders. The Count turns to the two, tempted to start the project, but he doesn't understand what is happening, as Lloyd is threatening the servant who won't stop laughing at his master. After all this commotion, still at the Count's mansion, the MC asks Javier to keep an eye on Cannavaro since they both saw the symbol he was wearing. If they find evidence linking the symbol to dark magic, he wants to inform the Count about what happened in his county. Still pleased with what happened earlier, the swordsman agrees, smiling. Lloyd wants to know why he is laughing at a serious matter, but Javier can't forget what happened earlier. For a moment, his master says nothing, and the two remain silent, until the MC can hold back his irritation and tries his hardest to land a punch on the master swordsman. The next day, it's time to explore the county. A man is shouting for people to come closer. It seems he is a clothes vendor offering great promotions. Looking at the pieces, Lloyd realizes that his plans have become complicated. The symbol he wants to link to dark magic is printed on all the clothes. Then Javier appears, and his master asks if he found anything suspicious. But he hasn't seen Cannavaro do anything besides taking care of the refugees. So, the swordsman wanted to investigate the merchant's house, but it is guarded by a magical lock, which he could easily break, but he might be caught doing so. He also discovered that the symbol on the clothes is from the wandering minstrel, and because it is very popular, it is sold in all the big cities. Lloyd thinks that maybe they need to find the minstrel, but if the wall is built in the meantime, it will be the end of them. The novel didn't give details about how the wall's magic is produced, so it will be more challenging to figure out and stop it. Maybe the MC should send Javier out of the city. He could break the wall, but Siluria would meet the same fate as in the novel. The novel mentions a Grand Master, much more powerful than a Master Swordsman. Without knowing how to become this great master, the MC cannot train Javier to become one. Continuing the conversation, the swordsman says they should keep investigating Cannavaro. With that lock, he has something to hide. Javier reveals that there is another way for them to get in. His master just needs to be patient and trust him. The eroded slopes of Namarin need anchors. These should be buried deep in the ground to stabilize the soil. It would be good to use something like screws, but the technology of this world doesn't support something so precise. Since the delivery of what is needed will take time, Lloyd sends the planning for his project to Corgidus first. While he waits, he will research a bit more about the local topography. Some people pass by him, commenting about a beauty. The MC finds it shameful that they talk about such things out loud in the middle of the city. The girl is at a Cannavaro food stall, and this wasn't in the novel. Getting closer to the stall, there are many people, and he wonders if they are only there because of the girl. He then moves into the crowd to see what they are looking at. As he gets a bit closer, he doesn't quite understand what he is seeing. The beauty people were referring to his serving soup to the crowd, and she looks too muscular for a girl. In fact, the green hair of the beautiful girl gives a clue about her identity. With a disillusioned look, Lloyd concludes that she must be his bodyguard. Suddenly, she glances at the crowd around her, and notices that there is someone familiar among them. In fact, the familiar person is looking directly at her. Javier is shocked that his plans were discovered so quickly by his master, who starts making various gestures, symbolizing that he respects the swordsman's personal tastes. In response, Javier also starts making symbols, to say that he doesn't like doing such things. In fact, he doesn't like dressing as a woman. This is all part of a plan he put into action. Then Lloyd shows that he will keep an eye on him, and withdraws, disappearing into the crowd. Javier is irritated, but for the sake of his plan, he needs to continue with the act. Suddenly, Cannavaro appears, walking behind him. He discreetly asks someone how the preparations are going, and a worker responds that they were completed the previous night. After hearing this, he leaves the place quietly. In disguise, Javier is gradually obtaining information about his target. In another part of Namarin, far from the center, Lloyd is in front of a huge cliff. He climbs a bit and starts analyzing the predicted fault lines on the slope. As soon as he activates the skill, he realizes he has found something. There is a skull that was buried there not long ago. After finding the skull, the MC looks around for the rest of the body. But he is surprised because he finds something else. Further ahead from where he found the skull, there is another one buried. Curious about this, he looks to the other side to analyze. And in that direction, there is also one, buried at the same depth, all around the peak. Since this is very strange, Lloyd starts to unearth the first one. In another place, Cannavaro is gathered with several people and praises the work they have done. According to him, the revolution will happen on the planned date. Back to the MC, the skull he unearthed is emitting a purple light. This means that someone placed a dark magic mana spell on it, of the same type that initiated the walls of Namarin. Returning to Cannavaro, he is indeed planning the coming of the night from hell. But after finding the skull, the MC does not intend to let these plans come to fruition. So he activates his mana absorption ability, purifying the mana he absorbed. After doing this, the skull becomes white again, with no magic left. Then the MC picks it up and notices a purple stone fell from it. The stone must be the real source of the magic, while the bones served as a vessel. To discover what kind of stone it is, Lloyd uses his research ability on it, and his eyes light up as soon as he finds out. The stone is so precious that it alone is worth a year of Mr. Byron's salary. Thus, the other skulls might have the same inside. As soon as he unearths another, he finds another stone, and another one shortly after. Lloyd starts to smile madly, digging after discovering the precious stones. All he needs to do is dig a bit, and he will find money. It's incredible. By the end of the day, he even managed to level up a skill by digging, and filled his backpack with 30 precious stones, enough to hire Mr. Byron for another 30 years. The MC's desire to exploit the night for longer makes him feel sick even from afar. Satisfied with his haul, Lloyd wishes all his days were like this. Returning, he even considers raising Mr. Byron's salary. But before leaving, he looks in the direction of the skull. The piece that was once part of a human being is exposed on the ground. Lloyd approaches, asking if it is the result of a natural death or not. Obviously, the skull remains silent. But regardless, the MC thanks each one for giving him Mr. Byron's annual salary. Then he picks up the first one he found, and starts collecting the others to place them in a sunny spot to rest in peace. Quickly, he gathers a bag full of them. During the night, at the Count of Namarin's mansion, Lloyd is talking to his bodyguard, who tries to explain the reason for dressing as a woman, but Lloyd interrupts him, saying that he knows everyone in this world is different and understands that the swordsman is unique. Javier remains silent, realizing his master didn't understand anything he was trying to say. But he tries to explain again that he disguised himself because everyone in the city recognizes him, and this way he could gather information. Again, he sees that Lloyd did not understand. The pair remains silent after that, until the MC asks when Javier discovered that he liked this sort of thing. This time, the swordsman loses his patience and shouts that he didn't do it because he likes it. Lloyd sees no reason for him to be upset. It's not like there's anything wrong with that hobby. Returning to important matters, Javier was sent to Cannavaro's house while in disguise. In the basement, there was a door that led deeper underground. The first time he saw him, the swordsman thought he was a good person and that his master was wrong. But he must be hiding something behind so many doors. Maybe the MC is right about this guy too. Therefore, Javier will try to find physical evidence about Cannavaro. The MC agrees with him and reminds the swordsman that he doesn't need to be ashamed of his hobbies. That same night at Cannavaro's mansion, he is furious upon learning that all the Noctanium is gone. A man tells him that both the stones and the bones have disappeared. So he wonders if this was something planned or if someone found them by accident. Some men criticize Cannavaro, saying that he claimed the plan was foolproof and that they invested a lot to create a world for dark mages. Trying to calm them down, Cannavaro says that not all is lost. The stones were in those places only for security. If they help once more, it will still be possible to bring the knight from hell as planned. The next day, a bucket full of water appears floating and falls on the muscular beauty's head. Javier, disguised as Javiella, tells a concerned woman that he accidentally got wet. She says that Javiella can change at Chief Cannavaro's house, lending one of her dresses. The girl goes to the mansion, impressing the guard with her beauty. In a closet in the mansion, she becomes Javier again. He begins to use his mana control, trying to completely hide his presence in that place. Having done that, he exits through a window to explore the area. With his stealth, he manages to pass without the house servants noticing him. He goes to a locked iron door. The door leads to the second basement, and Javier is not sure how he will open it. As he looks stealthily at the door, Cannavaro is standing right in front of it. The dark mage looks around, checking if anyone else is nearby, and uses his mana to unlock the enormous padlock on the door. As soon as he does this, its gears start to move. Hidden, the swordsman thinks that this lock needs a combination of mana to be opened. In another location, where the stones Lloyd took are, he is pondering if there are more of them scattered around and if the walls of Namarin could be activated with them. The MC cannot let something like this happen. Therefore, it's time to go after more easy money. Back to Javier's espionage. He observes Cannavaro leaving the basement and hears the lock closing again. He waits hidden until the mage climbs the stairs and leaves the room. Then Javier approaches the padlock that keeps the door locked, and tries to replicate what he saw Cannavaro do earlier to unlock the padlock. It really works, and the padlock opens. The swordsman goes through the door, entering a dark corridor. He notices that there is something else there, and after descending a few more steps, he realizes there is something strange about that place. There is a small bright spot coming from the end of the corridor. As he gets a little closer, the spot takes the shape of a person. Javier takes a good look at what is approaching. In fact, the thing looks much more like a zombie than a person. It approaches very quickly, and the swordsman barely has time to dodge its punch. Filling his hand with mana, he punches the creature right in the middle of its belly. As strong as Javier is, his attack seems to have had no effect, and the zombie decides to return the punch. Even using mana to block the attack, the zombie's power was strong enough to push the swordsman back. This zombie is completely different from the ones they encountered in the valley. To make matters worse, he is not alone. Several other zombies appear, joining him. Javier takes a deep breath. Then he pulls 2 kitchen knives from the pockets of his coat, and imbues them with mana. Cannavaro just confirmed his suspicions that he wasn't such a good person after all. The group of zombies is about to attack the swordsman, but suddenly he notices something. Behind the zombies, there's a guy who definitely saw Javier, and quickly hides behind an iron door. At least there's someone for the swordsman to question about these things. The zombies begin their attack. Javier, using the improvised daggers, attacks them with the mastery that only a sword master could have. He continues slashing the zombies one by one, trying to carve a path through them to reach the door, leaving only bits of zombies behind. He gets very close to the door and kicks it, making it fly into the other room, taking the guy behind it with it. The guy falls on his back, appearing just like a weak human. In front of him, Javier looks imposing, holding the pair of daggers. Scared, the guy begs the swordsman to spare him. Then Javier says he has questions to ask him. But before that, he steps on the guy's leg, making him scream in pain as his leg twists to the wrong side. If he hesitates in his answers, the other leg will end up the same way. Javier wants to know what Cannavaro is planning in that place, but the guy says he doesn't know, he just does what the wizard asks. He was hired as a funeral agent, and the wizard asked him to use a special product for embalming. The swordsman wants to know where the wizard acquired the bodies. According to the funeral agent, they belonged to refugees who died of illness. The information stirs some memories in Javier. When he was still undercover, Cannavaro talked to a refugee, saying he would take care of her sick father. He grits his teeth upon realizing that the wizard wasn't caring for the sick refugees. Both the skulls that Lloyd found and the zombies must have been refugees at some point. Then he asks if the funeral agent never found it strange that the bodies kept appearing. To Javier, this guy is as guilty as Cannavaro, so he steps on the funeral agent's other leg, breaking that one too. Fleeing the place before he is discovered, the swordsman needs to tell his master what he has found out. But when he arrives at the mansion, he cannot find Lloyd, and he thinks it's best not to waste time looking for him. Javier decides to act alone to finish off Cannavaro. The people the mage had spoken to before were all at the exchange market, so that place must be his base. Javier arrives at the location, smashing a window to enter. As soon as he lands, he prepares for combat, and unsheathes his aura sword before he is attacked. But he notices that something is wrong when he looks around. Apparently there is no one else besides him, even though it was always full of people before. He walks through the place thinking about what might have happened, until he comes to the conclusion that the mage may have started his plans. Suddenly we see a gigantic purple cloud high above Namarin. Then, a huge roar takes Javier by surprise. He feels as if all the strength in his body is being sucked away, and he goes outside to see what's going on. From there he can see the purple cloud, as well as a light that is surrounding the entire city, and he wonders what is happening in this place. More roars echo as what appear to be the walls of Namarin rise. Javier's aura sword begins to have its mana drained. Around him, the county's inhabitants fall to the ground, having their mana sucked away as well. At this point, the swordsman worries, as his master must also be in trouble. At the mansion of the Count of Namarin, Siluria opens one of the windows to see what is happening. But what really scares her is not the catastrophic sky, but the people down there who are falling to the ground without strength. Even without having any idea of what is causing this, she feels that she needs to help them. She holds a jewel on a necklace, thinking that everything will be alright. Outside the walls we see a dark mage. He is using the tools that Cannavaro gave him, and if he continues like this, the Hell Knight will emerge soon. Once that happens, the world will be theirs. Suddenly, Lloyd appears right next to the mage. He says he saw 30 people around there who look like him and asks if they are doing some kind of rain dance. The guy seems so surprised that someone else is there, besides the mages, that he falls silent. Then Lloyd starts asking why he's being ignored if the guy is pretending he can't see him. The guy thought the MC was so ugly that he thought he was the Hell Knight. If he moves, the talking will ruin all the magic, and Lloyd leaves his side after being ignored. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy glances in the direction of the MC, who has his shovel raised, ready to test if the guy will really stay still. With all his strength he slams the shovel into the mage's face. But soon he realizes that the attack was not as he wanted. His shovel is all dented after the blow. This happened because Cannavaro put a protection spell on these mages. So the MC tries another attack, using mana this time. And now the dark mage is afraid to take the blow. After Lloyd's second attack, smoke starts to rise from the shovel, and he finds it strange that even his mana attack didn't have much effect. Even with 2 missing teeth, the mage is celebrating that the barrier around him is impenetrable. As things are not going as planned, the MC needs to focus on what he needs to do. He tries to absorb the mana that is in the mage's stone. But unlike the stones that were in the skulls, this one reacts to the absorption, leaving him unable to do anything. The MC asks if the mage doesn't move because he doesn't want to or because he can't, as it would ruin the spell. As always, the guy remains completely silent. Without an answer, Lloyd will just test his theory, returning to the city. More specifically to the City Hall building. A man is walking towards the building, passing by several fallen people without mana. One of them tries to grab this man's foot. The weakened man asks Cannavaro to help him, but the mage looks at him with disgust, calling people pests, and kicks the face of the poor man who was asking for his help. Looking around the city hall, there is a very large statue of a fallen angel. Cannavaro makes a small cut on his finger, and he says that the statue will become the portal to the Hell Knight, returning to the protagonist. The black mage is sweating coldly with whatever Lloyd is doing. The MC is focused on digging a hole, until he stops, tired from the effort. He dug up the entire area around the mage, leaving only a small space to balance on top of. So Lloyd starts to approach the mage, who starts to panic as he gets closer. The MC approaches with his demonic face until he almost touches the mage's face. Then he blows a puff of air in the mage's face, making him break the small portion of land that was holding him up, and fall to the ground, still motionless. Fallen, the mage panics, looking at the jewel around his neck. It shines brightly and the guy rides around, as if he's being sucked into, until the stone stops shining and the mage trembles without moving. Lloyd picks up the stone, realizing that if the mage falters, he will be attacked by the spell. With one less mage, the MC looks towards the walls. The purple light that once permeated the entire county starts to flicker at a certain point. This cheers Lloyd up. He still has a chance to stop the spell. In the city, Cannavaro next to the statue realizes that something is wrong. Another hole opens in the wall. As soon as Lloyd finishes off another black mage, even without enough mana and knowing that something is wrong, Cannavaro decides to start the invocation. He begins to recite a spell in front of the statue of the angel, until someone calls out to him. Siluria is walking towards him, asking what he is doing. The mage wonders how she can walk without having her mana sucked away, until he realizes that she is wearing a mana protection amulet. He summons a fireball with one hand, and throws it towards the girl, trying to finish her off. Siluria looks at the fireball coming towards her, and raises her hand as soon as the ball reaches her. Surprisingly, the girl catches the fireball, holding the spell in her hands. From Cannavaro's surprised face, he didn't expect that. Then the girl creates a much larger fireball from that one. Siluria calls the spell the punishment of the god of fire and throws it towards Cannavaro, who is about to be hit by it. The mage summons a protective barrier, surprised that someone so young is at such a high level of magic. Even with the barrier, an explosion happens as soon as the spell hits the mage. Further away, Siluria is catching her breath after using such a powerful spell. Cannavaro is lying at the feet of the statue after receiving the spell, and the girl approaches, wanting to know what he was planning in that place. The mage continues to recite the spell without answering her, who is surprised, not yet knowing what he is doing. Cannavaro stops reciting the spell and summons the Hell Knight. Suddenly, the statue begins to crack with a purple glow coming from within. Siluria, who understood the Hell Knight part, knows that something very bad is coming. Then the mage lunges towards her, wielding a sword. But from a hole in the middle of the ceiling, Javier emerges. The sword master cuts off the mage's attack before he can get close to the girl. Cannavaro is completely dumbfounded that someone would appear and stop his attack, while Javier gives him a serious look. The mage's severed arm hasn't even hit the ground yet, and Javier is already prepared for another attack. This time, Cannavaro uses a magic barrier to block the attack. Even so, the attack is very powerful and breaks the mage's other arm. Then the statue starts to glow even more intensely. The sword master looks at it, not knowing what is about to happen. Then a powerful lightning bolt strikes the roof of the building they are in, breaking the statue into thousands of pieces and casting a red light over the area. The problem is that the debris flies towards the people, so Siluria invokes a magic to protect them. Using the Earth God's shield, a barrier appears around the people, preventing the debris from injuring those who are already weakened. A little further away, the fight between Javier and Cannavaro is not over. The mage says that now it will be the end of the swordsman, calling him a worm. For the mage, those people are worthless scum who deserve to turn to ashes by the hands of the Hell Knight. Behind her there is a pair of bright lights looking like eyes. Then, a hand appears from the middle of the smoke caused by the lightning, and we see a red sword being dragged. Cannavaro looks back in fear. Javier also looks worried at what is coming towards them. Behind them, the Hell Knight dragging himself and his great sword. The mage wonders in shock where the knight's horse is and, more importantly than that, his legs. Without enough mana coming from the walls, he couldn't summon the whole knight. Still not complete, Javier worries if he will be able to defeat him. Even without legs, an evil aura emanates from the knight. The knight asks what is the desire of his summoner. Then the mage says that the swordsman dared to raise his sword against the knight. Knowing this, he prepares to attack, and even without legs, he advances quickly to attack Javier. Javier used aura and mana to protect himself, but he still feels his bones reverberating from the attack. The knight's strength is so great that it breaks the ground around the swordsman. In addition, he teleports from one place to another, making it difficult to defend. Suddenly he appears right behind Javier, who will not be able to defend himself. Then Siluria throws a wind dagger using magic, giving Javier an opening to dodge the attack. The knight's sword hits the ground with such force that it breaks the space around it. The knight looks towards the girl, saying that she dared to attack him. With the sentence, she knows that she will be his target now, and he really advances towards her. Javier behind him prepares a powerful attack using his aura sword. Before the knight reaches Siluria, he is hit by the attack, and his head, which was hit, disappears. With the impact, he is thrown away from the girl and remains motionless. Javier looks at his enemy, tired after using so much mana in an attack. A purple smoke begins to rise from the knight's body, which does not move, until it becomes just a pile of ashes. Unconvinced by this, Cannavaro says that this should be impossible. Then a sword is pointed in his direction. The sword belongs to Javier, who tells the mage that they were able to defeat the knight thanks to Siluria. Meanwhile, the people behind him are gathering to help the wounded and take them to the count's mansion. Javier says that the details about what the mage did will be discussed in the royal palace, and he will not be spared from execution. For some reason, the mage, who seemed breathless, starts to smile in a strange way, making the swordsman wonder what is happening. Cannavaro says that Javier is an ignorant who does not know what a being from hell is like. Now the sword master knows that something is wrong, and he looks back towards the knight. What were once just ashes is taking shape again. Now an expression of panic takes over Javier. The Hell Knight's body is complete once more. Cannavaro laughs and celebrates, saying that no matter how many times he is cut down, the knight will rise again. The knight apologizes to Javier for thinking he was too weak at first. Then he grabs his sword again, and he introduces himself as Gialexius, commander of the First Corps who served the Master of Hell. Javier also introduces himself and says he will send him back to hell. Then the two set off to clash. The swordsman attacks with his aura sword, but the knight disappears into thin air and reappears well above him, making it difficult to dodge. Using a dagger charged with mana, he struggles to hold off the attack. The knight comments that he is finding the fight surprisingly fun, while Javier struggles to his fullest just to hold off the attacks. The impact of the attack destroys another part of the ground. Javier emerges from the cloud of dust caused by the attack, trying to distance himself from the knight. But it's impossible. The knight approaches him again and attacks the swordsman, who barely manages to dodge. All Javier can do is try not to get hit. The sword master is exhausted just by dodging the attacks and needs to find an opening to attack. So he throws his mana-infused dagger at the knight, who catches it in the air without difficulty. So Javier takes advantage of the opening he created to attack. He attacks from bottom to top, but his opponent disappears into thin air once more. The swordsman tries to guess where he will appear next, and prepares to attack, trusting that he has memorized how his opponent attacks. He sees a part of the knight's sword emerging from the ground, and attacks him, but the knight manages to deflect the attack using his sword. Already expecting this, Javier attacks him again. This time the knight won't have time to react, and his head is hit by the swordsman's new attack. So the knight grabs the swordmaster's leg. He knows that his opponent is trying to throw him to the ground and needs to reinforce his body with mana before that. The mana he absorbed from the knight is disrupting his mana flow. This prevents him from reinforcing his body with mana, and he ends up knocked down. Javier feels a terrible pain as he is thrown to the ground. The knight lifts him up again, just to throw the swordsman back to the ground with even more force. His opponent confesses that it was a pleasure to fight with him, and that he will remember his name with esteem. The knight raises his sword about to finish Javier off, saying that they will meet again in hell. Suddenly a voice yells at the knight, causing him to miss the attack. The knight turns to see who the stranger is who has appeared. Lloyd is holding the shovel to Cannavaro's neck and says that as far as he knows, if the summoner dies, he will go back to hell. The MC gives him 3 seconds to get away from Javier before he cuts the mage's head off. The knight thinks that there is something wrong with this human, for the expression on his face is terribly frightening. Surely Lloyd is not joking about what he said and could do even worse. The knight asks if Lloyd is also a being from hell, as the expressions in his face are like those of a being from that place. The MC just shows that his count is over, and is about to leave the mage headless. To protect his summoner, the knight casts a spell in their direction. The spell causes an explosion, and Lloyd retreats to avoid being hit, crouching in a corner, while the effects of the explosion wear off. The one who had no way to escape was Cannavaro, who lost the remaining piece of his arm. The knight explains that even if his summoner dies, he will still have 40 minutes before being sent back. As his plan failed, Lloyd will have to think of something else. Suddenly we see Javier refreshed, ready to attack the knight. But before he could do that, the knight rises and repels the attack, throwing the swordsman away. Knowing that his bodyguard is still not well, the MC invites Alexius to fight with him, and orders Javier to rest for a bit. Lloyd keeps calling the knight who paid him no attention. Almost losing consciousness, Javier thinks that with his master there, they can win. Ignoring his opponent, the MC throws a fireball at the knight. Unfortunately, it is repelled with just his hand, and ricochets back towards the one who threw it. Focused on the fight that matters to him, the knight is about to attack the sword master again. The swordsman is almost out of strength, holding his sword in a defensive position. Then Lloyd appears, throwing himself in the direction of the knight. Trying in every way to prevent the attack, the MC grabs onto Alexius' back. The knight warns him that he is a fool, his mana will touch his heart and kill him. Lloyd is not scared by what he said, and he warns that he has purified a good amount of dark mana recently. Alexius, scared, asks what kind of creature this is. Lloyd absorbs his mana while he talks and activates his human lock mode, attaching himself to the knight. Obviously, Alexius tries to remove the pest that has attached itself to him, but with macabre agility, the MC manages to dodge him. Realizing that he won't be able to get rid of the human by trying to grab him, the knight headbutts him back and this time hits his mark. Lloyd falls back but doesn't let go and grabs his opponent's legs. Desperate to get this thing stuck to him off, the knight raises his sword, trying to hit the MC from below, which doesn't work as he dodges, and appears again stuck to Alexius' neck. No matter how much he shakes, Lloyd just laughs and doesn't let go of him. When he's tired of trying, the MC draws his attention to something. In the meantime, he has completely forgotten about Javier, who is ready to attack the knight, surprised that his opponent has recovered so quickly. As soon as he thinks about blocking the attack, Lloyd grabs his arms. With that chance, Javier attacks him, opening a gash in the middle of the knight's chest. Alexius roars with anger at being hit, while the sword master prepares to attack again. This time the knight is faster and manages to disappear into thin air, reappearing from above behind Javier. The swordsman was already expecting this, and attacks again. Unfortunately, Alexius disappears again. Then he appears in another corner, annoyed by the pest that won't come off him. He doesn't understand how Lloyd could stay there, even with him teleporting. The conversation gives Javier a chance to launch a new attack. The MC realizes that the swordsman is moving faster than before, but it's still not enough. In addition, he won't be able to purify the mana for long. He needs to think of something fast. Then a system message appears surprising Lloyd about being able to help him once. According to the system message, he can win if he sings. With no better option, that's what the MC starts to do, in a way that really makes it seem like the knight and he came from the same place. His horrible voice makes the knight feel like he has a fingernail scratching his brain. As Lloyd continues, Alexius realizes that it's just a song, not a spell. But the MC's horrible voice sends the knight into a spiral of despair. He starts to spin around, focused only on the horrible noise. Lloyd realizes that the tactic is working and calls Javier to attack. The problem is that this sonic attack didn't just hit the knight, the sword master is also suffering. The MC remembers his parents telling him, as a child, never to sing. In a test, the music teacher even threw an organ at him, thinking he was purposely singing badly. Even in his time in the army, a priest thought a demon had appeared and threw holy water at him. As there is no useless skill, at least his lack of tuning served for this moment. At this point, the knight is already calling Lloyd a demon, desperate. Javier uses his mana to cover his hearing before he goes crazy from his master's voice, while the MC rolls in the air with the knight. Without stopping singing for a moment, Lloyd manages to knock the knight to the ground. The swordsman prepares to attack with his aura sword. Finally, the MC detaches from the knight who has fallen before being hit. Then it's Javier's turn to hit him in the middle of the chest, and use the aura blast to finish off his enemy. With the attack, an explosion of light hits Alexius. A large area around them is destroyed by the impact. Lloyd barely manages to get away and avoid being hit. The knight's body disappears, but Javier remains kneeling breathless. The MC approaches him, saying that they won. But according to the swordsman, it's not over yet. Lloyd doesn't quite understand what he meant. Then Javier tells him to pay attention to the mana in that place. Analyzing the mana more carefully, the MC realizes that his bodyguard was right. Thus, the two remain alert to what may be coming. A purple smoke appears, taking the form of the knight. and Javier advises his master to stay behind him. But Lloyd says without concern that Alexius will not rise again. The swordsman doesn't believe it, as he has already seen the knight regenerate after defeating him. Even so, the MC asks if he doesn't want to bet, as he is sure the knight is dead. Lloyd picks up his shovel from the ground, and bets that if the knight returns, he will call Javier master for a year. Otherwise, the swordsman will have to dress up as Javiella on the way home. The MC raises his shovel towards the ceiling, and fires a triple mana explosion combo, which opens a hole in the city hall ceiling. Almost out of mana, he kneels on the ground, as the Hell Knight continues to take shape. Then Lloyd uses Overload, and starts to suck mana with his ability. Javier is surprised to realize that his master is sucking the mana from the knight, who begins to disintegrate as he is caught by the ability. Alexius claims that the MC will not be able to absorb his mana. Indeed, Lloyd is not able to absorb it. There is too much mana and it is too strong, but there is no way, he has to endure. While being sucked, the knight says that the MC must already know that he has failed. At this point, Lloyd is using his last strength and won't last much longer. Then, Javier and Siluria's hands touch his back. The two of them help him purify the mana he is absorbing from the knight, to increase the effectiveness of what he is doing. Siluria uses the Life Blessing spell to heal the protagonist. Then, the MC starts to smile, sure that they will win. The knight gives his last enraged screams as he disappears, leaving only the three humans in that place. Lloyd stands with his clenched fist glowing, finishing the absorption. Soon after, the light emanating from the fist diminishes, and he says that he has finished the soul domination with a scary look. As soon as he finishes saying that, his strength runs out, and he falls to the ground, completely exhausted. The girl gets worried and tries to help him, but Javier explains that her master usually ends battles this way. Looking at him, Siluria can't help but worry about someone who is passed out. Unconscious, the system reports that Lloyd defeated Alexius, which surprised the King of Hell, who now wants to meet him. A few days after all this commotion, Cannavaro was arrested and transported to the capital by the royal guard. At this point, Lloyd has a big problem. He can't continue with the construction. Due to the walls, none of the workers have enough energy left to work. If he had known that something like this would happen, he would have asked for workers from the county in addition to the anchors. Thinking about what happened won't help. He needs to find a way to make money, no matter how. As soon as Lloyd woke up, the system showed that he had received a new skill. His zombie domination skill evolved into a new type of independent skill. If the MC can dispose of zombies, he will no longer need to pay for workers. In addition, he also received the title of the Possessed Tenor. What he needs to know now is how to get zombies and if it's really viable. For now, the only thing he finds incredible is the power of hell that makes his eyes shine. The MC's poses in the mirror are interrupted by a knock on the door. He opens the door asking who it is and has something strange on the other side of the door. In front of Lloyd, there are several headless skeletons surrounded by a purple glow. There are dozens of skeletons scattered around his room. Trying to understand the situation, the MC asks who they are. Then one of the skeletons starts making noises, and a gelatinous head starts to form, saying that they are. The scene is disgusting even for Lloyd, who refuses to look at it. With a plaque, he explains that they are the ghosts of those who lost their bodies to the hellish enchantment. They felt the power of hell that materialized them, and came looking for him. The MC is surprised to know that they are happy to feel that he has calmed their souls. All those skulls that he had found before, and he buried respectfully, must have belonged to these skeletons. They have no memory of their life or a purpose, and would probably wander until they were exorcised. So they all kneel down, asking Lloyd to keep them together and let them repay his kindness. The MC asks if they need to be paid. He also asks if they need to be fed, but they don't have a digestive system. As for a place to stay, all they need is a large coffin. Lloyd thinks quickly about this new workforce. From that day on, they will be part of the Frontera skeleton squad. Finally, the MC has gotten the free labor he always dreamed of. Javier wakes up to his master's macabre laughter, and the first thing he sees is dozens of skeletons celebrating. Being something that his master provoked, he shouldn't have to worry about it, so it's best to just go back to sleep. The skeletons continue to work without ever getting tired, sleeping, or eating, and especially without receiving salaries, the part that makes Lloyd most happy. When the Count of Namarin went to see the construction, he ended up fainting because of the skeletons. So the MC explained to him that he is a summoning genius, but the Count did not believe it. If Siluria could be a genius using magic, Why couldn't he be one too? The Count thinks about it for a bit, and ends up apologizing for thinking that Lloyd would not have that ability. In winter, the anchors arrived and the cliff stabilization project reached its final stage. Sitting on a cliff looking at his own hand as the snow falls, Javier remembers when his hand touched Siluria's, the moment the two of them tried to help his master. It's like he felt something different in that touch. Then a familiar voice calls out to him. Siluria is right in front of him. The swordsman comments on the construction and that his master can give more details, but she reveals that she is there to see him. He doesn't understand what issues she would have with him. She says that she can improve her magic skills and maybe he could help since he controls mana so well. Javier would be more than happy to help her. The girl is happy and a little blushed that he accepted. From afar, Lloyd watches the two talking. They are sitting next to each other talking and laughing. This moment triggers some memories of the MC about the novel. In the story, the price for defeating the Hell Knight was Siluria's life. People stopped asking for his help, thinking that he brought death to those close to him. He was destined to live in loneliness without getting close to anyone, or he would end up taking that person to death. His unprecedented strength determined his lonely future. Fortunately, in this reality, Javier is smiling, living happily, and seeing that makes the MC happy too. Sometime after that, the construction was finished, and if repaired periodically, the Count would have no more problems. The troop of skeletons is packing up their master's belongings for the departure. Lloyd thanks the Count for paying the construction costs, and even a little more. The Count does not think the amount is enough, as he saved the county and the villagers celebrate it. The MC listens with satisfaction to the cries of gratitude. And what makes him even happier is knowing that with this amount he will finally be able to relax in peace. The Count asks one last time if Lloyd would not consider marrying Siluria and becoming his heir. But according to the MC, who wants to live a quiet life in the Frontera County, the Count already has a great heiress, who will soon be the greatest mage on the continent, Siluria. Finally, they say goodbye to the Count and his daughter. Before going, Javier takes one last look at Siluria, who was also looking at him. Then Lloyd calls for his bodyguard, saying that it is better for him to stay in Namarin, where he would receive better treatment and rise through the ranks faster. Javier questions whether some of the dark mana has entered his master's brain for him to be thinking this way, and he says he will remain a Frontera knight until the end. The MC asks what he would do if it was an order, and in that case the swordsman would disobey it and have to be executed. So, there's no way to go against his stubbornness, and the only option left is for them to return to the county together. In the snow-covered Frontera County, Lloyd's parents come out of the mansion to greet their son and are met with something different. This time, their son has returned accompanied by a troop of zombie skeletons. The MC tries to explain about the skeletons, but this is not his father's main concern. What really shocked the Count of Frontera was to see Javier dressed as Javiella. The swordsman is sorry for agreeing to that bet without thinking. Lloyd bet him that if the knight didn't return, he would have to dress up as Javiella when they got back. The Count slowly approaches Javier and hugs him, saying that he must have suffered a lot to keep this secret for so long. The swordsman tries to explain that it's not what it looks like, but the Count says it's okay, he's just a little different from the others. Embarrassed, he tries to say that it's not quite like that, while Lloyd is crying with laughter at his friend's situation. The MC is happy to finally be home. Now he can spend his days relaxing with his fortune. From now on he can finally live a life without having to do anything else. The poor protagonist barely has time to finish this thought, and is surprised by the Queen's messengers. The messenger says that by royal decree, Lloyd has been selected to join a special delegation to Asafahan. The protagonist is completely shocked by what has just happened, so the messenger explains that he must leave soon. For sure the MC is not at all eager to leave again. That's why the royal guards grab him by the arms, forcing the poor protagonist to leave with them. The royal carriage follows the road, and inside it, Lloyd couldn't be more discouraged. He's trembling, and at least Javier is with him. The swordsman comforts the master, saying that he looks extremely ugly when he does that. There are two other men with them in the carriage. The leader of the delegation, Count Ventura, does not understand the MC's frustration. After all, they are on a mission given by the Queen. Pouring his hatred of the Queen into his thoughts, Lloyd says he is crying with emotion. But Ventura remains irritated with him and remembers to have asked the queen why she selected the MC for the delegation. Maybe it was to represent the refugees from the monster domino, or because he had a diplomatic profile. Alicia thinks about Lloyd being suitable as a diplomat, but that kind of thing had nothing to do with her decision. She assured him that when Lloyd was summoned, he would cry, saying that it would ruin his plans for a peaceful life. The report on Nameron said that the soldiers defeated the knight and Lloyd only helped by giving information. A lie. Ordinary soldiers would not win. The MC must have asked to have his and Javier's names removed from the records. As the Count could not do this, he reported that the two helped. Lloyd is not the type to seek fame or glory. That's why the Queen thinks he'll do something no matter what. Being a greedy man who holds grudges for a long time, unscrupulous and materialistic. The words leave Count Ventura wondering if she was praising or insulting the MC. The Queen also predicted that one day he would stop crying and discover something he could get from Samarkand. In the carriage, our protagonist still couldn't stop crying. Count Ventura sure didn't like him, thinking he was a materialistic pig who didn't know honor. The delegation's carriages are arriving in Isfahan. At the palace, a messenger informs the Sultan that the Magentano delegation is approaching, and the Sultan asks them to be given a proper reception. In the palace of the Sultan of Isfahan, Count Ventura is outraged by the accommodations given to him and the other envoys. But according to a servant, there was no mistake at all. They are just following the orders of Sultan Samarkand. So Ventura demands to see the Sultan, ordering them to be introduced. The MC still hasn't recovered when the servant explains that Samarkand is very busy and it will be difficult to see him. They must wait at least 6 months to have an audience with him. The delay and unwillingness of the servant completely infuriate Ventura. Suddenly, the servant shows the Count a kind of pendant. It's a padishar. As long as he has it, he will have all the kindness the Sultan has to offer anywhere in Isfahan. To the Count, it just seems like they are offering alms to beggars. The servant claims that he is mistaken. Receiving the padishar is an honor. However, he throws the pendant on the floor when he says this. So the servants leave the room, asking the guests to make themselves at home. Ventura is enraged. For him, this treatment is practically a declaration of war. He wants the messenger to communicate with Magentano and other kingdoms about this and ask for a larger delegation. The Count hears from the messenger that Lloyd disappears and doesn't care. Another thing that disappeared was the padishar that had been thrown on the floor. During the night, in the kingdom of Isfahan, a poor girl is selling torches on the street. A man passes by her, almost knocking her over. Without having sold any torches, she looks for an alley to sleep in, until a man appears, asking if she needs a place to sleep. Lloyd says he will help her and asks her to go with him. Then we see a kind of mansion all lit up. They are in front of the most expensive hotel in the capital, and the girl refuses to be a burden to them. The MC explains to her that he bought this hotel. All she has to do now is sign the deed and the place will be hers. And he has all this because he fell into the good graces of the great Samarkand. With the padishar, Lloyd goes to the most expensive restaurants, orders the best dishes, and even pays everyone's bill. With the power of this pendant, he offers food to everyone who is hungry and is applauded. Holding the padishar, the MC says that the great Samarkand is blessing all of them. In a fabric store, the seller presents the finest silks in the world. So the protagonist chooses all the ones he likes. Excluding 2, he will take all the ones the store has, with the power of the padishar. At the port, an employee understands that he wants to rent the sailboats in the port. But showing the padishar again, the MC says he wants the sailboats for himself. He buys everything from the finest perfumes to the best spices. Then he puts everything he has collected on the sailboats and sends them to Frontera County. Knowing that Lloyd is buying the luxury goods, a crowd of vendors goes to him. Determined to continue his shopping, the MC declares that Samarkand's grace will spread throughout the world. Then several soldiers appear, looking for him. Thus, the two are tied up and taken back to the palace, where they come face to face with the great Sultan, who is not at all happy that Lloyd has spent the equivalent of a year's palace budget. With his head bowed, the MC introduces himself, greeting the great and almighty Sultan Samarkand. Samarkand is shocked to meet the man who reversed the monster domino, recognizing that what Lloyd was looking for was a meeting with him. The protagonist continues to be threatened by a sword wielded by the guards. Samarkand is not happy with this encounter. With his head lowered, Lloyd knows he needs to avoid a war with the Sultan. If that were to happen, the Frontera County, located at the border, would become a battlefield. The Sultan acknowledges in his thoughts that the first one he would encounter in a war is the MC. Even with all the military strength of Isfahan, the fall of the Frontera territory is not guaranteed. Samarkand has no idea of their military power or what strategy they would use. Perhaps he should end Lloyd now. But looking at the situation a bit more closely, there is someone very powerful in that place. And even if they defeated Javier, all of Isfahan could turn to ashes. Smiling, the MC knows the Sultan must think carefully about his actions. Perhaps the great leader should try talking to his guests. Not knowing what they plan, Samarkand feels blackmailed. And even trembling with anger, the great leader takes a deep breath and orders the guards to release his guests. With this gesture, Lloyd feels he has won the first round of the battle. Then the Sultan asks if he enjoyed the Padishar. The MC raises his arms to make a deep bow and bends to the ground, wishing a long life to the great Sultan after having enjoyed the power of the pendant. This time, instead of being angry, Samarkand is astonished by the honesty he just witnessed. Indeed, Lloyd did not lie. He is immensely grateful. It's as if the CEO of a company had given him a corporate card to use. What other choice would he have but to spend extravagantly? The leader inquires if he isn't worried about what his country might think after bowing to an enemy nation. The MC responds without hesitation that he doesn't care, shocking the Sultan once more with his high confidence. Then Lloyd explains that the amount he spent is just a little less than what he received from the Queen. Incredibly irritated, Samarkand asks if he would be willing to betray the Queen if he paid more, receiving a positive response from the guest. The leader of Isfahan doesn't know what to think anymore. It's very difficult to understand someone like this. Either way, if the protagonist decides to serve him for money, he might not receive the Sultan's trust. Samarkand takes a long look at the two. The sound of his laughter echoes among the prostrated. He keeps thinking that the MC really dared to speak calmly with him, then asks why Lloyd did all this to talk to him, wishing to have him by his side. With this, the protagonist feels he has won another round, and asks if the great leader desires war. Samarkand responds that he desires it if necessary. The MC says that must be why he turns his attention to a foreign enemy instead of dealing with the drought. Certainly, the great leader did not expect outsiders to know about this. Lloyd proposes to end the drought in exchange for the Sultan seeing the Magentano delegation. The leader thinks for a moment about the proposal he just received, and asks him to continue with what he was saying, which means our protagonist won the third round. After that, he laughs while talking to Javier about the Sultan's face when he signed the contract with him. He hears from the swordsman that he tricked the Sultan with a high price, but that expense is nothing compared to a war. The drought in Isfahan and the lack of help from Samarkand caused the provinces to form a rebellion. As the events of this world changed compared to the novel, if a war begins before the rebellion, the damage would be enormous. After night falls in the Isfahan Empire, the Sultan receives a visit from a girl, and we hear her call him father. He has a mission for his dear daughter Scheherazade, to be Lloyd's bodyguard during his trip to Kandahar, and make him hers, using any means necessary. The girl makes a small bow and agrees to do what her father wishes. The next morning, Scheherazade introduces herself to the MC, saying she is the bodyguard assigned to him. He explains that he already has Javier for that, but the girl pretends not to hear and says she is eager to serve him. In his thoughts, the MC concludes that she is stubborn and might be there to observe them. Thinking a bit, her name sounds familiar. Then Lloyd remembers that she is the princess. But why would a princess escort him? She starts making some strange movements. Striking a pose, Scheherazade says again that she is there to serve him, leaving the MC astonished by the sudden suggestive pose. Despite her look, seeming like she wants to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, he finally understands what she intends. Scheherazade is trying to seduce him. This plan could only have come from one person, the Sultan, as if Lloyd hadn't had enough marriage proposals already. The key to overcoming the drought is a kanat, a type of water transportation system used by the Persian Empire. With the scorching desert heat, any water flow evaporates quickly, so the route has to be underground. The mountain ranges miles from the city are covered in snow all year round, and they will take advantage of that. Our group arrives at the capital of Kandahar, Kandara. Lloyd is relieved to finally have a break. At least that's what he wished. But looking to the side, it seems that won't be possible. Scheherazada's strange insinuations continue, and her eyes make the MC think she would try to dismember him when he sleeps. Knowing he won't be able to relax, he sits on the bed, asking to talk with the girl, but first for her to stay in a natural position. She tries to convince him that she is naturally like that. Scheherazada is the youngest of the Sultan's 4 daughters and the most beloved, a very skilled swordswoman from a young age. The identity of the princesses is kept secret, and the MC will continue pretending he doesn't know who she is. Lloyd inquires if she doesn't need to rest, but she says she has to stay by his side day and night. He insists that he doesn't need protection, be it day or night. Scheherazada seems not to understand what he is saying, so he points to Javier, explaining again that he already has a bodyguard, who is a high-level sword master, much more powerful than a normal sword master. In fact, he is more powerful than 10, or rather, more than 50 people of Scheherazada's level, so he doesn't need her. Hearing this leaves the girl completely enraged, so much so that she even draws her sword. Lloyd pretends to be scared, and starts mocking her by showing his neck. I seriously love Lloyd. By Javier's face. This is another moment when he finds his master pathetic. He continues mocking the girl, saying she will never be a sword master. Then she can't take the jokes anymore and punches the MC. Lloyd starts screaming for Javier while being punched multiple times by her. Unfortunately, the sword master is too busy laughing at seeing his master get beaten. Scheherazada, holding back tears, stops hitting him and leaves the room, leaving the two alone. Even with his face swollen from the beating, Lloyd celebrates that his plan worked. Javier finds it strange that his master has such a fetish, and the MC tries to explain that he should have been protected by him. The swordsman apologizes without any remorse, thinking his master deserved that, but he is curious about the provocation. The MC needed her to abandon the mission once and for all. A talented swordswoman like her shouldn't waste time after a guy. Still upset by what happened, Scheherazada keeps training alone. The next morning early, the girl appears inquiring where the two are going. Lloyd explains they are going to the construction site and that she would delay them if she went alone. Still, she insists on going, but the MC says it won't be as easy as she imagines, since she is not a sword master. Scheherazada gets irritated again and tries to punch him once more. Before she can do that, he starts talking about technical engineering terms. The girl stops, thinking he might be reciting some kind of spell, while the MC continues to talk about technical terms with a diabolical seriousness. Then she starts to feel sleepy, thinking she really fell under a spell. Lloyd gets an even more menacing look and doesn't stop talking, until the girl finally succumbs and curls up on the floor asleep. Javier, who was supposed to take her to rest in the room, also fell asleep. After waking up the swordsman, the two walk through the city, and are surrounded by the residents' gazes, who all seem tattered. They comment on the suspicious looks, as they came from the capital, which was not caring about their situation. They will need the help of these people to push this project forward. Smiling, Lloyd doesn't think it will be hard to get their cooperation. Then he shouts in the middle of the crowd. Immediately, all his pets appear, ready to work for their master. First, Lloyd asks Javier, Padong, and Bangul to build an inlet tank in the city center, while he sets off with Goming and Hamong, heading to the snowy mountains to the west. The bird drops Hamong in the snow-covered mountains, and the yellow hippo sucks up a large amount of snow, being taken back by Goming, who struggles to carry the heavy companion. Down below, the other pets have finished building the tank. Then Hamon starts dumping the melted snow, filling the new reservoir with clean water. People look at it in amazement. They will finally have water. As they start to draw the precious liquid, Lloyd appears, saying that they must all be incredibly happy, and all thanks to him, so they can be grateful for his good deed. He says confidently that he is the one responsible for bringing water from the mountains to them. Everyone should remember the name Lloyd Frontera. Then the people stone him, saying he gave them a little water just to exploit them more later. He dodges the stones laughing, claiming to be the reason they have the strength to do this. Walking later, he thinks that the people's complaints will not be easily resolved. Taking a look around, he realizes that many people are too proud to take the water, but he will keep insisting until they give in. The next day, the villagers notice that the well is full again, and once again, our protagonist appears, claiming to be the one responsible for bringing water to them. Even being stoned again, he won't stop until people stand by his side. During the beautiful full moon night in Kandara, A family is having dinner together around the table. The couple's daughter is incredibly happy because she can now drink all the water she wants. But for some reason, her parents are terrified. The reason for this is Lloyd standing outside their window. With a serious face, he points to the water the family is drinking, and then points to himself, reaffirming that he is the one responsible for bringing the water. What he achieves with this is traumatizing a family that was happy until then. In the following days, he continues to do this kind of thing, trying to instill in people's minds that when they think of water, they will immediately remember him. Walking again through the city, he meets the same resident as before, and once again, the guy catches his attention. The guy removes the scarf he uses to protect himself from the sun, revealing a beautiful black mane. Knowing he has one another person to his side, the MC gives his strange smile, and the guy returns another strange smile. From atop the well's tent, Lloyd shouts water to the people, and in return, they imitate the strange face he always makes. To make sure people understand his point, he shouts again. And once again, everyone responds with a strange smile and saying his name. Not satisfied, he continues shouting to reaffirm being synonymous with water. Javier asks if the master has not hypnotized those people, but according to him, this is the result of his marketing. If water is good and he is synonymous with water, then he is also something good. And he starts joking with the swordsman, who finds it not funny at all. Then momentarily, Lloyd feels depressed. But either way, the foundations for what he plans are ready. The MC sets up a table near the well, inviting people to work on the construction of the underground waterway. One of the candidates asks if meals are included in the contract. According to the MC, mountains of food from all over the country will come. In the capital of Isfahan, Samarkand receives more bills from Lloyd made with the Padasha. The new enormous list of expenses makes the Sultan boil with rage. Back in Kandara, Lloyd is flying with Javier on Goming. The MC is searching for something with his ability, but since he can't find it, it must be more than 15 feet deep. Even if he hires the necessary people, it will take too long to dig a 22-mile waterway. What he needed now were the underground tunnels made by the rebels. Returning to the city, Lloyd thinks there is only one way to find this tunnel. Night falls, and at the place where they are staying, Scheherazade is asking Javier to leave, but the swordsman stands in front of the door and does not move, even when she says there are rebels in the area. It's too dangerous to leave the MC alone. Javier agrees that she is right, but as his master said he would be fine, he will believe it. The girl says the guard should be by the master's side to avoid unexpected dangers. But the swordsman says it's not quite like that, for his master is always right. Now we see the room where Lloyd was empty. He must have been kidnapped by the invaders. Scheherazade considers Javier too stubborn, so she moves quickly, trying to pass by him using brute force. But the sword master easily stops her attack, praising her skills. Obviously, she is not happy at all for not being able to attack him, so she attacks again several times, and he defends each one, while preventing Scheherazade's attacks. Javier gives several tips on how to become a sword master to her, who does not think she needs his training. The swordsman is doing this because it was a request from his master. As soon as she knows this, she wonders why Lloyd would do that. In another part of the city, the MC is surrounded by kidnappers who want to know what kind of scheme he is doing in the city. Since he has a sack on his head, it's impossible to understand anything he tries to say. Then the guy who seems to be the leader makes a sign, and the sack on Lloyd's head is removed. Something catches the leader's attention as they start to remove the sack. The protagonist has a serious look. A strange sensation takes over the leader. Although they are the kidnappers, the MC's diabolical face makes it seem like they are the ones who have been kidnapped. Lloyd says that to reveal what he is planning to do in that area, he will need to explain how he got there. But before that, he would like to be untied. Claiming to be a weak person who wouldn't be able to escape from them, he insists it wouldn't be a problem if they released him. Noticing the MC's calm demeanor, their leader asks if Lloyd was already expecting them to show up. As someone sent by the Sultan, he had anticipated the rebels would do something. With the knowledge from the novel, Lloyd also knows that Terms, the rebel leader, dies leading the revolt. His death causes all the provinces of Isfahan to unite and start the Great Rebellion. Terms examines the young man in front of him. It really doesn't seem like the MC is someone capable of escaping from them, so he orders the prisoner to be untied, despite his companion's disagreement. As he is freed, the MC praises his captor's kindness, saying they will be blessed. In his thoughts, Terms feels indebted to him, which is why he offered a bit of kindness. He remembers his son bedridden and very weak, the child apologizing for being so frail. While Terms cried, regretting giving all the water he managed to others and not to his son, the shout of people saying there was water in the city caught his attention. Shortly after, we see the boy drinking the water his father fetched from the square. After drinking some water, the boy is visibly better. Back to the present, Lloyd's bonds are on the ground. The leader warns that even though they are letting him go, the MC shouldn't try to escape. At that moment, he has that devilish look on his face again. This makes the rebels want to attack him, thinking he is about to do something. But instead, our protagonist strikes a poetic pose. The rebels pause, not understanding his intentions. Then he begins to explain that 2.5 years ago, the county of Frontera was on the verge of ruin, deeply in debt. The rebels remain still as he recounts that it was a dark time. But he didn't give up and started by building heated floors in the village. Then they fought against giant ants, which ended up exploding in the mine. Then he and Javier went to Cremo, where there was a giant lobster. Excited, the MC explains the size of the giant lobster's head that they defeated. The rebels are surprised to learn about the protagonist's feats. He continues telling about Javier's incredible battles. At this point, the rebels are already eating popcorn to follow the epic story, excited about the sword master's deeds. Then the leader realizes something with these stories, wanting to know where the MC is going with them. But Lloyd explains that he hasn't reached the good part yet. The leader gets irritated because even his companions didn't like him interrupting the story. The MC continues telling how they were attacked by locusts the size of dogs. The whole sky turned dark when these creatures arrived attacking. Even Terms is startled by Lloyd's reenactments of the battles. The night passes as he continues to talk about everything he went through with Javier, until the sun begins to rise in Canara. Goming, as lifeless as always, is carrying his master and Terms. The leader is in a panic, not knowing where they are going, and Lloyd explains they will see the queen, but he doesn't remember how they decided this. So he decides to tell the whole story again, but Terms stops him from doing so. Since Lloyd will need the underground tunnels for the waterway, they go to the queen to ask for asylum for the rebels. Terms really remembers talking about this with the MC, who assures him that all companions and family members will be sheltered in Magentano. Then they spot the royal palace, where Cannavaro is being restrained by the court magicians. He begins to tell the queen something about Targa having said something to the dark wizards, but he has a coughing fit, probably caused by the excellent treatment he is receiving. So the queen determines that he has said enough, thinking she needs to find this Targa. As she is returning, a messenger says that Lloyd is waiting for an audience with her. She is a bit puzzled because the MC was supposed to be in Asfahan. Then, before her, he and Terms kneel, asking for asylum for the rebels. Without much thought, the queen grants asylum to all of them and their families. Lloyd thanks her, while the rebel leader is surprised by how easy it all was. He can hardly believe that the MC brought him to the queen and secured asylum as if it were nothing. Even though things didn't go as she expected, the queen is happy that her orders are being followed. Thanking him for the compliments, she begins to talk about an old saying that says skilled men must work until there is nothing left of them. Her words leave our skilled man extremely worried. Changing the subject, she says that Cannavaro's interrogation has progressed and she will need his help soon. With a bitter face, he says he will gladly help the queen and is tired from the long journey. Then Alicia approaches, inquiring if he missed her, as she wanted him to come back to see her. Her question makes Lloyd start to sweat. Holding his face, she asserts that he is not a selfish person who comes to her only when he needs something, and feigns ignorance when she says she wants to see him. Who would have thought that the greatest enemy to our protagonist's peaceful life would be the very leader of the nation, Queen Alicia? Back in the kingdom of Asfahan, Javier continues to block the door to his master's room. Having spent a good amount of time there, he struggles to stay awake. Just like Scheherazade, but unlike her, she can hold out and falls asleep. A little later, she wakes up wanting to resume the fight with the swordsman. She strikes Javier several times, who continues to block the attacks with ease. As he does this, he wonders how much longer his master will take to return. But suddenly, Scheherazade's new strike is different from the others. Javier is caught by surprise as she is using aura in this attack. He needs to partially unsheath his sword to defend against this strike. Even though still a bit unstable, the girl is on the verge of becoming a sword master. She probably hasn't realized this and tries to attack once more. Right at this moment, Lloyd opens the door to the room, pinning Javier behind it. Since Scheherazade didn't stop her attack, She almost hit the swordsman, and as the sword pierced the door, it touched the MC's shoulder. Just the impact of using aura in the attack made his clothes tear, and the pets are left hanging from what remains. On the other side of the door, Lloyd is paralyzed, almost without clothes, and not knowing what's happening. Javier is furious that someone could have died from such an attack, while the princess doesn't recognize the MC. Only after looking closely at him, she realizes who he is. Immediately she wants to know where he was, but he raises his hand towards her and starts talking about engineering theories again. The psychic attack quickly takes effect, and she begins to feel sleepy, until she falls asleep peacefully on the floor, avoiding having Lloyd explain everything that happened to her. Then he turns to Javier, calling him to start the construction. But the swordsman was also affected and fell asleep. Wasting no time, the MC starts his plan by mapping the underground tunnels with his ability. Then they check which tunnels they will drill or close to make a straight path. The third step is to close the tunnels for use during the day, and open holes in the ones they will use at night, needing to be careful or everything could collapse. Then for the final stage, several hooded figures appear. Lloyd celebrates that these people arrived just in time. Terms asks who they are, and according to the MC, they are workers coming from the county of Frontera, necessary for this project to be completed. The group of skeletons, as always, is pleased to help their master. He explains that a gigantic amount of water is behind a wall. To see if they understood, he asks what will happen if they dig in that place. The skeletons know they will be swept away by the water if they do that. Since ancient times, people have risked their lives to make a canet. More precisely, they gave their lives for it. Usually, the oldest of the workers was chosen. This person should deliver the final blow. That would release the water trapped behind the wall. There was no nobler sacrifice than this, giving one's life for the community. This time Lloyd decides that the one who will have the honor to do it is Towards, who was brought to Asfahan by the skeletons. Even though the MC is proudly anticipating what will happen, Towards is sweating cold, not at all willing to make this sacrifice. Lloyd doesn't ask if he wants to or not and runs off, saying he will never be forgotten. So Towards chases after him, wanting to be swapped with one of the skeletons, but the MC doesn't want to make them die again. The guy is completely desperate and considers that the swordsman could do it and survive. But Javier has only one change of clothes and can't get them wet. Even to the system, he is more demonic than the devil. Speaking of the devil, the guy seems totally swamped with work. It seems he has just been informed by his messengers from above. Helkeros, the king of hell, wants to see how Lloyd will finish. Back in the scorching desert of Asfahan, after some discussions, the leader of the skeletons, Turtleneck, volunteered to deliver the final blow, which didn't make his master very happy, as he preferred Towards to do it. As soon as the leader of the skeletons strikes the wall, the water begins to gush through the tunnels, carrying him along. After the tunnels, it flows into several pipes that will direct this precious resource to the people who need it. Facing water-filled paths, people celebrate that they will no longer go thirsty. Then we see a child carrying a water pot. He goes to Lloyd and catches his attention, then offers him the water he brought to the village. Our protagonist thanks the boy for giving him water. Then the child takes the opportunity to ask something that made him curious. Why does this man keep walking around almost without clothes? Lloyd gives a gentle smile and replies to the boy that buying clothes is a waste of money. After opening the central waterway in Kandara, several other villages were connected to it. Almost at the end of the project, the system gives him the title of top-ranking person who only wears underwear. The title grants him 100% resistance to dehydration in all hot regions, which doesn't seem very useful now that he plans to relax from now on, without going anywhere hot. Suddenly, Terms appears and Lloyd asks if he's ready for the long journey to Magentano. Then the leader of the rebels kneels before him, leaving our protagonist bewildered by the warrior's gesture. Terms says that the MC saved countless people, stopped the drought, the war, and even managed to find refuge for them. Therefore, all the people present at that place will be eternally loyal to Frontera. As he was only pursuing his own interests, Lloyd is a bit embarrassed by all this gratitude. He is delighted that his approval with the rebels has risen and joined the approval of the county residents. That night, the skeleton squad guided Terms and his companions to Frontera County, just when everything seemed to be going well in the capital of Asfahan. The Sultan asks Lloyd to continue by his side in the kingdom. Kneeling, our protagonist apologizes and reveals that he prefers someone with a smaller physique. Then the Sultan, knowing that the MC has realized that Scheherazade is his daughter, asks if she doesn't please him. But he replies that the princess's feelings are much more important than his, making the Sultan remember that his daughter utterly despises this man. Samarkand sets aside this matter, and since Lloyd has kept his word, now it's his turn, who will finally meet with the delegation from Magentano. The MC thanks him for fulfilling what he promised. As the two are leaving the throne room, Samarkand gets a demonic look, thinking that as a ruler, he will always get what he wants. Somehow, he still plans to take the protagonist for himself. With a brief look back, Lloyd seems to have understood these thoughts of the Sultan. Moving on, the Sultan is sitting with the members of the delegation. Count Ventura is thinking that it was thanks to the MC that they managed to have this meeting, so they cannot lose this incredible opportunity. First, the Sultan apologizes for the suffering caused to Magentano due to his mistakes. The apology surprised the nobles who did not expect such a proud person to apologize. Samarkand promises to pay for the damages from the monster domino and will take measures to ensure it doesn't happen again. The nobles listen silently as he says he will inform Magentano about these measures, and if it happens again, he will pay double. Count Ventura knows that all this goodwill will come at a price, so he thanks the Sultan for his generosity, undertaking to convey what he said to the Queen. But Samarkand interrupts to say that he wants something in return, leaving the Count apprehensive about what the Sultan might ask for. And he wants nothing less than Lloyd Frontera. After the meeting, Lloyd wants to know how Ventura responded to this request. The Count is somewhat cornered to respond, until he reveals that he agreed that the Sultan could have him, causing an incredibly happy expression on the MC. To lighten the mood, the Count says that someone talented like him will be useful anywhere, and the Queen will be pleased. So our protagonist smiles and says the Count did the right thing, and the poor man doesn't understand anything anymore. Lloyd says that what just happened is perfect. In the throne room, Samarkand is trying to decide what he will ask his new servant to do first. Then a messenger appears saying he couldn't bring the MC because he decided he would get rid of the sandworm that is outside the city. The sandworm looks like a scary monster with a giant mouth and a body like a snake, but its actual size is a little larger than Lloyd's pets. The MC points his shovel in its direction and uses his mana blast, causing an explosion where the creature was. After that, its Podong's turn to attack, kicking where the little creature is, and then trying to hit it with its paws. Lastly, it's Javier's turn to attack. He takes his sword of bright aura and delivers a powerful attack that throws the sandworm. Incredibly, even after all these attacks, the worm continues to move, so Lloyd attacks it with Mana Blast again, wildly. At that moment, the Sultan arrives where they are and sees the MC using Mana Blast continuously. The protagonist is screaming demonically that he will destroy the worm in the name of Samarkand, who stands watching all that madness, and being hit by the rain of sand flying with the explosions. Only at this moment Lloyd realizes he is being watched by the Sultan, and he signals positively to him, who thereafter wants this unstable person no longer in his kingdom. After these events, night falls in Isfahan. In his office, the Sultan thinks he made the right decision. With MC by his side, you never know what he could do. He still has to pay for the expenses incurred with the Padishar and the construction costs. Thinking this way, it's as if he's been robbed by MC. Then a guard appears saying there's bad news. Lloyd has just escaped with the Padishar. This time the Sultan is speechless. He's going bankrupt this way. As if that weren't enough, a messenger appears with urgent news. Princess Scheherazade has fled and left a message saying she had much to learn from him. The Sultan doesn't know what to say after that, and collapses onto his desk, crying and cursing Lloyd for all the trouble he brought. A little while later, in Frontera County, Lloyd's parents wake up on a quiet morning, with Baibyong sounds instead of a rooster, but that's not bad. A servant announces that a letter from Master Julian has just arrived. He tells them he graduated as the second best in class and will be able to work in the capital. Then Bayern appears saying a shipment from Lloyd from Isfahan has just arrived. Outside there are piles and piles of filled chests sent by their son. As soon as one is opened, Marbella is impressed that they are all luxury items. She holds an ugly necklace of precious jewels, planning to sell these items to extremely vain nobles. The Count notices that his wife didn't use to make expressions like this. But it doesn't matter, she can sell the jewels as she wishes, he is still a happy man. The Count is glad that his county is full of wonderful people, just like wonderful orcs. who greet him as they pass by. Only one of them doesn't seem very friendly. It seems he and Soldier Greg still don't get along. The two collide as they walk, and the couple is apprehensive, thinking the two are about to start a fight. Then Soldier Greg acts as if the orc wants his attention, grabs the chest of the green man. Instead, the two stand facing each other without saying anything, until the orc moves quickly, but Greg manages to dodge the attack quickly. Somehow the creature stood still in a strange dance position, and then quickly returns to normal, kneeling. This isn't over yet, and he challenges the soldier, who, along with his companions, acts as if they had no choice, and they all choreograph together, ending with all of them standing in the same upside-down position. Then the orcs come together to make a better dance, which ends in a much more elaborate way. It seems this time Soldier Greg didn't come out on top, and the orc looks victorious. Surely this wasn't what the Frontera couple was expecting to see, but in any case, they are all good creatures. Speaking of creatures, they encounter the skeletons on the way. Would they be organic or inorganic matter? It doesn't matter. What matters is that the county is at peace and he is happy, even though some strange things happen there. Maybe very strange when they see the white cavalry praying to Lloyd's statue. And strangeness only increases when Terms and his companions arrive and also pray for MC. Finally, someone informs the couple that their son has just returned. Seeing their son dressed that way, practically only in tunic and underwear, it makes them think that the strangest person in that place is surely their son. Still, as strange as their son may be, they are still happy to have him, and on the day Lloyd calls him father instead of my lord, he will be even happier. The Count hugs his son after a long time without seeing him, and asks why MC isn't wearing clothes, who replies that he already has many at home. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Count Ventura is reporting on the agreement they made with the Sultan. Such an agreement seems unprecedented to the Queen, who asks if he negotiated it. Ventura is a little embarrassed, but admits he's responsible for the agreement. Then the Queen wants to know if it was Lloyd who asked him to tell her this, and asks what the Count thinks is necessary for people to live comfortably. She herself answers that they only need someone to work themselves to death in their place. As her Queen said this, Count Ventura fully agrees with what she said. Although this agreement resolves many things, Magentano and Asfahan have been enemies for a long time. How could they establish a relationship of trust? While the Queen thinks about this, Scheherazade has just arrived in the county, thinking about how she will take this state from him. Unaware of any of this, the Count is pruning the garden plants, and is surprised when someone appears calling for him. He has no idea who the girl in front of him is. Then Scheherazade introduces herself, and the Count wants to know why she is there. The girl explains that she is there to see Lloyd. The Count, still in shock, doesn't understand what she wants with his son. She takes a deep breath, and tells the Count that she needs this man to sleep at night. The Count takes a moment to understand what she is saying. As soon as he understands her words, he is incredulous. This must be the most unbelievable thing his son has ever done.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on upcoming videos. Leave a like if you enjoyed it and share with your friends. See you in the next video. Bye for now.